I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game. And even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, I mean, the adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for this season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs, because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And, you know, whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game. Just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's a routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressures. And at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared. You know?
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our 4th, maybe even 5th split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us, a lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, you know, just my main thing is always having fun, you know, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with the pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the Challengers from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. it was kind of like a reality shock. M80 last year, they handed our to us.
Big part, the spike, nose root, injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like M80, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat these guys? Normally, when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against M80, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. M80 has been very welcoming and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get M80 the third participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to ascend.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise, it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is. You feeling that thrill of, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO,
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
takes his position. TSM won't allow Chet Pets to get by at the cutoff. The timing.
It's 3 players holding up the top of B site.
The ace. TSM locking it down as best as they can with what they have left. It's only 3 of Chet Pets, but Mora makes it happen. Win an important one and allows the res onto Sim, but not expecting Victor to still be up here.
Where the two duelists are waiting. Tens first blind, good for 3. There's one.
And welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America, halfway through our playoffs, and it's been so exciting. Cannot wait for more. Sierra, Don, Roy, and Dan on the desk for today. Dan, I hope you had a good weekend. We had Challengers, there was Game Changers, there's no shortage of Valorant.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I even had time to cut my hair, so I had time to do it all. Game Changers, Challengers, now we're back. We got 4 days left of Stage 2, and then we're gonna see who's gonna be our Stage 1 champion. That now we know it's going to be completely different to the top 3 that we had, or at least top 2 that we had in Stage 1. So I'm very excited to see what's going to happen.
This is the first time I got to see you on camera. So this whole time I've been staring and I'm like, something looks a little different about Dan and I can't quite figure it out. So I'm glad
tell you, every time that we go into Challengers, there's just something different, but don't worry about it. I'm fine.
You never know. Dan is just like Challengers. You actually just don't know what's happening.
she's really embodying the league's creed. I respect that.
Exactly.
Honestly, but Roy, like looking back at last week and everything else, like we talk about that, you never know what's going to happen. And we truly got to see that come to light. It was some really big matchups last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw so many awesome games, right? We saw the Envy versus Winthrop game. We saw the Ambrosia versus Chet's Pets. I mean, this match alone was honestly really sick to watch. There's just so much pop-off potential. We saw Satellite really stepping up for his team. Obviously, Shondex has really been stepping up for this roster as well. There's just been so much just awesome Valorant in terms of like, expectations and results and just like, we kind of joke about it like, yeah, we don't really know what to expect with Challengers, but I mean, just the level of competition, just the level of players really stepping up and everyone's kind of just taking things a lot more seriously and it's just the level of Valorant has just increased so much over the past little while.
And it's something that we noticed since the beginning of Stage 1. We noticed these new players, these new teams coming in and kind of surprising us for a lot of the results that they were getting. And now we're going into a Stage 2 where we're not seeing that Shopify Rebellion that was able to get that #1 spot in Stage 1. And M80 that then changed their name to Chet's Pets with that core remaining was also one of the first teams that got eliminated for these playoffs. So that's why we're talking about there's so many teams that we don't know what they can do next because they've been making so many improvements and so fast as well, right? We're talking about a new meta that we're looking into right now where we're talking about some slight changes that we're seeing for teams and everybody's kind of finding their own way for playoffs to a point where we still don't know who's that favorite team that's going to lift the trophy.
You really don't know. I mean, even looking at the replays of this match now, you get to see at TSM, like there's teams that we had followed since the beginning of not just Stage 2, but the year that has been so highly talked about. And then once you get into the playoffs, when everything's on the line, seeing a couple of these different rosters with these players that maybe not as familiar with, really being able to step up and show us what they got, which I think is so fun. But even seeing a matchup like the Winthrop versus Envy to finally make their way into the upper finals, Roy, kind of just seems like something that's right for a team that's worked for so long. But I mean, once you got into those matches, like that TSM Winthrop was just so close that you just never knew at any point. No team can ever get comfortable.
Yeah, there's no such thing as comfort. Listen, we joke about it that we don't know what to expect. We even brought in Tens. Like you're talking about surprises. Like even Tens is playing in this league now. Like it's just crazy out here. I love it personally. Obviously, it's been a lot of fun watching Winthrop University. They've been on the bit of a tear since the playoffs of Stage 1. They're still keeping it going even till now. They're still making their run. There's top teams that ones we expected last split to do extremely well that didn't really do as well. But now Envy's turning things around. They also had the Red Bull clutch win this over this weekend as well. So it's been pretty intense, rigorous amount of Valorant that has been played. And I'm very excited to see the level of gameplay that we're going to be seeing today. Obviously, we're in the lower bracket. Of course, I'm here for it. The VCL Grim Reaper. You know, I'm here to send these teams off production. You guys hate me. Have you forsaken me? What's happening here? Okay. I'd like to be part of the upper bracket. It's super chill up there. You know, it's very chill up there.
I don't think the upper bracket has been very chill. I mean, Dan, I'm looking at the upper bracket and some of these upsets. It's not chill anywhere.
That's a really good point. I think it all started day one. Like day one, it was like, okay, what is happening? Why is Cuber Academy losing? Why is TSM against Chet's Pets being as close as it was? How is Burger Boys advancing through this upper bracket? We had a lot of questions on kind of how this was going to all play out. And as we mentioned before, I would have never imagined that our top two in the upper bracket were going to be MB and Burger Boys. We talked about MB being good in the past, but they kind of fumbled last time when they were in stage one. So it was kind of that expectation of, oh, maybe it could happen again. But they've been making those improvements. They've been growing as a team, and that's why they're here now.
And as Roy, you already touched on, we're going to be taking a look at that lower bracket for today, eliminating some teams, which when you're looking at the likes of TSM, YFP, Winthrop going up against Ambrosia being a team that's really glowed up throughout this stage two. I think this is going to be absolutely crazy. And that's the one we're going to be starting with, the Ambrosia versus Winthrop University. I think a really cool matchup between the old underdogs of the league versus the new underdogs in Ambrosia.
Yeah, I think the really cool thing with this matchup as well is at this point in you know, deep into split 2, there's really like no more surprise matchups, right? Like we've almost seen everyone have the head-to-head, and we saw Ambrosia versus Winthrop University play about a month ago, give or take a few days. But yeah, the last time these two teams played, it was a complete sweep back and forth that ended up in Ambrosia's favor. Like it was like 13-6, 13-6, 13-6 pretty much on all 3 maps. It was a pretty insane level of high fragging power. I'm expecting to see the same thing today, but obviously these teams have sort of gotten a feel for themselves and they've grown a lot since their last matchup. So I think we're going to be seeing some crazy level of Valorant today, guys.
100%. And let's talk about the Ambrosia roster and where this glow up has been, because again, Ambrosia was a roster that, well, if you said at the beginning of stage 2 you're really betting on them to make it into the playoffs, it's a tough one, right? But what they've been able to showcase, Dan, throughout the season, I think has been nothing less of incredible. And they were knocked down into the lowers by none other than the upper finalists in Burger Boys in such a close matchup. So this team, like don't count them out just because it's a lower bracket run.
Yeah, I feel like this is a team that is easy to underestimate, just looking at how the other teams may look like. Everybody's obviously talking about Envy, everybody's talking about TSM, kind of those teams that we've known for the past few years. But for Ambrosia, they've been so good since they made the past few roster changes when they went into the stage 2. They look insane. I mean, I think Satellite has turned into one of my favorite duelists to watch as well. And then on top of that, you have a Shondex that last year was having such an insane performance, always finding timings on the side of Chet's Pets. And Chet's Pets, again, for people that keep forgetting, they used to be that M80 core. So it's just a team that we also put really high. I've learned my lessons with Ambrosia. I've learned my lessons because the first time that they played against M80, they actually got the win, but I was like, oh wait, this is kind of weird. I'm gonna ignore that happened. And now they win against this core again, and now they're facing Winthrop University, a team that they already won against. So I'm just going with the consistency that they've had winning against these rosters for my prediction today and for what they think they're capable of doing today.
And I think the really interesting thing with Ambrosia as well, guys, the fact that they're kind of on the same sort of narrative that Winthrop University was in Split 1, right? Where like they got these big wins against certain teams, and we're like, oh, you know, maybe this is a fluke, you know, maybe this is like whatever, it could be just like a one-off thing, but they just kept racking in these massive wins, right? Ambrosia's taken down M80, they've taken down Cuber, they've taken down M80 V2, Chet's Pets, they've taken down Winthrop University. Like they have challenged these top teams and have had incredible wins throughout the split, throughout playoffs. Like it's been a great run for them. Obviously, the level they're at right now is definitely not a fluke. They're playing great, simple Valorant, effective Valorant, and they have a ton of firepower to back it up.
And there's so many of the players that we need to talk about, but someone who we haven't necessarily gotten to give the most kudos throughout this split has been Welly, has been a very stable part of this team. You're looking at the performance and everything else, Roy, and why haven't we been talking about him sooner, right?
Dude, I think it's because this player has flown under the radar because of how much Shawnex has stepped up, how much, obviously, how consistently Satellite's been playing as well. But if you look at the majority of Ambrosia's matches, you will find Welly like consistently like towards the top, towards the middle. He's always positive in terms of KD. He's fragging, he's clutching, he's being annoying with the Odin. His utility is absolutely on point. And from what I'm hearing, he's also very vocal as well. So this is the type of player that you want. But yeah, like, I think he's just largely been overshadowed. That's the main reason why we haven't spoken about it. But when it comes to consistency, this is the player you're looking at.
It's really cool to see because when we were watching that map of Icebox, the one that they play against Chet's Pets, I kind of had my questions early on, and it is not even in the fragging department. I think Willie was doing amazing, but there were some things that felt a little off to me, to be honest. The timings on when he was going to be sending that utility for the team to be able to flood, or when and how much space he was giving on the Sova to drone and get that space for everybody else to get that info early on. But as I'm watching, I'm realizing, you know, this is not really something that was on him early on. It was kind of that understanding on what Chet's Pets wanted to do on this attacking side, and the team kind of going through that adaptation process to understand, you know, what they needed to do, how they needed to play it. And then Wiley started not only fragging out, but also going to that second and third map, supporting the team so well. It's really impressive what he's able to do with everybody else, especially when you have a duelist that's kind of playing everything, running around the map, and you have a Welly that needs to be there, needs to be alive until at the very end of the round. And that's the way that he's getting these kills, is whether it's going to be the Shock Darts, whether it's going to be the Hunter's Fury, he's alive there and ready to make sure the team's going to get that win.
So much impact, and you're talking too how he's been able to support the duelist. And let's talk about the duelist of this team, someone who has been so much fun to watch since the very beginning of this Satellite, when we have a league of such strong duelists. Again, somebody at the very beginning kind of under the radar, because it's like, oh my gosh, Oki, oh my gosh, like literally anyone else. I say Oki like he didn't turn into not a duelist. You guys know what I mean. But Dan, like, there's a reason that this player is one of the favorites to watch and one of your personal favorites to watch too.
Yeah, I find it interesting actually that we have that Jet picture, because recently I've been thinking of him as either Yoru or Neon. I think it's been really cool to see what he's able to do with the Yoru. As we mentioned, without being able to play Tejo anymore, the teams have been kind of adapting in different ways, and I feel like Satellite has been benefited a lot from this. He's much more comfortable around the map. We saw it on Split a lot, the way that he was popping up, the way that he's grabbing that map control, playing towards mid, then being able to go to one of those extremities kind of around that info that everybody else is able to gather. And on top of that, you see kind of the same level of performance with playing on Sunset with the Neon, running it down, and then just having a really, really good macro of the map, which I feel like that's not something that we've been able to say as much for other teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's kind of what makes Satellite a bit of a specialist, right? In my eyes, is he's sort of always in your face. He's always pressuring like the macro parts of the map. He's always sort of putting this kind of like force on these enemy teams to make reactions and kind of do things and walk into the trap setups, and just like they have to constantly punish space and constantly be worried about that this player is like overstepping his bounds and he's like somewhere where he's not supposed to be. And I think it's this level of like this IQ, this high IQ duelist that we're seeing coming out of Satellite that has really made this team special. But I think if on a final note for me, what makes Satellite a really good player as well is his first kill, first death ratios. He's some of the top in the league. He's great at it. He's been so consistent at finding openers, avoid dying first as well. So I think that level of early success has definitely helped Ambrosia become the level that they're at right now.
Yeah, it's such a high level, but still kind of considered the underdog of this playoffs, and now to go up against the former underdogs of the stage 1 playoffs, but now a team that we rate really highly. It's Winthrop University. The switch up of this roster from, oh my goodness, can Winthrop University do it, to all of a sudden being one of the top teams has been so impressive, Roy, especially considering the mentality. I still don't know if it's a troll or not, of, yeah, we don't scrim, we're just picking whatever agent's going into it. I don't know what they're cooking, but it's working, even if they found themselves in this lower bracket.
Yeah, Sierra, how can we know what they're cooking if they don't know what they're cooking? You know what I mean? It's the ultimate strategy, but I think their unusual in the moment kind of style is extremely hard to pull off, yes, but they catches so many teams by storm. They don't know what to expect. They don't know how to prep for this team. They don't really know how to approach this roster, because every single player on this team, the level of individual firepower and flexibility and just overall understanding of the game and of the maps, of the micro, of the macro, all of it is just so on point, and it's the main reason why this team can play the way they play and they can get away with so much is because the IQ and the firepower converge quite nicely.
This is not a team that you from one day to another see playing a completely different composition. They just constantly do these small changes, and that's something that we saw when they were playing against Envy, right? We talked about this map of Lotus where they finally let go of the Clove, but guess what? The Clove was back for that map, and Ali, by the way, on the Clove was going insane. So they make these small decisions that they've talked about, and yeah, we don't really know how the practice looks like, what the behind the scenes looks like, but what we know for sure is that sometimes it does depend on what the individual players feel comfortable. This is something that Moobs had mentioned. This is something that Ali had mentioned on the Clove. And it just, you know, you kind of have a feeling that you're going to pop off with one agent. You go for it. And it has paid off for them in the past. It did for them when they got that third place in playoffs for stage 1. And it can pay off as they continue on this lower bracket run.
And it almost did pay off when they're in the upper bracket. That was an extremely close loss going up against Envy. Like, you cannot disrespect that one at all. But you're talking about Ali, and that's the first player we got to highlight here, because when you're looking at what in the heck is this team going to play, Ali is the first person that you're looking at. Like, is it the Clove? Is it the Omen? Oh, are we just going for a Razor, a Duelist today? Roy, you just never know, but the impact that Ali's been able to have on this team ever since his inception into the team late stage 1 has been immeasurable.
Yeah, I feel like players like Ali are so valuable right now in the current meta, especially like in the sort of transitionary period of the meta, right?
Yeah.
Like you want players like Ali on your team because of how flexible he is and because of how consistent he can frag on no matter what role he's playing. He brings that X factor. He brings the firepower. He's very vocal, and he's regarded pretty highly for his anti-strat and prep work. He talked to me about it. He does a lot of their anti-stratting. He does a lot of their kind of prep going into matches. And yeah, well, you know, they might not practice, but it does not mean they don't come prepared for their matches. And I think that kind of goes pretty under the radar whenever we're talking about this team, but that's Ali. He's bringing the IQ, he's bringing the flexibility, and he's bringing the firepower.
I don't think there's one time where Winthrop University is playing and we don't mention the flexibility, but it's just what it is. Like, it's insane. What Ali specifically has been able to do is really good representation of the whole team and what everybody has been able to do throughout the years. Ali is currently, as Roy was mentioning, because we're going from one meta, from the Tejo meta, to kind of a duelist for some teams. This is one of the compositions that a lot of teams, but Winthrop University is opting for. So you have Ali playing a lot of that second duelist, but when he has to play the Omen, when he has to play the Clove, he's going to do that just the same.
And you're talking about the secondary duelist, but let's talk about the main duelist of the team and talk about Infiltrator, because Satellite definitely is a joy to watch on the other end, but Infiltrator has been somebody that for a long time has really been able to hop into the server and really take names down, somebody that should be actually just feared going into any playoffs in any match.
That's something that we've learned, I feel like, in this past year. Infiltrator has always been one of the names that we discuss when we go into who are the best duelists that we have in challenges. But I think as of this year, they have been incredibly consistent. Infiltrator is really impressive to see. I think I used to think of him, and maybe that was why I didn't have him on my radar as much, as that jet player more than anything else. But with the meta, with everything that happened this year, with everybody playing Yoru, he had to start playing other things, and that's where I feel like he's thriving the most. And again, the flexibility coming through for this player when he's on the Yoru, it's turned into also one of my favorite players to watch. Just having a really good understanding on where everybody else is going to be located, and that might also be that work that Roy was mentioning of Ali doing that counter striding, having that understanding on how everything is gonna play out to put them in this scenario that they are right now.
Yeah, just to kind of touch on the mechanics, since we have the gameplay rolling as well, is like, for me, what makes a really good duelist is how easy they make the game look from their POV, right? Like, you can see no panic in the crosshair, even on like a completely minuscule level. Like, look at his consistency and his raw mechanics alone. He's almost never misplaying his positions. His crosshair is extremely stable. The way he moves around is just so calm. And I think this level of like calmness and sort of this confidence that this player brings is really special. But yeah, I think it would be a complete miss on our end if we didn't at least talk a little bit about Infiltrator.
100%. And the last two people we have to talk about, normally this is where we do the head-to-head of the two duelists, but instead we're showing the two people that have to try and stop those duelists in their tracks and talk about Shondex going up against Moobs. Two people that have really been able to step up, not just throughout the playoffs, but throughout the stage. Shondex especially has been so strong in the playoffs, but Roy, Moobs has been such a part of the consistency of this team.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Moobs goes so deep under this team's radar, right? And but obviously Shondex has stepped up a lot. That's probably a big reason to why we've been talking so much about Shondex. He's been an absolute beast in playoffs. I don't know what happened. And I think he mentioned in an interview, he's like, yeah, I just decided it's time for me to wake up and do a lot more decisions and make a lot more hero plays, and it's been working for him. I mean, hey, if it's that easy for you, Shondex, you keep it up, man, because you're doing a great job. But on the other hand, Moobs has been such a big critical piece for this roster, right? The alert timings, the space. I feel like whenever you have a player like Moobs on your team in that sentinel role, you become so much more dynamic as a roster simply because of the space that these people can take and their understanding of the timings and like what space is being left open and how our players pivoting. That level of IQ that Moobs brings within this role and the firepower is honestly really scary.
It's really turned to the point where now, if I think of the map of Haven, I'm thinking of Moobs. Like, it just feels like every time he's playing, this map is insane. Even if the team's struggling a little bit against, for example, that match that they played with Envy, that 13-6 that they lost, Moobs was always finding timings into Envy. And that's not easy to do with the way that Envy like to play with the double duelist, with the way that Extra plays around the map. I mean, it's really impressive. And Moobs is also one of those guys that we've seen in the past play duelists, play other agents, play other roles. So he's very familiar with the way that other players like to play, and that makes him such a good sentinel. Obviously, as you guys were mentioning for Shondex, he's been really impressive, but I think today is going to be the biggest challenge for both of them.
Especially too with elimination on the line, a lot of pressure on these teams as they fight to try and continue on forward in this lower bracket run. But talking about today's series, let's look at the map picks and bans, especially too now that we have a whole week under our belt, a little bit more information about the team. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, I had a little quip lined up about, Death Taxes win their first pick Lotus, and they're just gonna throw that right out the window, yeah. Roy. They're starting off on Sunset.
I love it. No, I actually love the Sunset pick. We've seen Infiltrator play the Neon. I'm pretty sure he completely popped off on that map. They're going to bring it back. They had a great performance against Fun Havers recently. It was about 20 days ago, so about 3 weeks ago. But yeah, they looked great on that map. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised to see them pick this map. And honestly, I kind of like the fact that they're not playing Lotus because I feel like it would have been almost too obvious of a choice. And I like the curveball right here on this first map for Sunset.
Yeah, I just want to add, I love that we're starting to see Sunset more. It felt like the first week that it became available again, people were like, actually, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna wait and see. But now we're starting to see it more. And I think Roy, you mentioned it. They played it about 20 days ago. But the cool thing about this map is that before the Tejo nerfs and the situation right now, but after the Tejo nerfs, people are not having to make crazy changes to the compositions, right? They're not forcing a completely different idea on how they want to play this map. It's just some slight changes, kind of as it used to be last year when we saw a lot of that map of Sunset with the Neon especially, and it makes the map just feel like it's always been here.
Thank you, Vance, for the call out and keeping us honest as well, because I can't read, but yeah, Lotus is banned, so we're switching it up. But thanks, Vance, for keeping us honest. But now to talk about our predictions before we get into the agents. Like, it's almost ready, guys. Don't you worry. But predicting into today, I went on a whole thing about the Winthrop Overdog curse last week, and I still believe in curses. I still believe in superstitions, but I mean, I can't look at Winthrop almost beating Envy in that uppers and not predict them for today. And you guys going the opposite on the new underdogs here. Okay, Dan, I see it. I respect it.
So, okay, hear me out. This is only a win-win for me, and this is why. First, if I vote Winthrop, you're gonna be like, why are you voting Winthrop? Every time everybody votes them, they lose. So in that area, I win because I'm not voting Winthrop. But also, I'm putting Ambrosia because Ambrosia already won against Winthrop once, and also they're kind of the underdog team, the underdog going against the old underdog kind of situation. So I either win or I win.
Okay, listen, I'm on Dan's side here, obviously, right? I also picked Ambrosia, but Dan, I'm starting to think that you and I have made a grave mistake because every time you and I have been against Sierra, she gets like divine intervention of the results.
Especially with Winthrop.
Oh my God, we've made a grave mistake, guys. We have.
Okay, but maybe it's just if Winthrop is gonna win, maybe this is what needed to happen for us to vote against them so they win, and whatever it takes, and whoever wins it, I win. So I can't complain. I'm really just, I'm feeling good.
I love these mental gymnastics. It's just that I win no matter what. You know what? I love it. Vans and Gen Noval, though, they know Winthrop. I definitely think that this is going to be a great series overall.
Agreed.
I love to see the new underdog versus the old underdog, but it's going to be an exciting one nonetheless. Again, starting off on Sunset, a map we haven't gotten to see too much in its current iteration. Great time. So let's get closer to it and head into the agent select. Of course, we're starting to get a little bit more information about these teams. Elimination on the line, though. How will things switch up getting into the agent select? Roy, I'm excited to see. And all right, Ali back on the Clove, and we got a Neon v Neon.
Yeah, last time Winthrop University played this map, it was actually in the Tejo meta, so they were running the Tejo, but now they swapped back over to the Sova. Obviously, we've seen them play that on Lotus as well. They're phenomenal with it. I'm not too surprised to see it, but honestly, guys, I love the double controller coming out by Winthrop University. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that going into the deeper into the map pool as people adjust to the meta. But Ambrosia, they're keeping it simple. They're not really making too many changes. They're gonna go with the fade, obviously for the dogs, for the reclear towards market, the reclears towards that A site as well. So it's going to be a lot of value. So I'm looking at that to see how well he controls the map and info and how they set up Satellite for success with the breach.
We got the chance to highlight it before, but this is one of the maps where the ciphers can get the most value. So you really need to be paying attention to what they're going to be doing here. And as well, what is the understanding on the other side? For example, for Nasty with the shock dart, is he going to be able to do those in time? How are they going to work around the map to make sure that, you know, it's not time running out and we only have a little bit of mid control to work with? I do like as well, like Roy was saying, this double controller composition. I feel like it's really effective. And I feel like we've seen it in tier 1 with this Clove. It might have been Energy last year or something like that. I don't know if maybe Vance and Lemon can remember that, but it's something that is super effective, and I think it's really smart. It fits the team, and I'm excited to see how they're going to implement it.
I love first off that you're giving Vans and Jen a task.
Yeah,
hope you guys remember.
Do the homework.
But it's time to send into the match. We got 2 different ideologies into Sunset, 2 talented teams, but only one can advance. It's time to head into Sunset and 2 your very talented casters as well, Jen and Vans.
I'm not very good at homework, y'all, but I'm going to drive us right into Elimination Station. Winthrop fights to defend their legacy in playoffs while Ambrosia have shocked the scene, and also Winthrop in the past, and everything is on the line in this match, Van.
Definitely, and to continue with the homework, definitely it was, Android was somewhat right. It was an energy game, but it was actually Cloud9 leveraging that agent, and I think it was that game that went into overtime, didn't it? Like a 14-12 where Energy almost kind of lost it, so that we don't really want to talk about it from the Energy stand. So let's just focus on Challengers at least and look at these 2 teams. Of course, I do like what Winthrop's pulling out here. As though the tail got nerfed down, there was still a great opportunity for them to still run a breach Neon if they wanted to, because they were already trying to leverage Neon in the forefront to fight on this very map. But now you're adding a little bit of a Clove. I'm assuming here at this point, you want to be a little bit more or aggressive or sectioning into like slower type of scaling because you're running 2 types of smokes. And that will allow for you to be a little bit more useful for moves to get some effective lurks here on this side here once they take the attack. That said, they start off on the defense, where now on the attack, it starts off right away. Ambrosia is looking to pressure on the A side, and we've seen this already. Neon loves to do this. Run up on the top of the orb, trying to figure out what type of util is going to be answered back on a defense and fall back. And they've already realized and pinpointed so much utility being thrown in front of the A site.
And Roy talked about the anti-stratting that Ali brings to this roster and why they cooked up this Clove for that specific reason. And just Winthrop have never picked Sunset at all. And they played it once against Funhavers and it was good. So I was very surprised. I was kind of with Sierra, like I was expecting Lotus. They have picked this all stage. So I'm excited to see Winthrop, because remember they got third place in playoffs last year, but now they'll have to hold back against these underdogs of Ambrosia. Satellite knocking at the door. Now it's a 2-3 split, some going through main. With that neon wall, they're going to section the site in half, take some initial control, and because of that ping off the trip, Moves get some information. He is going to fall back and try to dodge this fault line. There needs to be some backup, but the defense, their backs are against the wall, and Ambrosia just bulldozed them down, leaving Ali to pick up the pieces.
Ali won't be able to do too much. Having to rotate back into 4 versus 1, 3 goals watching the spike. Everybody's playing inside too. Nobody even playing off site. Once the door breaks, this should be quite easy to do. So very nicely done, at least for Ambrosia to fight back towards that back of the B side. You're starting to see also with the changes of Sunset, where you don't have to play the spam on the outside anymore. You're forcing teams to not only play inside the site, but to fight behind the B site to make sure you take full control of site. So now it's a more of a chess game of how you can hold up that area if you don't want to try to play the flood retake on the defense. And you see it. They had decent positioning on the crossfire setups, but utility was much better on the side of Ambrosia to support all of that push from the behind, and they have a nice little pistol round under their belt.
I like the play from Moves to, react to that trip, to go for that first kill, because you're not going to get windows like that often. And Ambrosia just reacted so fast to that, to just fault line, run it down, and Winthrop couldn't sync up with Moves on time, or at least spatially didn't have an advantage to work with. But Glyph could get a good catch here. Smoke dissipates. There's 2 below. The timing of that is so silly and unlucky, or lucky depending on what side. Shondex 1v2. Wait a minute. Gave him the hands. I think there's a fade back there too. There's some help. We'll include Welly in that conversation. Akrian still has, of course, the Outlaw, and Ali, the lone wolf, once again.
Nice little shot, picking that Outlaw up. And just popping things down. I mean, for Winthrop University, you're just trying to get some sort of control on top middle. You lose that position, then you try to go for a double push on B main to hopefully isolate the lurk. So I love, at least on the side of Ambrosia, that they played a buddy system to make sure that there was going to be instant trades or keeping players alive and keeping a strong buy going into their bonus here. And it's quite strong. You already see it from the side of Winthrop University. You're forcing so many full shields on that side, so that's going to keep the economy low should they lose some players here. That was a nice little surprise that came out from the TP, but fortunate shots didn't land. But Ambrosia still, again, coming in with a very strong buy with a 4-player push from Ambrosia to start things off here on the A side. And again, Satellite at the point to kick things off.
Yeah, just the immediate concuss. Infiltrator, back me up, and Nasi is there. And keeps the rest of Ambrosia at bay, because the other 2 that were following up with Glyph were watching the left side because Ali was starting to be a threat. So somehow Winthrop don't drop any bodies until a repeak from Infiltrator. And there's still the Outlaw, and it's still Ambrosia not wanting to walk into that crossfire because they know Ali and Nasi are still there from that peak and elbow. So there's a re-clear through mid.
By the camera being watched here by Shondex, so this just gives a chance for Ambrosia to continue to go left and right. But with this drone coming out on this A side first, you're definitely having this inkling here that this push is coming towards B. So it comes up to these 2 players on this B side that doesn't seem like they want to play soft side. They're just trying to support probably Flare with the paranoia, and then they go for the swing out.
Yeah, they ping the fault lines on the right side, and Ambrosia have cleared right. They prowler through left, and they're still looking for Moves, and he's going to try and anchor, play off his camera, but now push comes to shove, and he's the one put in a locker. The rest of Winthrop smoked off, 1 in market, 1 in back sight. There's a bit of a crack in the smoke. Recon will reveal someone close right. Ali, good timing against Shondex. He got pressure from Market. Time is ticking down, though, so the ball is in Winthrop's court to try and go for a home run. And it's just going way too slow for Winthrop, but they can try to shake up Ambrosia where they can. And it's the rest of Ambrosia that are just going to play hide and seek, play time, play their lives. Nasi, that was kind of disgusting, but no time. He'll get to pick up a rifle and leave.
Yeah, very nicely done on the lurk in the end from Glyph, staying inside of that smoke. So while you do have Nasi moving forward and doing some hero plays at that spot, unfortunately, Glyph was less stranded. Easy kill onto the diffuser, and Ali just drops. And that is unfortunately a little bit of a gap on that rotate on how Winthrop University tried to play the retake on that site. who was it? I think it was going onto the defense on that market. It was Flair, so hyper fixated to try to take down the spike planner that he forgot that there was potentially another late lurk coming through here on middle, and Shondex came across and dropped it, and allowed here Ambrosia to have a much better setup on the post plan and keep Winthrop University kind of guessing on the rotate across. So back into a round where Winthrop University has to go onto an eco. They move the rifle at least forward into the hands of Infiltrator, and they're just trying to crunch. The first contact being the clove here at the bottom for Ali. You'll throw with a flash, you start pushing your way down, but nobody from Ambrosia is setting a foot in that spot, and they're doing a perfect read to just walk contact into the A site.
Ambrosia just committing more members. Usually it was 3. Now it's the whole squad with the Nightfall, the deep prowler towards that A link. Stepping forward though is Infiltrator, caught by some concusses. No, it's Infiltrator that gets a big win, while the rest of the team have Sheriffs, hoping to maybe pick up that neon rifle. And Winthrop gonna have to pull a miracle out of their hat, and it's not gonna be easy, but trade back and forth they go. Glyph holds the left side, a neural death's invested from Shondex to find that last pesky Sentinel.
Yeah, and even the hat confirms that Moves is on their trail, picked up a rifle and trying to hunt them down as they only just broke the door, so he has timing here. Still a trip towards main, still a camera, so he still has time to isolate these fights after a plant.
Spike planted.
Hey, gotta expect the mid cross, but is he gonna want to rotate from market right to the side or to the back site? And you see Ambrosia only have 2 left, so they gotta keep their head on a swivel. And it's Glyph that makes first contact, moves with a win. It's gonna tap the spike and looks through market and not within the site. And Shondex, just bigger brain, more wrinkles.
Yeah, he was expecting Shondex to push back on Boba to reflank towards market, especially when the last 2 players here on the post plan from Ambrosia weren't kind of playing together to make sure that they could ping pong swing for the trade. So maybe the call, or what he was thinking, is the IGL saying play for your lives, play for the time. And unfortunately, they just stayed within the site, and it's an easy kill there for Shondex towards the end. An opportunity there, but it's still going to be a winless half here on the side of Winthrop, who have at least done some good econ damage because you only have 1 rifle to work with around the Sheriff, so you'll take that at least. Now they just need to make sure that the macro stands in here so they could pop their first score in this half.
If it doesn't work out for Winthrop, you have to call a timeout and try to put out the fire. And this is Winthrop's pick, and they were the one that pulled out a secret page in their playbook just for playoffs, cooked up just for Ambrosia in the lower bracket. So, especially in a best of 3, you don't have a lot of wiggle room for weakness. So Ambrosia unsmoked in market. Ali can get a kill. They'll have their ult to just keep the rally going, to keep the position, to stop the B. Pushing the paranoia from Ambrosia is beautiful to overwhelm Ali, and won't be able to pop the ultimate, while the rest of Winthrop just thrive off the Hunter's Fury from Nasi. So Ambrosia are stuck without a spike and without a chance for this round, it's feeling like.
Never had Shondex push up quick enough here to try to take down Nasi when he had the line to start shooting the Hunter's Fury across, but it's easy when Glyph still has the ult to work with. I'm loving this so far, though. They pushed up at the very beginning towards this A site. The TP was slightly early for Glyph, but he stays towards the spawn just in case they already hurt the rotate over on the A side, and he could maybe repivot towards B. But now with only 13 seconds left on the clock, they have to commit for the fight. Might be a mistake coming across now for Ambrosia on the timing.
Oh, the paranoia is massive from Flair. Sets up Infiltrator for success. The spike's down, can't get planted. Shondex has to go for the Hail Mary. And it's just too much for him to handle, and Winthrop have finally scratched the surface of Ambrosia.
I think what would have been nice for Ambrosia if they continue to tempo up after getting that first kill from Nasi, because you know where the beam of the Hunter's Fury is coming from. And then as the spikes dropped, you know that most of the players will be focusing here on just covering that spike, taking care of that area. So you probably have a chance to even knife out a little bit earlier on and try to cut an early rotate towards the top of the connector here of the A site, which maybe then finally you get the TP from the Omen, and he could also knife out so he could plant, and you get the fight at the forefront. So a little bit too hesitant towards the end on that call in the mid-round for Ambrosia, and Winthrop University have started at least trying to find their footing, but not yet.
Oh yeah, Ali already has to use the ult and was hoping to just suppress them just for an extra second. That's still a pretty big win from Ambrosia, and Ali had to go for a kill and gets nothing, and Ambrosia get the orb, can wait out the smoke, of course, but now Ambrosia made all this noise, so they're gonna have to pivot, and Winthrop could get the cutoff. They have a good read. They're gonna try and go through mid.
Two players walking down there in that spot. So angles are still being watched quite well for Winthrop University. First contact coming through from Flare. They already now spotted Ambrosia slowly falling back, but they are playing very soft on A site now. So there's an opportunity here to bring up the economy on Ambrosia to get this plant. But picking up 2 rifles, I'd like Satellite to drop this to somebody else so he could leverage also the overdrive. Because Acreon, after this plant, is also going to have Rolling Thunder. And they'll have a perfect amount of util and weapons to hold the pulse pad on the A site.
30 seconds left.
Winthrop just gonna have to watch this happen. Ambrosia will get a free plan. That's quite a long rotation that Winthrop would have to do. And with 3 sheriffs, you definitely want to go for this. So Winthrop will be on their way. Nasi has full util to try and get information, but Ambrosia have all their angles covered, and that's the beauty of having 5 on the post plant, including even a Rolling Thunder if they'd really want to invest into this. And it's Welly, first contact on the flank. There's the drone in. Winthrop have a little bit of time to play with. Does get shot. Rolling Thunder, you know they're close. And Winthrop scatter away. And now no time to keep fighting this. They'll want to keep these rifles. And Ambrosia will have to exit off the other side.
I wonder what was the call after for Winthrop University to play so weak on the A side. They had 2 players walking down. First contact came through towards that shed. Yet when who was it? I think it was Shondex that ran back towards to meet up with the group towards spawn. They probably thought everybody rotated over towards this B side and were trying to late re-hit towards this B site. And then they just gave up A. There's no opportunities here to really retake towards that side again. After that plant, you get the Rolling Thunder. It didn't change the weapons like I wanted to, but I mean, Winthrop University was way too slow on that retake towards the end. They were just really counting on this lurk and this flank rather right here for moves to maybe get some value, and that would probably engage a faster tempo. But after losing that, no information, Winthrop University are back into a awkward buy in round number 7.
Still such a great streak, and usually Ambrosia, they go to so many map 3s. Every single match, map 3 except 1, I believe, because they always win their map picks and usually fall to their opponent. And, well, they're putting their opponents down too, or at least early in this round. So for Ambrosia to have this strong of a start really bodes well that this could be a quicker series, especially with Ambrosia's map pick coming up after this. Icebox. And it's elbow now being fought for Ambrosia, but not wanting to walk into a crossfire. Flare, though, with a pistol is not going to push his luck. But maybe with Ali with a rifle coming up, Winthrop will hold the line. But Ambrosia, gonna go for a more mysterious approach, pivoting to the other side.
Yeah, and so far Winthrop, every time they were playing into these 4 versus X or 1 player disadvantage or whatnot, they're always grouped up together. And unfortunately here on the side of Winthrop, they're never meeting any type of opposition towards the mid-round. Thankfully, they'll have the info now that moves pushed all the way up. So it gives a chance now for the players to rotate across. They don't have the best of weapons.
Fault line won't stop despite from being planted. Paranoia is still available from Flare. They dodge the one from the offensive side, peeking out through the smoke. What a flash from Ambrosia. The teamwork is beautiful to see, but it's kind of bullying when you're going up against mostly pistols from Winthrop. There's still a hero rifle from Ali, but you would need the retake to be faster at this point, and the force is double yours, as Ambrosia have 4. You know exactly where this push is coming from. Shondex could go for the ace. And look, he's just walking up with the knife. Ali hops up on the other side. There is the ace for Shondex.
I'm liking the approach, at least for Winthrop University at the beginning of these rounds, because some sort of conditioning that Ambrosia is currently doing is always these 3-4 players on our right side where Satellite is just jumping around and trying to bait out util. So we're actually adding a lot of players towards mid control in the very beginning, but never really trying to snuff out like the mid round of where their opponents could be. I like that. I'd like for them to try to get a little bit more, even starting to flank even earlier than expected here, so they could maybe try to drop some players down and make it a little bit easier for them to play these retakes, because right now when they're just playing a little bit more passively and trying to answer back into Ambrosia's hits towards the A side or anywhere, as a matter of fact, it's always one player only. Look at Infiltrate about to walk down. if he falls, this is another 4 versus 5, and then Ambrosia has the whole map to work with again.
Overdrive Ace, watch this. Okay, Prowler and Voline. Okay, never mind. It's actually an overdrive from the offense. It's Satellite's turn. Go up the space, and what a trade. At least Winthrop keep Ambrosia humble. It's a 3 versus 3, one step at a time. Ambrosia can get a plant going. The spike is rotating around the safer side, not through A-Lane, to avoid the sightlines of Winthrop. And now with the neural theft from the offense, Winthrop maybe want to wait out some of these pings to kind of hide their footsteps, but it's still going to be Ambrosia with the advantage of information. Still a recon, though, from Nasi. If you really want to pinpoint things, Moves could have an important cutoff. He has a 1v1 against Welly. This could break the defenses. No, the post plant still holds. And Winthrop are left with just crumbs to play with. And they're smoked off. It's a one-way. You wait for someone to peek on the other side of the box, but just at this point, he'd like to keep the rifles. Nasi is going to go for a play. The box peek still happens, and it's a good effort, but no cigar.
Just a little nice micro coming out from Ambrosia. The teamwork that we're seeing coming out from this team is actually quite nice. They doubled up here towards the shop to get ready to push towards the spawn. Although it looked like they broke out in terms of not really being positioned to trade, it's just because Glyph had to go into Omen form here to drop that one-way smoke on the right side. But as they clear out towards shop, there's really nothing they could do here on that retake. Even if you have to dart through, you're basically obstructed by the smoke being thrown on the attack side. So you're showing your feet first, you're going to get shot through the smoke, and they just have good util on the side of Ambrosia here to really run down that clock on these holes plans.
Something about showing feet first, but like, I don't know about that, man. This is why I flew home. Ambrosia going right through mid. And there's also a trip, so is Satellite gonna want to get crazy, play a little loose, get towards the spawn? Ambrosia, they can take the big risks. They have a 6-round gap on offense of all things. They've really been dictating the tone and the pace of this match, while Winthrop have given them a challenge. But you pointed out some of the solo plays that Winthrop have had to pull off, and now with, you know, a Stinger, a Bucky, you'd have to have a really lucky scenario where Ambrosia are up close. Now that this trip through mid is taken care of, it's going to get the attention of Winthrop, but Ambrosia are not going to cross those lines yet.
And Winthrop's been worked in terms of their wallet. Never really had an opportunity to bring out a snipe yet on the defensive side, and now you're seeing on 5 versus 5 rifles, the control's always on the side of Ambrosia. Lorelei that you have, Stinger owned by Satellite.
Ooh, good response from Acri, and that could have been anyone's game. How the spike planted. You gotta try and push him with a Bucky. There's a trip, and even a post plant Nightfall. Gonna make things even more difficult for Winthrop to get through, and then you're not watching the market side. Acri is having a huge round. His infiltrator dips, dives, and dodges, but Ambrosia are just fully taking over Sunset, it feels like.
It's crazy, too, because when I was looking at this team for Winthrop University, when they had past iterations of this roster, I think it was the first leg of Challengers split back then when Sunset was first in without the changes. They were not having the best and hottest of starts on this map, although they always wanted to play this map. Then going into this different iteration, later on joining with Flair, you had even a stint where, shoot, I forgot his name. It was like a smoker that came through that played for a short stint. Nonetheless, they were starting to find good numbers and good victories here on the map with Sunset. You think it continues on now with the return when they just got that victory a couple of weeks ago. Now just not finding their footing anymore.
Yeah, we would be kind of cursed if we casted 2 collegiate L's 2 days in a row. You just can't have that happen. Not like this, bro. Especially after with catching Winthrop going out this early. And not to, you know, be doom scrolling yet, but like was not expecting this quiet of a start for Winthrop, but especially with no timeouts being used yet, which is kind of surprising as well, because this is now a 4-round win streak for Ambrosia. Good catch. Moves usually plays pretty far back, but with the Stinger, gets up close and personal. A little too personal as Ambrosia have to cut through, stagger, and past the cages. Ali with a great isolation. Now the rest of Winthrop work one lane together off the overdrive of Infiltrator and Hasi. Oh, pokes in first. Infiltrator now testing the waters. Goes one, not two. Satellite in a 1v1 against Ali. But the spike is down. Oh, and Ali gives another one to Winthrop. They need all the wins they can get.
And if you want to continue to mention collegiate boys, man, Ali and who we casted yesterday was Dip. The Northwood boys with Guardians are always so good. So going into this moment in ADS, nice little shots preventing here a flood from Ambrosia into this B site, and then winning that 1v1 with a nice little crosshair placement against a Satellite who was trying to catch his opponent off guard, thinking that he was going to win that re-wrap across. So a nice little delay, even though Moobs died in the very beginning. He stalled enough here by stopping the players in their tracks to take him down on the staircase to allow Ali to get in a good spot. And that's what I wanted to see here. A little bit more aggression, not only to mid control, but to prod into tiles to finally give it a player advantage early in the round for the side of Winthrop.
Yeah, Infiltrator's just pulling the trigger first and second and getting more kills than I would say Satellite is right now. And I think on defense, you can catch Ambrosia by surprise a little easier. We'll see with the side swap, but Winthrop are gonna have to muscle these last couple rounds, or you're just not gonna have a lot of cushion to develop, especially if you don't win the pistol in the second half. So Infiltrator gets good information off Glyph, who's just gonna be a distraction for now, while the spike slowly scales and Glyph just keeps repeaking. Infiltrator, this is his playground, clearly.
Definitely don't want to see Infiltrator warming up here. It's going to look dangerous for Ambrosia. This man continues to hit his shots with that.
They're contending delay with the paranoia. Infiltrator's looking for the ace! And first it was Shondex, now on the other side, it's Infiltrator. And we have one round left in the half. And all thanks to Infiltrator, this could be possible to go out kicking and screaming in the half.
Yeah, you're definitely going to build up the morale on the side of Winthrop University from, if you want to compare those aces. Shondex getting his into at least like some sort of an anti-eco when they had lower buys on the other side, but this time Infiltrator taking the matters into his own hands, pushing down, taking full control of mid by himself. And that was always given up. Remember what we were talking about before, Ambrosia, always 4 players and then a late lurch somewhere from Shondex. But this time they want to stay as a group, they want to try to pivot a little bit more quickly towards the elbow. Take full control of the A site.
Yeah, fault line through the left side, but man, Winthrop just has their forces concentrated on the cutoffs of Ambrosia Cliff. With a big double, silences Winthrop and evens up the tables, and that means the spike will be leaving after just getting smoked off of elbow and meeting a little too much of a challenge on a link. And then you can just out-rotate Winthrop here.
It'll be similar to what we've seen before. Moob still has full util towards his B side, so they're okay to leave that side open because you could just use that camera on the retake. So now you're playing a crossfire setup. Moobs is trying to play full contact. Gun is sticking out. Doesn't even need help.
Wow. Kind of interesting to want to go all the way at the back of mid instead of maybe the safer approach of just through B door or even just through B main. Like, I felt like they had a lot of time to bring the spike over to the other side, and you don't know if the defense had rotated over, and if they started, then you were going to get cut off like that. So either way, that builds for an exciting map, right?
Well, the thing is, and they also knew Moobs was already playing defense towards that B site. So where you place those trips on defense, you think there's going to be a trip towards main. So you're trying to avoid that a little bit more. So you're trying to play the element of surprise by playing those gaps where Moobs hasn't placed a trip. So it was a good idea, but Moobs is just better.
That's how the desk talked about those sentinels and how they're going to make these Neon's days a living hell. Now Winthrop on pistols is going to be an important catch-up point and moment for Infiltrator to continue lighting up our scoreboard. As a duelist we've been highlighting and talking about time and time again, and look, we get to see him in 4K through his Cypher Cam too, and Market's going to be denied for now, and Glyph's going to make that call. He'll have the paranoia. Meanwhile, Winthrop throw theirs to try and get this Sentinel uncomfortable, and Infiltrator kind of breaks his ankles getting through, but it's still Winthrop that have established themselves on B.
The smoke doesn't allow Satellite to get any type of picks, and he himself gets dinked as he's trying to cross over on the right side of Boba. great position now for Winthrop University to kick off their attack side.
Yeah, this is pretty huge. And the Dusk talk about moves and his ability to lurk and play solo. How dependable he has been, and so has Ali. Just flying under everyone's radar and right through the kill feed. Being a more selfish agent on the Clove has been really cool to see.
Yeah, exactly what we were mentioning before too. When you know, you're playing a double controller on the attack side, you're also able to help out the lurks coming out from Shondex when you're playing this Clove, able to drop some smokes wherever you can. But even you could be your own lurk. Playing this kind of like arena, especially in these pistol rounds, it gives you that extra health and therefore extra armor to fight with their ghosts. So it allows for you to have a much stronger pistol buy overall here for Winthrop University that Ambrosia wasn't able to stop here on this B-side push. That said, Sheriff in the hands of Satellite trying to walk down.
There's the double swing from Ambrosia. It's wide and it gets nothing. The firing squad of Winthrop puts Ambrosia to bed. And this is something that hurts about not running a breach on this defense, right? You don't have the fault line as strong of a concuss. You get the information with the fade, but a lot relies on Glyph and these setups, while when Winthrop fully expected it. Now it's a post plant with just better weapons.
Now Dotted Spike, I think, is the best thing. So staying back towards a spawn, I like it. Might be able to get a bit on their side, but there you go. It's a trade-off. They do a little bit of something there, getting one orb, getting a little bit of credits on that kill from that breach. So it allows here for Acreon to get closer and closer to the Rolling Thunder, but nonetheless, you wanted it to be a little bit cleaner, especially maybe to get the freebie against Nasi, who was pushing solo towards that site. And already, King Fred's going to call the first timeout of this map in series, where we thought it should have been at some point a timeout here from Winthrop University when it was at a 7-1 scoreline on the side of Ambrosia. Nonetheless, Winthrop University still able to close up that gap, and King Fred wants to make sure here that Ambrosia doesn't do the same thing that they just handed over to Winthrop University when they took the attack side.
And Winthrop have some free thinkers of their own. I mean, they went down 1-8 and didn't call a timeout. Ambrosia lose the pistol and the anti-eco. They're going into their first rifle round. They call an immediate timeout. They don't want to let Winthrop heat up too much. So I like that Ambrosia know when to calm things down, maybe calm themselves down, but come up with that long-term plan of how do you set up your Neon for success now that you have that the breach, the paranoia. There's a lot to be given to Satellite, or sorry, to Infiltrator to do just that. It was the breach on the other side I meant, but see what Winthrop can do. Haven't seen a lot of B main action, and now on Shondex's side, the guy who got the ace, you're depending on him to watch market with the camera, and he'll even have his fade there too.
An important gun round coming out on defense for Ambrosia. So with this timeout, you're seeing that they're trying to pressure a little bit more into an A-side push. Fault line at the ready, but now that there's no pressure, early rotate back. So they are trying to be a little bit more active around the map for Ambrosia. Not necessarily to fight into forward positions, but to get the Neon and the breach ready to like stun and fight in their region.
Ooh, the Prowler reveals Infiltrator. Ambrosia mad respecting that. It's market control taken from Winthrop, but gotta be careful of Ambrosia at the back site. Of course, that breach, Acreon's coming over, doesn't want the mid-cross to happen. Will leave Glyph to cover that gap while some gaps been created, some bullet holes. They're not gonna be the safest play you've ever seen. Winthrop only have their half of the real estate. The spike is dropped and never got planted. And Ambrosia have retaken control. Oh, and Nasi's just gonna let him have it. That's your spike now. He just can't even escape. He's just in that one and done spot. So great job from Ambrosia.
Yeah, this is just making sure that you're taking full advantage of the kits of your team. Was probably what was discussed here from Ambrosia in that timeout. Not only did they didn't have to use a lot of their utility on the A side first because there was no pressure coming through, you're able to keep that fault line a little bit later for Acreon to help out the team to prevent this push from happening towards this B side. But all that on top of that was their Prowler from Welly. that went towards that towards news that spotted those players from Winthrop University and allowed Ambrosia to just be very active, mobile around the map, and just read where the rotate was coming from. So this is quite nice. It forces now Winthrop University to use util a little bit earlier on their side so they could start pulling out the rotations to their favor on the attack.
Ooh. Just spam through the smoke? I don't know, because I think a lot of Winthrop's attention is to take out this camera, and it's usually been Infiltrator, but as he tries to slip by, it's still not the easiest task. Now, no camera, no fun, no info for Ambrosia, so they gotta use their eyes, their ears, their keen senses, while Winthrop still on the re-clear. This 1v1's gonna be important, and Moves could make the call towards that side. He gets fault line, but knows that, hey, there wasn't immediate follow-up. Maybe this is a weaker site. And Winthrop are trying to wrap around the backside, maybe try and get this breach, get Acreon. And it all depends if Welly can get there in time to get this cutoff. But the 1v2, he can't pull that off. And it's Winthrop that takes dub after dub every duel they take. And it's a flawless round at that.
Yeah, nice little fight. Great aggression coming out from Winthrop University. And again, it's just the fact that they were using util a little bit earlier on their side. That first recon dart instantly shot out on the side of Ambrosia on the defense, so they know there's a lot of pressure on that middle to kick things off. So maybe you're weaker on the extremities. So you're starting to move the map a little bit more towards that spot, and you find that timing to even fight against Ambrosia's positioning. So I like how they were able to do this without even having to call a timeout or trying to digest what Ambrosia was doing on that previous round. But look at this position. We're trying to fault line down towards the tiles, maybe trying to find a surprise here to crunch in that area. But instead, it's Winthrop University acting the pressure first. So Ambrosia goes for the instant rotate to try to stuff the push towards A.
And Glyph gives up elbow because he has to throw a paranoia so Winthrop can wrap around through elbow. They're going to take their time, and Nazi has Ambrosia all dancing. What a shot from Acreon. Still, you're kind of hold up on the side. Infiltrator eats the evictor at the end. And it's just Shondex with the Sheriff and no vibes, no aura, no nothing. And a 1-8 start as now Winthrop tying things up very shortly. Ooh, and they're on quite the streak on their offense.
Yeah. Good play here from Winthrop University to actually start off on those extremities. You know, you hit tab, you look at the economy that you have on the opponents, you're expecting some sort of a trap play. And if nothing is coming out here on the A side to start, you saw it on the side of the defense. They're also trying to play off the camera that was placed inside news from the defensive side so they could crunch towards tiles and fight. But instead, they take the upper hand for Winthrop University. Guns right in the faces with Infiltrator at the point. Now trying to find information early again. Nobody breaks that dart. So they know that the pressure is on the extremities now on the defense. And that's how you start scaling up here. Look at the positioning from Flare and from Infiltrator. Slowly moving up towards that area. Wouldn't be surprised if you want to try to throw a couple of more smokes here. You're playing double controller. So if you smoke up one of the sides of the middles, you're forcing these rotates across. The pivot's now moving towards the A side where there's only one player, Glyph, holding that spot. So again, nice little push and pull being called out here from the IGL and Winthrop.
Droning through, you see Glyph up close. Of course, a fault line from Acreon's available to assist. Paranoia, Ambrosia dodges out of that. Infiltrator starts with first blood. There's pressure into the back line. Acreon can't anchor the site. And Glyph has to stay hidden an elbow, and he's picked a good spot. Oh god, a girl with ponytails is coming my way. Puts her down. Now is going to teleport to a safer spot with the rest of the team. And Ambrosia can unite with a 3 versus 4 retake while having to get through a smoke. Pretty sure that could be a one-way too, so not fun. A lot of smokes, and that's the beauty of the double controller you were talking about. Ambrosia may have to just go in blind. Now some info for Ambrosia to work with, all thanks to Welly, and still a Prowler, a little bit of time, and Nazi's gonna be caught lacking. Wait, Glyph could be choking. Oh, not like this. And Welly, just 100 credits. No friends left. No time either. And gets the spot on, well, these flankers trying to deal with them and makes it expensive. Winthrop looking kind of rich anyway.
Winthrop definitely rich and Ambrosia not, so they're going to have to go back onto an eco. But you saw it there, that second wave. So as they're pushing and pulling the players back towards that B site from the get-go, once you hit that minute mark, you saw a couple of players starting to hesitate a little bit more for Ambrosia, trying to play a little bit back towards the mid side, towards A. But when you have these smokes being thrown on the top from this double controller setup, they also waited for the replenishment of that recon dart from Nasi, so he could actually support here the Neon to move forward and get these openers. So I love this work.
Oh, by satellite. Didn't even see that coming. Wait, this is kind of an aggressive approach out of Ambrosia, getting desperate with the sheriffs and just catching the fadeaway on Shondex. Great for Winthrop to get a flawless and make themselves even more rich. And jeez, from a 1-8 start, just to throw that out there, the Winthrop are in the lead 10-9. Playoffs of Challengers is crazy.
Yeah, definitely. And now there was just one of those Hail Mary plays on an eco. You know, you're not trying to play more reactive. You're saying, okay, well, we have the overdrive available from Satellite. We don't really know how they're really working their defense at the beginning of the rounds here for Winthrop University, outside of when they're pulling recon darts at the start. But with no recon darts coming through in that previous round, I would have expected for them to not try to go for that type of Hail Mary play that you would expect here from the side of the attack, that they're playing more towards the spawn. So if you're running it down, people are just watching and waiting from the spawn. You get easily picked off as you're in your overdrive trying to go for the fault line push. But I think that would have been one of those moments where you're too focused on the on your eco play that you're trying to bring as a trap. And now you're forcing that second timeout from King Fred. They let that lead slip. Now full control for Winthrop University on the attack side.
And with a playoff spot, your playoff lives, I should say, on the line, and it's Infiltrator that it's going to go crazy with the overdrive. I wanted to see Satellite have his moment in the spotlight too, and didn't even get to really ramp up with his ult. And of course, Ali, didn't get to see them shine on with the ult previously because it was kind of an aggressive move against Ambrosia. But hey, Winthrop with the usual mid control. Now it's the dance. There's no Cypher camera in market that you have to worry about. They are still going to look for it. Nacrean maybe setting up a fault line, maybe paranoia from Glyph. Someone has to follow up with this. An Infiltrator gets peeked at first, worried about his back, is going to put the neon wall off, and the rolling thunder out of nowhere from Acrean. And Ambrosia can't get the chase down. They did get Winthrop out of mid. Is that enough for Ambrosia to settle things down, to stabilize? Acrean's gonna find the corner, and Infiltrator's not gonna check in. If he did, it's too little too late. Ambrosia have the numbers. And the spike that was getting planted at A, there's maybe a nice fake being sold left side of the map, and Ambrosia are playing catch up.
This is a big swing around here. Lots of ults being used, big information taken as they want to flood into this A site.
All right, Shondex has eat this Nightfall in the chin and leaves his Omen out to dry on an island. Literally, Flare doesn't have Nasi, who is still rotating over from mid. And this is, you're going to have to just watch this fly by, bud. You're just going to have to fade into the shadows. And we got a tie game.
An important swing round coming out here from the timeout from King Fred. 3 ults to work with. They used it to perfection. First off, I love the bait coming out from Infiltrator, though, to make sure that they waste out Acrean's Rolling Thunder and maybe have given them a better chance to work towards that B site. But after that pick came through, the Nightfall, and especially Shondex's hat to get the info there for Ambrosia, it didn't really give a chance here for that alert to get activated all the way towards the A site for moves. So that timeout also, you saw here that we changed the positioning here of the defense. Shondex playing most of his trips on the A site now, and they want to play super soft towards B.
Oh, Satellite. I'm liking these first bloods. I'm liking Ambrosia being next door in this Shondex, guys. Oh, okay. He's able to hold it down. He's making it difficult for Winthrop. They start to surround, but these are not one duels out of Winthrop. What's the W stand for? The spike is off, separated from moves. They try to reconnect in elbow. Just looking for any isolation on Ambrosia, setting up for trades, even with Shondex low. He still gets the spike down. Moves has to be nearby. And Ambrosia have spike in sight. You got a high-low from Ambrosia. So Winthrop may have gotten the lead, but Ambrosia, these timeouts They found the recipe, the secret sauce. And this is just a crossfire. As much as this seems possible, because Moobs is the GOAT, the setup from Ambrosia was too good.
And Shonix stayed alive with both of his trips up the whole time. So what I like here too is Ambrosia understanding that playing against Winthrop University, not pulling out this the breach into supporting the Neon. That positioning you have behind the bricks right here, where you just saw this kill that he got against Infiltrator. We call that slant or Jenny. It's such a strong position because you're not going to get it flushed out by any type of aftershock from a breach on the other end. So it ends up being a very strong point and a good area for the Cypher to work with over towards this A site. You need a little bit more here. You need shot darts to help out to break these trips to weaken out the defense from the side of Shondex, and it seems as though Winthrop University want to attempt that.
Finish line in sight of Ambrosia. Trips to stop the Neon. A-Link being cut off by smokes. Camera within the site, so Ambrosia letting Winthrop walk in. And man, even able to prevent this from really developing. The spike still gets planted as Winthrop try to take safe positions out of the site. And as soon as they even try to leave the site, the lurk gets shut down. So you gotta hold down for your life. And it's Infiltrator, the overdrive. He gets pissed. He gets put to bed. And Nasi, oh my God, the Hunter's Fury with 3 may have just saved the round after I have to watch the spike get defused. You may just have to watch and get defused again. Nasi, not again.
What a nice try coming out from Nasi, though. 3 kills with the Hunter's Fury, a Shark Dart kill. If only his teammates was able to get one more or some damage, but that would have been one heck of a clutch on the side of Nasi there. But unfortunately not Planet for him to run back up. And it's a full stick from Glyph, loses his life on top of that, and that's just got to sting a little bit more. Look at how good that was, though. Grouped up, triple kill with 2 beams.
One enemy spike planted.
Yeah, that was a good effort. Yeah, we'll blame everyone else but Nasty. That's our GOAT right there. He said he's nasty before, but now you're looking at match point from Ambrosia. Any slip up could cost Winthrop, and this was a comeback that was looking really, really hype. They started off with 6-1 in the second half, so their offense is something else. And Infiltrator is not able to maintain supremacy over the other Neon. And Satellite just tries to dip and dodge around his own wall. Even odds, even chances. Ambrosia just at the very back of the site. Now trying to even up the lanes. There's the paranoia hitting Winthrop. They try to safeguard behind the spike. Flare is low, and he won't sacrifice himself for Winthrop and keeps him in the game.
That's a big ult that was thrown too. Infiltrator had the nice first kill and even a wallbang onto Flare. And just wanted to overcommit to try to take him down. But when he pulled the wall up and was so focused on trying to take him down, he gets picked off, and that hat thrown by Moobs really allowed here for Winthrop University to move inside that site. Look at how that allows Flares, who got late in the very beginning at 17 HP, to still sneak through and get 2 more kills and try to keep the dream alive for Winthrop University and push this into overtime. We're about to engage into a mid-site fight as Satellite's trying to walk out here with the op.
The big pig, oh, right in the kneecap. I don't think the university's going to cover that one, unfortunately. And we'll see if they still cover you after this, man. Oh, the last round of regulation. And Winthrop have been in their shadow. They even took a lead after being down 7 rounds. They go out kicking and screaming, never even using a timeout. Winthrop have believed all along. But Ambrosia have been upsetting teams left and right. And it was Ambrosia that beat Winthrop in the past. This is a rematch of round 4 of Swiss. Ambrosia only know map 3s as well. I could see this going the distance. But Ambrosia, this is Winthrop's map pick, so they're rotating over through mid. Safe plant now that the door is closed. And watching market is Moobs. You got the neural theft though from Shondex. You're gonna realize how close Winthrop is. Ambrosia take their angles around. It's gonna be a pinch. The trip is going to be triggered from Glyph as he throws a paranoia to help out Satellite with the overdrive out. This is for the map 1 win. But he can't see anything in the smoke and he's too scared to press. He waits for the Prowler, reveals someone close. Winthrop have the crossfire. Ambrosia don't have the clock on their side. side. Glyph emerges. Sholdex gets a win. And it's Ambrosia that defuse and take Sunset.
And when it comes out with Satellite with the operator and the position of Shondex putting his stuff towards the east side, it was just too much there for the side of Winthrop University to deal with on their attack side. Beautiful retake towards the end with a big hat, huge fault line that stunned all three, trying to run away from the news position for Winthrop University. And finally, Ambrosia, they find their footing a little bit late into the game. They sweat forward, but at least they win their opponent's map pick.
Winthrop thought they had the ace up their sleeve. They had never picked this map. They played it once against Funhavers, and it was a decent win there. And Ambrosia lost this pretty heavily to Chet's Pets. After that was Chet's Pets pick, so maybe Winthrop thought that that was a huge weakness out of Ambrosia's map pool. We thought maybe there was some gaps in that Ambrosia map pool, considering how many game threes they go, how many times Ambrosia lose to their opponent's map pick, but not today and not this time. Up next, we have Icebox, but first we'll have to check in with the desk, so we'll see after this.
I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, I got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't really know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy, a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills, really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
Up the top of B site.
The ace! What they have left. Only 3 of Jets, but Mora makes it happen.
Where the two duelists are waiting. Ted's first blind. Good for 3. There's
What a first map in this series between Winthrop University and Ambrosia. Winthrop University's map pick, and heading to it, Ambrosia took an early lead. Winthrop make it close in the end, but Ambrosia finally to close it out 13-11, up 1 in this series. Roy, this map had absolutely everything. It had the upset, it had the drama, multiple aces, the clutches. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, he also had the fake comeback. You forgot that in there, Sierra. That's a rookie mistake, to be honest. But yeah, it quite literally had everything. Honestly, from where I'm sitting, I really feel like Ambrosia came into that first half with a really good game plan. Like they obviously won the pistol, they won the bonus. That was a massive sort of kickstart for their momentum in that first half. But even past that, though, they had a really good idea of just wedging themselves into these sort of hard to clear positions, right? Like getting themselves inserted into market on the attack and the post plants, like holding down the sites, because they recognize that Winthrop's University comp doesn't really have that much zoning and clearing power, right? They don't have the breach aftershock, they don't have the fault line. Like really their only retake tools are the smokes plus the omen flashes, and they recognize that in the moment, and that's why they held to those positions, they held to those power positions, and they played them really, really well.
Yeah, it was really cool to see what Ambrosia were doing early on. I mean, this is a map that it's kind of hard to believe. It started 8-1. We kind of thought it was going to be a completely one-sided affair on this map of Sunset. But then you see a Winthrop comeback. There's a timeout that takes place. Then you see them winning the last couple rounds, going into the defensive side, into the attacking side. Some momentum for this back-to-back. And it took some time for Ambrosia to kind of realize kind of what were some of the mistakes that were happening. And I feel like what really helped out towards the end, because you have a first half where Shondux is going insane. He's playing so well into side, but into the last one and into the last 3 rounds that they're able to win, it's all about what Satellite is able to do for these opening picks, is getting a little bit more aggressive, going for market to get that opening, or then everybody kind of going from that rotation to one of the sides, to everybody taking that mid control, to everybody playing that retake, willing to give that space early on into side to make sure that you have your numbers advantage when you're going for it. And that's finally what worked out for them, because it seemed like it was a Winthrop that was going to get this comeback.
Especially too with Nazi. Like, I'll get to talking about Ambrosia in a second, because obviously they deserve all the praise for the win and the step up. But I thought that single-handedly Nazi was going to unravel everything that Ambrosia had put together, right? Not quite meant to be in the end, but he was just crazy. So big kudos Ambrosia for taking down that Sova beast.
Yeah, I'm just picturing the round where he almost aced with the Hunter's Fury. I mean, honestly, we should have called the clip for that, just for that heads up play. That was insane. You don't really get to see that very often, but that 1v5 almost possible, that was insane to see. But yeah, huge shout out to Nasi. He had a massive pop-off moment. And honestly, even more interestingly, they had even first kills, first bloods. Even though it felt like Ambrosia was doing a really good job, it did end up being even towards the end. So I think that speaks to the level of competition going to this first map. But I do want to remind us that this is the Winthrop University map pick, so this is a bit of a blow to their confidence here.
It's something that's happened before and that the players have mentioned, you know, kind of having those slow starts, but it was definitely not in the way that we were expecting, with again that 8-1 that went their way. And I wanted to talk about that nasty play a little bit, just because it's insane that he has such a fast reaction to know that, you know, you think it's completely unwinnable, everybody's getting taken down, your first player got taken down towards market, you really think that the round is over, but his fast reaction as he's able to tag these players is that, you know, I can get a few with the Hunter's Fury. So he goes for this 3K, and then on top of that, even towards the end, for the player that's defusing, it's still winnable. He sends the shock dart as well to try to win it, and then it's just kind of that 1v1 duel that takes place, knowing that he's already so close. But really, really impressive to see, and it's just kind of the cool, fast reactions that you see for players that could have gone the other way and maybe would have changed the story of this map.
Almost did. He was so close to changing it. But of course, we got to talk about the victors in this match and talk about 2 players that had a humongous step up, including in being able to build the lead that Ambrosia had, which surely with how close it was, without that lead, wouldn't be able to get it. But Shondex at the beginning, like Dan, I believe was like, what, 17-3 or something? Like crazy at the beginning. And of course, Satellite, really big step up as well.
Yeah, I think we saw it right at the beginning. I mean, he ends up the half 16-6, but I think at some point he was 16-3. So it was kind of the last 3 rounds that they are not able to win against Winthrop. It was insane. I mean, and it was also not just a Cypher that was kind of a little bit more aggressive or ahead of everybody else. He was just understanding the timings really well after they get the spike planted to find 1-2 into these rounds. I mean, it's really cool to see, because we highlighted it before. We talked about, hey, Shondex has been doing pretty good recently, and that's exactly what we saw on maybe the side that we were not expecting for it to happen, right? I mean, you can get a lot of value out of these post plans for the Cypher, but you're always thinking, oh, Cypher and attack, that's when he's going to pop off the most.
Yeah, and I think the really interesting thing with Shondex specifically is when you're watching him, it seems like he's always in the right spot at the right time. Like whether it's getting kills on his own or whether it's grouping up with the team and kind of like running over the sites, right? Like he's kind of doing it all. And I feel like that sort of balance between being this like lurk versus this like sort of team, you know, hitting the sites with your team, it's really hard to balance as a Sentinel player. It's kind of hard to maneuver the ebb and flow of like where you should be, when you should be. But I feel like they have that down. Ambrosia has it down. Shondex has a very clear understanding of when he's supposed to be contacting for his own kills on the lurk and when he should be grouping up with the team and just sort of running down these sites. And I think that he's doing a phenomenal job at that. And every time he's in this position where he needs to get his, it seems like he's doing that and getting more on top of that. And when you combine that with the fact that the duelist is having such a great game as well, it's like you have this sort of pressure on the executes and you have the pressure on this player walking up and killing your team. So it's like there's just so much pressure on all fronts, and that's a massive part of their success.
Those are two players that you do not want to see cooking when we're now looking at the next map in the series, because last time we got a little cat here. He came to say hello. He knows that Ambrosia is about to go to Icebox, and based on their recent history of this map and with the Shondex and Satellite that are doing quite well, Dan, I'm a little worried for Winthrop University and the Overdog curse. This ain't looking too good.
What?
It really gets to a point where I don't know what to think. Like I don't know what to say about this map. I mean, this is one of those maps for Winthrop University. You know me. I would always be like, yes, double duelist, yes, Reina by Ali, like we're cooking. But I'm a little concerned, and I think, you know, the Reina can actually help you out, because if you've seen Ambrosia, they've been playing with this Harbor composition here with the double controller. I gotta see double controller because we do have teams that are playing Harbor as a solo controller on this map. So just to clarify that, they're playing this Viper Harbor, and with the Reina, you can get that little extra layer just to go into to cross if you have that need to do so. But I just think the composition, to be honest, on the side of Ambrosia is so much stronger, and the story should be different to what happened. You know, it would be, I feel like, even more one-sided if they're not able to find any responses early on, depending and relying so much on the duelist for the side of Winthrop.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup in that regard for sure. But this is usually when we see these BO3s in the second map pick, it's usually kind of like a weak-ish map for the opposing team, right? But this time, it's not really the case. Like, that's not really the narrative. Both of these teams are insane on Icebox, but Ambrosia is looking to keep their undefeated streak going on this map. Guys, they have not taken a single loss on this map. They've played it 4 times. They've succeeded all 4 times. They've taken down at Chet's Pets. They've taken down Burger Bows, who's on a hot streak right now. They've taken down Cuber Academy. They've even taken down Winthrop University. That was like, what, a month and maybe 5 weeks ago. So like they're very good on this map, and I think that the clash of styles is going to be really interesting, because the only way to really dismantle the harbor comp, the double controller composition on Icebox, is to disrespect the walls, and they have Winthrop University, they have the perfect composition for that. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that sort of attempts to get in front of the walls, to get in front of the utility and try to like get things going with the Reina, and hopefully they can have the pop off. That is if they keep the composition. You never know.
You never know with the Winthrop University, but the agent select is ready so we can get confirmation. Of course, on the other side, Ambrosia, when you're looking at this winning streak, I definitely don't think they'll be switching anything up. But Winthrop University, even if things have looked good, time to see if they'll maybe switch up that double duelist for something else. And going into it,
I love this.
Roy, they're switching it up. We got Ali on the Gecko. Okay.
Actually, I love the Gecko pick here, right? Being able to flash through the walls, being able to fight forward, and also having the utility to stall plants while you deal with the Harbor utility, and even in the pulse plants as well. I think that the pivot to Gecko makes complete sense for Winthrop University. I'm a huge fan of it, so my eyes are on that to see how they're going to be leveraging the Gecko utility, as well as the Molotovs from the Viper, from the Killjoy, to sort of stall the plants and buy themselves more time so that Ambrosia can't really get their defaults and can't get their pulse plants going.
I love this composition. I love what the Gecko is able to do in this map. I think we've seen it in Tier 1. We've seen it for teams like 100 Thieves, where they're going for different plans, just taking advantage of having this Gecko, just taking the advantage of having that wingman, of course, having to clear that side first. So it's going to allow you to have an Ambrosia that could be struggling on sending that utility where you think the spike is going to be planted, but it's going to be slightly different. You have that space to do so. But on the other side, as we mentioned, you cannot underestimate that very strong composition with the Viper and the Harbor, that double controller that has proven so much success in the past by all the teams, including Ambrosia. So they are still the favorites to win this map.
Ambrosia with the hot streak for Icebox. It's time to see if Winthrop University can cool them down a little bit and take us into a map 3 with this newly debuted Gecko, or if it's going to be Ambrosia knocking Winthrop University out. Elimination match, everything on the line. It's time to head over to Icebox with your casters Vans and Jen.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, for a seat at the big kids table to be in the big 4. And Winthrop, I mean, they had their seat warm from last playoffs. Ambrosia were like playing around in relegation, and they're about to be one of the best collegiate teams here on Ambrosia's map pick. I mean, Ambrosia have gone here so many times, Vans, and they're undefeated as the desk set.
Exactly, and I think the change coming up from Winthrop University is definitely, as Roy's mentioning, just one clear counter to the Harbor. Again, if you're playing the Reyna on Ali, it was still going to be the idea of they're suspecting the walls and flashing across, but adding the Gecko to try to defuse with the wingman. So you don't have to have players forced to run around the double walls and trying to just stick into a plant. You now have an extra player to help out, and you could fight as a group. And as they're already starting to fight as a group, 4 players behind the cascade wall looking to fight against Satellite here, who was just on the other side of the wall.
Oh, but there's a Gecko on the other side, ready to flash on the other side of that Harbor wall. But Ambrosia didn't even hesitate. He shot back and kind of ended up working out for the offense despite being surprised. Still got away with that orb. And I think, though, Mike Hope, though, we did both predict Winthrop. They went undefeated on Icebox ever since losing to Ambrosia. That's all I gotta say. One of them was an OT, though. I don't know how convincing. But Ambrosia, Pivot, Winthrop are on their tail. Now everyone's screaming on the other side of smokes. And it's not the safest plan, but you got Sova bells and whistles being thrown just to keep Winthrop busy. Infiltrator will be busy in spawn, and it's just moves in a 1 versus 3. While the rest of Ambrosia play through main, the wall drops, and Glyph gets the heads up.
And that's just small practice coming out here from the scrim hours of Ambrosia, making sure that if this happens, that you're going to play behind a cascade wall and nobody's really reacting yet. And also in the piston round, you don't have that same protocol because you can't do the buy around the KJ to allow to get the nanoswarms on the top of pipes. Then you just have to make sure you assign 1 player to just break the dizzy or break any flashes, even when it was a Reyna for Ali to try to push through the wall. It's probably the same protocol as they had should they have played against Arena. Put somebody to break the flash, the other one watches the push towards the pipes, and they punish 2 players on top of that. So easily done on the side of Ambrosia to just prepare a good pistol.
Now Ambrosia now won both offensive pistols. Now just seeing and also hearing if Winthrop are going to be aggressive for that A orb. Now scaling off their own Viper wall. Ambrosia, sight lines open. First to peek, first contact. The Guardian from Satellite. All the way back through Snowman. High ground. Infiltrator spotted. And down. Ambrosia can ramp things up. See if they have enough fuel for a plant. But maybe realizing Winthrop are nearby, they may want to get a few more defenders down before going for that.
I just need Sean X to start activating a little bit more to confirm that there's nobody inside the A site. Now that he's moved all the way up to L, never saw somebody there, and already at the very beginning, 2 players swung out after Infiltrator died. They should already know that there should be maximum 1 player inside the A site. So they group up. We'll just make sure that they play the numbers. But taking this time, you're already seeing that they're giving enough time for Winthrop University to start to rotate back.
There's the Harbor wall wrapping around. I love this position on screen from Satellite. And the backstab. The rest of Ambrosia just hose Winthrop down. And a flawless anti-eco at that is awesome.
Super clean. And I like it on the side of Ambrosia too. They didn't want to rush themselves to pull up the Viper wall up to try to plant in a default spot. They just walked up, played the contact, tried to make sure here if they could snuff out any type of stacks. They read it towards this B site, and everything just stays the same. So, again, you see the preparation coming out here from this side of Ambrosia. Coming out for Winthrop University with the Gecko is not necessarily like a, oh my god, what can we do this time around? It's just on the side of Winthrop. You're just maximizing util to play against these double walls set up from Ambrosia. But the protocol around both of the teams should kind of be around the same. So, I don't think they're going to overthink here how they want to play the attack for Ambrosia.
least being more aware of that harbor wall gecko flash and realizing, okay, well, Ambrosia, they reacted well to that, but I don't know how many times they can pull that off, especially now that Winthrop have fought up. First dash, though, from Satellite. Needs to put Infiltrator and the rest of Winthrop in their place. And they'll do so from the high ground, trying to overlook the Viper walls, the harbor walls, and Ambrosia get all the space, but Nazi's different. Can't be shooting through that cove and gets a little distracted. The wraparound from Ambrosia is solid, and it's a 2v2 on the post plant. Got sort of a high ground from Acreen, who's going to spot that first contact. Flash, oh, it doesn't even ping Acreen. It's his timing, and it's easy for Ambrosia.
Just so nice. Gambling that he crouches under, he's not going to get spotted by the Dizzy, and it didn't. So it surprises here Winthrop University because it doesn't ping anybody towards the left side of Maze. They didn't expect anyone there, and boom, peekaboo, double swing, and then two of them drop instantly. So again, just unfortunate on utilizing this util. But I want to talk about that position right here. This is the second time now that Satellite has made his way on top of screens. If you're looking at how the tier 1 through MIBR have been running the harbor wall in very similar fashion to block out towards screens and the back of spawn, what they usually take though is just the top of 410. Satellite takes all the way towards screens to just block out the rotation from screens and from the top of heaven. So they have to try to knock him down first.
That timing is so unlucky from Satellite. That would have been the easiest kill. Well, easy-ish, you know. Jet dashes are tough sometimes. And, yep, Infiltrator's still there. Glad Glyph checked that in to give Flare the hands, too. You do what you can with Sheriffs. It is what it is. You did damage to Glyph. He's going to need a Band-Aid and Shock Bolt. And wait! The volley, too! Nasi, you could never underestimate Winthrop when this guy is alive. The only thing that's his kryptonite is a planted spike, and that hasn't actually happened yet from the Ambrosia side. So Winthrop are going to hold the line. He's pretty injured. And it's Ambrosia that can make first contact and now can make the approach with the Viper wall up. Hunter's Fury too. Nasi can just play for that if they feel like that's worth investing. And man, the Outlaw, it's just as bad. Got these lucky peaks, and oh, the Shock Bolt had him dancing. Well, he gets the diff in that regard. 30 seconds left. Ambrosia can keep testing Winthrop. Hunter's Fury. They said no more snowmans on Icebox, and he meant it. Man, spike landed right in front of Winthrop, and almost the 1-2. That got scary. 4 in a row.
Hit him for the 145 as well for moves, though. If only the gap was a little bit slower, or maybe some pop damage done onto Welly, maybe it would have been doable. But I love the little adjustments coming out on that 2 versus 2. You went for the Hunter's Fury just to not allow here the player in the back of Snowman to flush out. You stick towards that plant because that's your window of opportunity to try to get a plant down before Ali could actually move up with his teammate here to maybe even clutch that round. That said, moves out from his Hunter's Fury, plays towards yellow, covers the VIP planted down, and then they salvaged the round 2. So a bonus round converted, they win the anti-eco again, they're up 5-4, and here's the up from Infiltrator on the top of pipes.
Ooh, Acreen getting pinged to low ground. Reckoning could easily flush out Winthrop, and they're gonna have to get out of dodge and just allow this to go through, and this is really gonna give up an important position for Infiltrator with the op. Drone is going to reveal Ambrosia are close. Hunter's Fury cares about the op. Nasi sends Ambrosia packing, but they're fine with that. Ambrosia has planted, and the Infiltrator op finds a gap. And now Ambrosia have to take a step back and watch through screens. This back door, though, that's the gap. And the defense is on the post plan for Ambrosia, watching through screens, through the window. Satellite says hello and disengages. Could have kept the rally going. And now this is an opening and advantage for Winthrop. Shock Bolt's a lot of delay, but Nasi is out of bells and whistles. Infiltrator just has to play from the high ground, and Ambrosia can't do more about this.
Is nothing.
It's close.
It's close. Oh, 0.42. I had to just let the tension speak for itself. 5 in a row, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a plant in the open, and understanding here for the side of Ambrosia. Hey, it should have been a lot cleaner than expected, though, because you wanted those shots to hit. But if not for Welly to throw the double shocks, to do a little bit of pot damage, but on top of that, the harbor wall, the second wave to just isolate from the left or right. You're slowing down players walking through the wall, so it delays, like even that fraction of a second was good enough here to not allow Winthrop University to have the cleanest of swings to really overtake Ambrosia in their own positions playing outside of the site. Now trying to go a little bit more aggressively. We haven't seen too much mid control throughout this first half, so Infiltrator will try to guess it and try to walk through. There's not going to be any support to help him though, so he's going to try to swing off maybe a turret. But with this orb coming up, he might try to swing out from Jiggle.
Oh, Nazi's now going to get hunted. Deadly cutlery from Satellite's side. And Winthrop just have to depend on moves to make this as difficult as possible, with Ambrosia taking the high ground. And actually, no, Satellite is playing around the Viper wall. 2 versus 4. Yeah, good luck. The only chance you have is a bunch of pistols that could go kicking and screaming for Winthrop. Infiltrator is still the GOAT. Oh, that's good info from that Gecko. And a poke through the ropes. Oh my god. Moves holds it down at A.
Good 2 aggressive positions pulled up there by Infiltrator and Nasi. So as we just saw before the round started, Infiltrator is walking down towards pipe, trying to play around Flair's util with that turret. But if not, it was just Nasi pushing all the way up towards jail. When on the side here of Ambrosia, if I'm not mistaken, they've just been cascading on the front of the orb, not really adding more util behind that. So it just kind of caught them off guard that they didn't expect here, a player to play towards that pipes, and it really slowed down the tempo that Ambrosia was trying to take. Catching some players off guard, pop damage being done here with the Sheriffs, and they get a thrifty round. Much needed for their side here on defense. They have a chance to come back now with the economy allowing Infiltrator to get an op on a defense who was posted up on the front of the B main to start. Now he's going to rotate towards A, guessing here, second guessing that Ambrosia is going to late rotate back towards A after initial utility to sell a fake towards B.
Quiet push down as Ali to the first. Just so much good information. Being able to recollect your util too. And Ambrosia have to watch this yellow box, both sides, and they have an army to do so. It's not like Shondex is giving them the best alternate solution, not going as deep into A. He's watching the mid lockdown, but his turret could easily do that, so not much progress from Ambrosia, while Ali gets to just play catch with himself, throwing his Dizzy up and picking it up, throwing it up, picking it up. And there's also the KJ turret there, so the ball is in Ambrosia's court to make a move.
30 seconds left.
When exactly what they were doing, pivoting here at the op towards the A side. That's where Ambrosia is trying to do after the late lurk. But they also pulled out more rotates outside of the A site. You might have to be forced to play a retake no matter what. You only have 2 players here at the op if it doesn't land.
You should run. These shock bolts make it so you can't plant safely, forcing the lockdown because it's 7 seconds left to plant, and Winthrop are risking being detained, and
No plant.
this lockdown is still gonna go through. No plant. It ended up being a risk worth taking for Winthrop.
I don't know what happened there. That should have been a little bit cleaner for Ambrosia to move through. Like I said, when they moved in towards this A site, but they sold all of that util towards B. Yes, even though Winthrop University read it correctly to still put Infiltrator towards the A site, they still played a weaker site on that area, in that area, because you only had Infiltrator with an op, and I think Nasi there playing on the top of the balcony. So you're basically going in a 5 versus 2 with 8 seconds left or 15 seconds left on the clock. Shondex should have thrown that lockdown maybe a little bit earlier. They should have rotated back maybe a little bit earlier as well to take full value of the lockdown, but they were not in position to really prevent and protect the planter trying to get the open plant once again. Even if double shock darts doesn't fully kill the one planting into the bubble, because you shot the bubble and you broke it, they were just afraid that somebody's going to drop in with the last seconds remaining, and you just ran the clock down to 0 and not give yourself a chance here to really get it down. So a thrifty into this round is going to hurt the econ a lot from Ambrosia, which is why King Fred's already pulling once again another timeout. Look at the econ. They got nothing left when it was already 5-0 in the beginning.
Just mad respect for Winthrop also they still haven't used a timeout at all this series. They must be really good at talking throughout these games and being locked in. I don't know, or they just really believe in their next move, and breaking that economy, as you said, is all they needed to do.
Standing ahead.
Ambrosia, it's not the first time they've met difficulties with this Gecko, the Viper Molly, everything. Preventing them from planting. Oh my god, jump scare. Satellite met the horror that is this Gecko, trying to pressure this Gecko that's been sitting in this yellow box. It flashes up and down as it tries to be a cut through mid. Mildly successful for Ambrosia, but you are going to get backstabbed with your glyph, so I can appreciate changing things up for Ambrosia, but this Gecko anchor is a problem for Ambrosia.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an eco that you have here for the side of Ambrosia, trying to push and surprise, as you've just mentioned, the person playing solo towards this B side. When you've overcommitted to throw the molly down, you're hoping to catch the Gecko before he pulls out his weapon, but Ali just gets that swing, puts a crosshair placement right in the center of the bubble of that smoke. Right over here. Instant kill, headshot onto Satellite. You've done some damage at least on the side of Ambrosia. You kind of wish you had the plant coming down as well, because that would have potentially helped you to cycle up some more ults, but we'll hold that thought and push once again towards the belt, and Infiltrator gets that pick on the Satellite.
And Satellite really suffering getting first blooded, but that's the sacrifice that Jet players need to do sometimes, and it gives you the information of a Winthrop or close. Go and trade it, and the Reckoning gets invested as Winthrop wanted to hold that line. Their sight lines are cut off though, and they want to keep this op as safe as possible. Infiltrator is the ace up Winthrop's sleeve, and they cut the lockdown too. And Ali keeps Ambrosia from feeling safe. And a couple more seconds before detains will come through, and Ambrosia tried to fight against it, and they'll just barely escape. They wanted to prevent the defuse, and the Viper's Pit's invested too. A lot being thrown from Winthrop, but at a distance. Ambrosia just win? Wow.
I thought Glyph, after he got caught off guard, dropping down towards that left side, it was already over, because that pit would have been huge for them to play into the full plan. But looks like they identified this lockdown being thrown down by Flare. But as they were falling back, Shondex couldn't even get the nanoswarms on top. How the hell did it still break it towards the end, or still avoid the radius and still get these kills right on top? Look at how close he was.
One enemy remaining.
The body literally falling at his feet. But yeah, like a lockdown, a pit, so much from Winthrop. Ambrosia post timeout, able to get back on their feet.
Ooh.
Infiltrator will get to run away after that, and Ambrosia were not quick to run after that.
Here.
Still got the wall damage done though onto Satellite, keeps him pretty low. So this is twice now that Satellite, or sorry, Infiltrator, with the op is trying to move forward to get a pick.
Oh. Okay, Shondex doing a bit of rock climbing. Everyone gets their steps in from Ambrosia, just not wanting to play this stalemate, this back and forth. Really taking a risk, getting aggressive, even with the initial damage that you pointed out. Now with these harbor walls in place, it's not going to be the easiest approach. And Flare's waiting for moves. You're not going to have time, so Flare has to go sicko mode. And what? Gives Glyph a haircut? Has so many angles to watch, and now his position revealed, not having time to rotate through screens, and just has to try and isolate. And just from the low ground, Shondex clips him and moves his late to the party. And no fun left to have, so he's going to have to save the Vandal.
But Flare should have saved his weapon a long time ago, when all of Winthrop University already got dropped like flies all the way towards the A site. Keeping these two rifles would have been super important going into the next. Infiltrator doesn't have his Blade Storm yet. So if they do want to try to go for some sort of trap play with the Hunter's Fury, with the ults that they have around, it would have been so nice to have a second rifle to work with. Now they probably have to go into a game plan to maybe take some orb control towards B, because A site is not as easy to take with the way that the Ambrosia has been cascading these pushes on that side. So you're already seeing Infiltrator moving over towards that end. Oh, actually, never mind. Looks like they're just forcing around it with half shields. But the previous round, no matter what, was just an unlucky one on the side of Winthrop. You still were just looking to get some op kills from Infiltrator, and he missed some two important ones, and that just gave the timing there for Ambrosia to just pop everybody down.
This is not the most insane lead out of Ambrosia, especially not against Winthrop, because they're the fake comeback kings, at least in this series. But don't let your dreams be memes, Winthrop. And Infiltrator won't have the op this round, and it's fine. You were kind of getting walled off anyway. This yellow box control still favors Winthrop. Ambrosia just have been really stuck having to constantly go A because they haven't found a winning strat to break the defense on B.
Yeah, now you just get everywhere. Minute mark, probably wouldn't be surprised here if Nazi's going to start droning to see if anybody else is pushing towards B main. But that Hunter's Fury, the more that as that clock dwindles down, it's going to be easy for him to rotate, play back towards that spawn and support here with the Hunter's Fury. Already heard some noise towards that A side. He rotates back. But there is a small insert in the pipes from this Viper from Glyph.
And he just heard this Sova run across, so this window now that it's there, okay. Catches Flare. Now it's all up to moves. They haven't checked yellow box, and Welly needed to shut that down, but at least it's traded by Acreon. You'll have the spike down. Planted. Down sounds bad, but planted. Oh, wait. The deny from Nasi. Oh, and it still gets planted, and Acreon tried to climb and could not climb high enough or fast enough. Shondex still has the lockdown. You got the pit active. The shock bolt. Try to get Ambrosia scurrying away, and on the perimeter, Ambrosia hold it down, but there's no pit obscuring both. It's Shondex against the world being two people, but Nasi, he's an one-man army in itself. I guess Wingman's here too. And Winthrop start to close the gap.
A mistake coming out from Glyph. The pit doesn't even cover that spike. He didn't even break that recon that was thrown inside that pit, so it pings him and he gets easily taken down. And you kind of needed that pit to stay up so you could actually leverage Shondex's lockdown. The idea around there was sacrificing the planter. It doesn't matter that he gets pinged. He avoided the first beam, so you guarantee the plant at least. But during that moment, Shondex went to go pick up the lockdown, which was going to be the next piece to run that clock down and give a chance here for Ambrosia to maybe close out on that round. And because you get picked off here by the recon dart, you can't really throw the lockdown because you can't run the clock down with two players running you down. And now you move into the last round here of the half, thankfully still with some money and these two ults to work with that should have been used in our previous round.
Yeah. And the cascade didn't go deep enough, but yellow box. You have a deeper Viper wall too, really sealing in the site. It's Ambrosia. Need to find some contact as well. Hunter's Fury. Not gonna get any pings. Winthrop playing as far back as possible. Infiltrator even have as a judge, but that's not gonna be anywhere useful. You have the Reckoning on offense. You still have a lockdown in your back pocket for Ambrosia, but at a distance, through the smoke, through the fire and the flames, Winthrop haven't given up on this defense, but the lockdown may just seal them out, and Winthrop get away with a 5-7 half.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the basis now of this composition that goes should have been over on the side of Ambrosia to start here. And the counter that came out from Ali with this Gecko, it wasn't really the Gecko that made the whole difference at this point. It was Infiltrator with the op to start things off, moves, starting to find some good value into these positions that he's playing towards yellow that he's able to stall well enough. And when you're trying to bubble plant the way that you are, they're just in great positions to break that right away and not really allow Ambrosia to play these post plants as cleanly. And when they do, there's still some small fumbles coming through. So you're going to have to say here in the last 4 rounds, even though 2 of them went on the side of Winthrop University, there was still some slip-ups here that that allows here Winthrop to come back. Some slip-ups from Ambrosia is what I'm trying to say, sorry, that allows Winthrop University to come back.
Are they the real comeback kings or the fake comeback kings, though? I don't know.
It's fake. We saw the last map.
Yeah, I know. We have a sample size of 1. I've made my conclusion. So, Winthrop, though, they were able to take the second half pistol last map. Their offense has always been their better half. This is the Ambrosia playground, but this is moves with first blood after all. His lurks always lethal. They always got you on your toes. And Ambrosia now have to cover the gaps that were left there by Shondex.
I mean, because they lost Shondex, I mean, you lost all that information on middle. So look at how passive you are on the defense. You're giving up sights on both ends. This is going to be an easy plant no matter what. You're just trying to fight back on your flood retake with weapons, with pistols. Deep your shots to land now on the defense.
Woohoo! Duels being won from the Winthrop side, but Ambrosia can make the comeback happen themselves, and it's Satellite that has to go crazy, but moves to something else. How is he just in the defender's spot? He goes anywhere he wants.
Yeah, don't need to shut him down. that duel, I think it's the responsibility. I mean, they were trying to highlight Shonix at the desk too, who had a pretty good first map as well for Ambrosia with the ace over on Sunset previously. But when you're playing Shondex versus Moobs, it is pretty much even Steven in terms of the firepower that both of these players bring. And it's going to be a mind game, the responsibility that they have against each other to create that space, especially for Moobs on the attack for Winthrop University to start to surpass here, the comeback on the attack side.
The Outlaw, there's only one sheriff in town, but man, these bandits, they're coming in up close. Infiltrator just dashing or just using the wall to his advantage. And Ambrosia try to pressure him and they walk right into Moobs, the MVP of the last round. Winthrop with pistol, now with AFP Eco, slowly going their way. We're looking for the equalizer very, very soon, unless Shondex can make up for the early losses last round. And man, this is one sturdy Jet. The plot armor is real from the collegiate boys. And it's Welly in a 1 versus 3, especially an Outlaw that's still involved. This is so cooked.
How the hell did Infiltrator stay alive? He got dinged twice.
Yeah,
dinged
right?
twice by a classic at that range, and probably as some of them went through the wall where you still survive at 45, though. That's crazy. That said, try to do some econ damage on that side. We're hoping to do a little bit more so you could add those extra credits. So you could get util around full armors because you know the Outlaw is coming out here in this third round of the second half. Saw a couple of them buy full shields already before we saw these replays, and it looks like it's going to be pretty decent. All of them with full shields, but you're looking on the side of Shonix. No nanoswarms, only one on the side of the A site. It shows how much it was a pain right now to deal against an Outlaw, especially when the Infiltrator wields it on the attack side as a Jet.
Moobs is gonna do it again. It ain't broke, don't fix it type beat, but I don't think Ambrosia fall for this again. Don't challenge Kitchen again. They'll just leave the turret for him. While Winthrop, he can play the distance, the ranged game, but his high ground, this tower may not get checked until... What? That should have been a Moobs kill. What the heck was that? What? That should have been a glyph kill. What is going on? But Winthrop will still get a plant. At least the clock could be on their side, and they're still trying to escape from Ambrosia, ready to peek, but the drone got them info, but Ambrosia got pinged on their side as well, trying to see how close Winthrop are. One away from the Hunter's Fury. Well, Welly really needs to open things up well, as Winthrop are not going to waste any time. And Nasi won't be able to sneak up on Ambrosia, not this time. And still with the Bulldog at range, this is huge for Flare to keep this fight protected. And it's Alias the spam through. Okay, it's not going to be the full defuse for Ambrosia. It's halfway being held this time. Alias the repeat and can't do anything about it except farm some orbs. And Ambrosia back in the lead.
That's where it gets annoying to play against the retake with the orb still around. At least they still have a pretty decent composition for Winthrop University to add more stalls, because you're looking at shock darts for Nasi. You're looking at a snake bite for Moobs, who also should have had that pick, as you mentioned, right over here. Nice little turnaround from Glyph for that pick. But nonetheless, you still have nano swarms on top of that. The mosh pit was the only thing that was thrown on this post plant because everybody else died. So it's important here for Winthrop University to continue to scale forward the way that they are, but to keep those players alive so that you can have the strongest of stalls and run the clock into your favor.
Orb grabbed from Winthrop. Ambrosia heard that, and they got Acre and Pekin with the Guardian too, and we know how scary that can be. Hunter's Fury, though, begins from the defense to get Winthrop scurrying away in its first blood as the Thrash looks for a lockdown on someone in the back line. Good information as Infiltrator leads the charge. Now Moobs dances, but there's too many angles from the defense side. And Winthrop are running out of gas in the tank and wind in their sails, and it has to be Wingman that does the job of a player to plant. And it's okay. It's Infiltrator that can't hold this position. And Ambrosia start their retake, and it's Flare that just has to play safe and play time. He's dropped down and he's found. And it's Ambrosia building a 2-round insurance plan.
You see the differences between Winthrop University and Ambrosia in all of these fights. For Winthrop, it's just Infiltrator, open it up for the team and giving them a chance to scale through. although it is difficult because you already lost a couple of players thanks to Welly's Hunter's Fury on the defensive side, but when they're playing for these swings, for these fights, Winthrop only has one every single time that overpowers their opponents. That's Infiltrator right here, as you can see. But then look at the other ones. Always another one coming right out for an instant trade. The high-low that you just saw in that swing. It was just really nice and well dialed down, or dialed up here by Ambrosia.
Don't overthink it.
And that's just the amount of reps that they're getting. Staying with this team, going with the amount of practice rounds that they have, and now looking to potentially eliminate Winthrop University from the playoffs.
Ooh, big duelist matchup. Satellite wrapping around, could catch Infiltrator, but doesn't want to peek yet. Satellite is just not as aggressive as Infiltrator, and he's there solo, so maybe I don't blame Satellite as much. Ambrosia don't want to give up this lead, and Glyph will hold mid down, not let Winthrop take any creative angles to catch Ambrosia by surprise, not like Moobs did before. Now you adapt to Moobs, or Moobs will put you down, and Flare isn't going to get lucky on A. It's a deep search, and Winthrop can follow through on his footsteps. It's Infiltrator going down mid, and catches like a Sova mid-util or something, checking things out. Winthrop get a plant. But man, 2 versus 5 with Vandals on the other side. It's not impossible, but it's not good. Wait, the fadeaway from Nazi's kind of crazy. Shondex stops him. Ambrosia stopped them, and they'll get up to double digits.
We'll take that. Sheriff round for the son of Winthrop University. They'll get a plant down, even the safest of plants, just to get the econ up. And trying to build up, of course, another Thrash in the hands of Ali, who's halfway. And I'm not too sure what happened there for Moobs. How was he still able to get through orange? Usually that turret being placed on that ledge should have spotted him. Unless it did, and that's why Glyph kind of just jumped down and picked him. But I didn't really hear the turret get it sounded out. Thankfully, the read was there. Gets that backstab kill, and the rest is history. Not really much you could do here for Winthrop, as they're just spread across the map trying to cut rotates with the Sheriff's upgrades into some weapons that he won't be able to. Now Ambrosia reaches double digits and are trying to fight back here for control into the A site, cutting down the rotates, cutting down vision, and allows Ambrosia to push down aggressively here to take full control of the A site pinch.
And Moobs is one away from the Viper's pit too. Hunter's Fury, Winthrop have a solid chance this round, but the lockdown early from Shondex, he's thinking about it and hesitates with how close Winthrop are. They would expect Winthrop to fight against that lockdown, and he wants to at least get a pick for the defense, and he's the one that gets picked. Oh, that's unlucky. Reckoning is always a good backup plan, and Akrian waits for it to get planted. Now Winthrop will distance themselves away. Infiltrator will still be inserted forward, but this flank from Satellite is going to cause more problems. He has some Killjoy util to get through. The spike is halfway. Winthrop put their sights forward. They don't let Ambrosia get away with crime. They don't care about Satellite's flank.
It was a nice try. Satellite did an excellent job smoking himself out. So as they went for that timing first, he smoked himself out, crosses over towards that back. Then you finally have the ult here from Akrian to try to push the players back from Winthrop University. But they couldn't pivot on that side. Look at Satellite pulling up a rotate after that, and you're trying to fight within that site. And they just couldn't get that buddy system ready on that side to fight the 3 versus 3 in the front of the A site. And Winthrop University is able to survive into that pulse plant.
Look up the Shondex lockdown. It's a long-term investment. Oh, man, that Jet got helped by the Gecko Flash there, and hey, even a first blood. These duelists really are making or breaking these rounds, and Glyph can make or break this cutoff if he keeps going. Oh, there's kind of a ring around the rosy with the Vipers. Wingman, oh, the spike is dropped at a nasty spot, and Nasi's at the front to keep this going. Dashing forward is Infiltrator. The flank is developing. There's 2 Vipers joining each other's side.
Oh.
Thought he was just trying to make friends. I thought he was just trying to make friends.
Friends to traitors with the backstab and a knife. And that, I mean, look at the econ after that for Ambrosia. You're seeing what's coming out here potentially is going to be, I thought I was going to mention a tilt buy, but everything's quite nice. Satellite still has Blade Storm to work with. They have Lockdown and Pit. this is going to be the most important swing round that you currently have here for Ambrosia if they want to maintain this lead in this series and potentially close out that map. It's pretty even, Steven, from ult to ult. And if you want to look at the chess pieces, yes, a pit is still available on the side of Glyph, but that could get easily countered out by a Thrash here that can clear him out. So you can't expect here for Glyph to play solo B site, holding out that spot with a pit. Or if he drops it towards that 410, there's still too much util coming out and players on the side of Winthrop University that can really push you down. So I think it's up to Satellite at this point with the Blade Storm. Trying to get those opening kills, trying to find those surprise kills that Infiltrator was able to do at the very beginning of these rounds for about 2 of them when he was taking control of that belt to give a chance here for more, to get more value out of the ults remaining on the side of Ambrosia. Yeah, that was annoying to watch. Not annoying in a sense that if I was in their shoes, I would hate for that to happen to me.
It's just like an enemies to lovers arc, okay? You start out as enemies, you know, I'll recommend you some books. But Winthrop, meanwhile, they've always stayed close at the end of the finish line. I mean, it was a 7-3 lead for Ambrosia. They can't choke this now. Ambrosia loves their map 3, so I don't doubt it. Satellite first blood is huge. As Winthrop has to follow up. They'll catch maybe the Sova mid-drone bouncing away. Winthrop caught Ambrosia fumbling. This is not a round you can afford to lose if you're Ambrosia and you go for the Hail Mary with the lockdown. The plan is going to go through. It's here and now, and the pit is used to protect Winthrop one last time, and Shondex's hesitation is going to cost, but a 1v2 is not impossible. Now that he's close by, he has time.
Util.
Just using the turret as a meat shield, thinking they're on the tower. It's not the right read. There, Ali has no util, just like kind of faking that he does. Shock bolts, Nasi has the delay, and it's the double swing, and the equalizer for Winthrop.
Everything worked perfectly at the beginning. Again, leveraging Satellite to get the first blood, gets a beautiful pick, dashes away. Where is the rest of the communication to look towards the left side? Well, he gets caught into his drone. I think that was Infiltrated, moved forward and caught 2 of them. And that's Acreon down. That's another one down. The economy's broken and you can't get any value of the lockdown on top of that because everybody else is just scrambling, trying to move forward. Look at that. The first pick, low HP on the second one. A labored kill from Shondex, but nobody is just winning their fights after that slight miscommunication on the side of Ambrosia. A chance now for Winthrop University to push this into a 3rd map.
Could be the case. Ambrosia went to map 3. Every single match except 1. I just wasn't expecting them to possibly drop Icebox because they are undefeated, including winning against Winthrop. So, kind of crazy. We'll see. Winthrop now really slowing things down after kind of the spaghetti got on the floor last round. Try to get the mop out. Thrash Alley can just help pressure this back line. Got some movement out of Ambrosia. The first trigger pulled by Winthrop. The spike won't actually be planted. Wingman fired as Ambrosia hold the back line. And with the pit in place, at least Winthrop got the spike just barely, and they'll have to escape. What is Moves up to? Not again. Gonna cut this off. And Winthrop are going through mid to reunite with Moves, thinking he put the red carpet down, and met by some challenges from Ambrosia, who are still in mid, and Nasi puts down both! The hero! The last one in the conga line, and it's Winthrop that's still planted, and it's Welly that would have to pull off our first clutch of Icebox. It's a good start. Isolating the one. He's on a high ground to his left, and Moves has been injured. Still, Welly has to lock in where the spike is planted. They wouldn't be playing through main. They'd have to be around mid. They'd have to be around this high ground, and it's going to be so hard to push that now that you're pinged and you're on the low ground. So Welly will get their attention. We'll get the spike halfway. I thought he was going to say YOLO and hold it. 11 HP. Moves feels like the job is done, and Welly still crawls around. And Nasi had such a pivotal round for Winthrop.
Winthrop almost let that slip, just like Ambrosia did on that previous round. So many players got backstabbed and shot here by Sheris in the back, but what really saved them was Glyph pulling out his pit. They wanted to leverage that to cover that spike that gets dropped down. But as the smoke kind of spreads out and the fog spreads out, it blocks their own vision and gives a chance here for Winthrop University to pick up the spike and run away. That's just unfortunate timing onto that one, but thankfully they've done at least some econ damage and also allowing Satellite to get an operator into this round. That said, some very important ultimates still available from Winthrop, especially with Flare now getting his lockdown activated. Satellite already used his dash, so they won't have too much here to hold this double ult that can really get that space for Winthrop University towards this A site.
Thrash, lockdown. What you got up your sleeve, Ambrosia? Well, Satellite with the op, but Winthrop are gonna pivot thanks to all this clearing from Moobs. He has been the X factor for Winthrop in terms of his lurks in the desk. The desk highlighted how important he has been. And I'm looking forward to also statistically comparing him to Shondex later on. Whether we go to map 3 or not, though, depends on Ambrosia's upcoming move. What Shondex can do. He's got the read. When does he want to pull the trigger on the lockdown? Well, they'll have to dodge this darn Thrash that's going in deep with Infiltrator, who's gonna deny 2 from Ambrosia, and he's not done yet until Satellite with the op, and Shondex here. Lockdown ensues, but attacking one as well. This is just a no man's land. And Ambrosia are caught right in the middle of it, but they could easily disengage. They tap a spike. They get Winthrop to peek, and Winthrop have a safe peeking angle around this yellow box. But with vision being obscured, it's Ambrosia. The clock is against them. They're taking damage from across the way. The wave drops, and it's Nasi with these multi-kills. He is insane. But Acreon with no HP, a hope and a dream. Can he even escape? He will, and keep this rifle with what Ambrosia have left. Winthrop will go to match point.
Just very nice there on the side of Winthrop University on a post plant. So delaying enough to just not allow the Cove to get any value on the defuse. Gets the player right off the defuse, and then as the wall blocks their vision, they just break the Cove. So there's no way for Ambrosia to really move in for the defuse after, because everybody's out in the open. And speaking about out in the open, how the hell does Infiltrator, I mean, it's part of his name, but he's always made it into the site to get 1 or 2 before he gets discovered. This should not happen when Ambrosia, we've been talking about how good they've been into the buddy system in mid-Poland. Solo plays coming out from a duelist on the side of Infiltrator. Yeah, maybe a recon dart to help him out, but he doesn't need anybody to help him trade. He's always getting 2 before he falls.
2 Vandals from the Ambrosia side. This walk-up from the 2 controllers. The flash on the other side. Winthrop caught off guard. Glyph
no way.
with 3. That is insane. And the harbor wall to cover their tracks. But Glyph is injured and he's gonna need a band-aid. And Winthrop, though, they need a game plan because they only have 2 left and they gotta grab the spike.
And that's the silver lining. Throwing that cascade kind of blocks their own vision, so it gives a chance here for Winthrop to repick that spike up. You just got to wait that clock, and the other positive aspect is that they still have a minute to work with. So if you're able to get these type of lurks, especially when Moobs is still alive, this gives them a chance here to still narrow down the numbers, break that util, force these rotates, and try to get those hero plays now on the side of Flare and Moobs.
What a round from Glyph, too. With how low Ambrosia are with credits, it's
30
fine.
seconds left.
This is going to be the last round of regulation again, just like Sunset. It was Ambrosia that crossed the finish line, but they had the advantage going into that, so Winthrop would have to pull off quite the upset in this round, and Acreon pretty much has sealed the deal ×2. Flawless is really going to hurt Winthrop.
As you talk about low economy for Ambrosia, you still had so much for Winthrop University, so you respect here the push and attempt on that 2 versus 4-5 to really try to drop some more players, force the players to come against you, and you wouldn't have given your opponents the best of buys going to the last round. But as they get the flawless, that's 3,000 credits across the board. Look at those picks from Glyph. 5 Guardian kills for the side of Ambrosia, allowing the whole team to upgrade except for Glyph.
Well, it's definitely going to hurt the morale of Winthrop, but They are just tilt-proof after what I've seen today. Hunter Fury right through the lane, gets a strike. And Winthrop need more than that, though. Because even the Reckoning is going to slow things down. Winthrop has to pivot. What is Moobs up to? And I'm questioning it because it's awesome. These lurks, how does he keep getting away with it? He's about to maybe backstab Satellite. No. Resilient as ever is the duelist of Ambrosia as they race to support Shondex. Winthrop have the spike planted soon. You have Nasi has to hurry on the flank if he wants to help, because now 2v2 within the site. The spike is not planted. Wait, this could be a fumble. The timing is pristine from Ambrosia. They'll jump on the spike. Nasi has no time to waste. 2 shock bolts, a recon, and Satellite with just the earlier call.
You just wish Moobs was able to get one more here to really give a chance for Winthrop to push this across the finish line and force this starter on Haven to see who moves forward and who gets eliminated. But you have to give your flowers to Shondex on a solo hold as well. 4 players moving up towards him, and just his utility is so good. The fact that he placed the first nano behind the wall to stop here the wingman from planting, and always keeps the second one on his back so that no util breaks it right away. Throws the second one to delay even more. Give a chance here for Ambrosia to even rotate across and just win the fight towards the end. Nasi stayed alive but couldn't win a 1 versus 2. And now we're going in the extra innings. Everything gets reset here as Ambrosia is back on the attack.
Good point. Yeah, these wingman's not been able to successfully plant too often. Ambrosia just too good. Now droning up. The issue that Ambrosia met before was Ali anchoring yellow box. He's able to pop flash, pick it back up. Ambrosia have a window, of course, to be aggressive against this Gecko, but you just never know who else is supporting this Gecko. So Ambrosia just don't want to take any unnecessary risk.
This is a fake here, so as the second Dizzy gets thrown up and you have this wall cutting down towards mid, you're trying to sell a fake that you're trying to add some pressure on this mid take on the side of Ambrosia. So Ali's looking at that spot. Now he's out of position.
Oh, but okay, the flash gets shot down. Ali, tries to dip through all the smokes. And Ambrosia won't waste any time. They get the hunt down. Winthrop are looking like prey. They start to coalesce what's left of Winthrop and Moobs with a big opener on the retake. Keeps the odds even. Almost spot across there from Infiltrator. He gets low. Ambrosia can't punish. It's Shondex in a 1v1 against Nasi. He just heard the drop down. It's Nasi with the knife. The silent walk around. He's gonna get the backstab. And Winthrop with the first round of OT.
Back to work. That's simple as that. Good takes coming through to pull Ali away at the very beginning for Ambrosia's position. But the retake came down to a full brawl in the front of that B side on the rotate. And just a couple of whiffy shots on the side of Ambrosia. You saw a couple of them when you caught some players off guard, but just couldn't capitalize on the kill. You pay the price. Pay the price and your backs are against the wall once again and giving a chance to your opponents to push this into Haven. Cerebral play coming out from Nasi on that 1 versus 1. Knife out to break that timing against Shondex, who's on the top of the scoreboard. Both of the players on that 1v1 on the top of the scoreboard for their respective teams. They just need the other ones to try to help out a little bit more here to close that or to push this into a second OT.
Whoa, the hop by right through the B main push, and Winthrop try throw a Hail Mary through mid, and this is not working out. Winthrop didn't even get to develop any plan. Ambrosia pushed up halfway through the map and just annihilated Winthrop.
It's so funny. I feel like this plan was drawn out from Ambrosia just to try to shut down Moobs at the very beginning of these rounds, because he's always finding these timings throughout the whole map. On middle, moving up on pipes, orange, backstabbing players when they're rotating back towards A to B, B to A. They're okay, well, let's just focus 4 players to try to take down Moobs, and then we'll figure out the rest, and then boom. The rest of Ambrosia comes through, and they're just playing duck hunt. 1 down, 2 down, and I guess Ambrosia just overthought that round. Overcooked and allows here, or Winthrop, sorry, overcooked that round, allowing Ambrosia to tie up this game bring up to a second OT.
Revealing area. Defenses ring true. No recon. As Ambrosia set their sights forward with the cascade. Winthrop are going to press their luck through B main quite yet. Nothing through mid. It's an absolute stalemate.
Interesting too how Ambrosia always goes for just recon darts to take control of information on pipes and never going for nanoswarms to get any aggressive positions out. So you're just trying to push and pull on both sides. Cascade, now the Owl Drone. You're hoping some players are going to move over. Actually, Owl Drones are being used by Welly, but you're just trying to push them back towards the A side as the rest of Ambrosia have just been waiting for that 1 minute pivot to start walking up into contact. But Infiltrator's still in a great spot on the top of screens.
Yes, Nasi too with a recon, and what an opener! Duelist supremacy on Winthrop's side. Looking for the round advantage in overtime. I think the last time they went to Icebox, it was an OT win too. We'll see if the past repeats itself as Ambrosia sealing the site. Look at all that information for Infiltrator to keep on knocking down Ambrosia. And even while the walls are up, Ambrosia were closer than expected. Winthrop could prevent the plant, and it's up to Ali. The slow walk up, but it's actually planted on the high ground. Ali still waves goodbye to Acreon. And it's Welly on the post plane with the Hunter's Fury, but he's not playing distance away. He's just getting the double swing, but can't confirm the second. Ali wins it for Winthrop.
That was so close. They lined up for that one as well.
Yeah.
But man, trying to push forward, just these moments where you think you have the shots against your opponent and it's just not hitting. There's nothing else to add on to that. I think both teams are playing some very good VALORANT within the last few rounds of trying to snuff here where the lurks could be coming from, where the fakes are. That was probably the biggest mistake, though, as you just saw here in this replay. Nobody's shooting that dart, picking out two players and catching Glyph, trying to go for the plant over on the top of the A site. And now you're seeing that both teams kind of really struggling on their attack side so far in this overtime to get some value, when it's been a strong point for both of the teams throughout the whole map.
Just being in overtime really changes the whole situation. The turret not gonna ping satellite. Okay, killing the Slurk still be valuable for Ambrosia if that's all they expect to be here. The spike down. The satellite disengages, doesn't want to be too aggressive and leave Winthrop an opening to bulldoze down the defenses of Ambrosia. That's where Ambrosia have shined in the past. Now they wait at the back line to see if Winthrop are going to pivot or not. With mid-vision, Ambrosia know Winthrop have to commit. It's satellite is still in the sky. The king of the op. And Winthrop have to recollect the spike and discover where this op has repositioned to. And it's not going to be easy for Winthrop in a 3 versus 5. They are going to be allowed to plant, as Ambrosia are going to be charitable with how much space they're given. Moves. So is Molly, of course, and Ambrosia can rotate around because of this cove. And there's the aggressive peek from Shondex. A big 2. He rolled the dice. And got an at 20. Ambrosia even things up.
Nice retake towards the end for Ambrosia, and you have to give your praise here. An unsung assist by Glyph on the top of the pipes to break the turret, so that not only do you force players to look on the top of pipes as he's trying to run away, but it gives the free pick there for Satellite, who was waiting at the bottom of the nest the whole time. He saw the turret being deployed. He needed to call for Glyph to break that out and for him to get that first blood. Everything and the rest is history. Infiltrator continues to anchor up that, Satellite continues to anchor up that A site quite well, and then Shondex on that retake, continuing to light up the scoreboard. And we were just talking about how both Nasi and Shondex need a little bit of help here from the rest of the team, and you're starting to see it. I mean, back and forth, we're seeing that we have virtually identical frags across the board. That's why you're seeing a scoreboard currently on the defensive side, or currently on overtime, lighting up like it's Tanjiro's kimono. Always on a defensive wins.
Winthrop getting too comfortable with their smokes being up, and Ambrosia are just a little more passive compared to Winthrop, and now Ambrosia are ramping up, having Shondex swing through solo. And putting such a dent into Winthrop was what made that whole round. And I love to see players get confidence in overtime, because sometimes you feel the pressure, you're in lower bracket, you play a little more scared, play more safe, and gotta really try and surprise Winthrop. But so far all the defenses are winning, so are we going for an OT record? Ooh.
Oh, and on the timeout, trying to push towards B to start, and that's where 3 players of Winthrop are.
He can still be safe. He likes to throw that flash on the other side of the yellow box. And what?
Beautiful.
Satellite right through the heart of Infiltrator. Through the harbor wall and everything as they were poking out. Ah, jeez. His defense still the way to go.
Before it was Glyph breaking the turret. This time it's Welly with the drone, spotting 2, making it easier for Satellite to get that pick. Out of the timeout, it's an attack side op.
Okay, the Nasi's gonna hear these walks, these steps. Got shock bolts. He's in his one and done spot. He's hoping Flare gets on the high ground quick enough, and Nasi holds his own, and he gets chased down. Winthrop are obscured by all the smokes. Pings for Winthrop to work with, but Ambrosia are just on fire with these shots. We just may finally see an offense win, folks. 1v4 for Moves. Okay, we're fumbling, but hey, if Moves would have got that second kill, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would have locked in.
Would have been an instant, like, what, 1v1 towards the end for sure. Because that would have caught that second player. The op missed. He swivels to the other kill. I mean, that, yes, definitely was doable. But Ambrosia now, series point. When they've had good successes on their retakes on the defensive side, this is looking grim here for Winthrop University. Hail Mary to work out towards the A side. Late lurk from Moobs, trying to find a timing on middle again.
Kind of a different wall from Ambrosia. Like it looked like they could walk aggressively to deny, of course, Winthrop's Viper wall, but it's all a fake. It's droning up Winthrop, taking it one step at a time. With Moobs on the high ground, can watch over, try to get a peek over these smokes. Swelly goes for a recon, immediately destroyed. Gecko flash out, Winthrop make the first move. Glyph, oh, stay steady against Infiltrator, but Winthrop are always there with trades. It's an army that stays together. Welly can round this corner to at least deny the wingman, stay as safe as he can as rotations are still coming over from the B side, and Welly took a risk, he got aggressive. The plant still being attempted by Winthrop. Gets away as Shondex catches the elbow. Still gets it up against Moves. There's the shock bolt against the backline. They may not know how close Shondex really is. And A Korean is built different in overtime. The Cove to try and go for a defuse. At least fake it. Get it halfway. The Cove is down. It's a 1v1 and just Flare remains. And the overtime continues.
The protocol, once again, I thought it was over. It was very similar to what we've seen in the past when Ambrosia is trying to hold the defense for these wingman plants over on the side of Generator. Nanoswarm always set up at the bottom there for Shondex to start. You have a player playing all the way back to instantly get the drop on the wingman, and then they just win on the front retake and the lay that they did. And I think it's right here. After Glyph gets that first kill, he should have fell back. He should have fallen back. Because with him just trying to pop the smoke and he actually covers the Sepsis Flare himself, it just allows here for Winthrop University to move through. When Welly's just by himself at the back of the site, is forced to make a hero play and whiffs that 1v1 after dropping the wingman.
And what's more stressful, this overtime for playoffs or a midterm? Winthrop, let me know. Jesus. I'm on the edge of my seat. Ambrosia on the edge of the B side. Glyph with a big 2, the cutoff in mid. And trying to recollect things is Infiltrator, just clipping the wings of Glyph as Shondex has to readjust. Where is Infiltrator? Lost and found. It's only Winthrop that look lost. Now through the pit. Good luck searching, Moves. At least he'll have the perimeter. But now he has to find that darn Viper. Glyph is low, but the assist from Ambrosia is too strong.
Tried to go for the tap there against Acre and somehow just gets the headshot through the box against Glyph. I mean, that'll be the silver lining there after he just got owned on that 1 versus 3. But what a nice little lurk by Glyph at the beginning of this round. Finally giving a chance here for Ambrosia to give Winthrop University a taste of their own medicine. Quick timing, quick push down towards middle, walking down towards orange. That has never been done in the past here on the side of Ambrosia. It capitalizes into a round, and once again, Ambrosia have a chance to close out the series. But it was heavily defensive sided on the on this OT. Now it's the attack side that's taking the upper hand.
First 4 rounds of OT were all defenses. Last 3 rounds have been all offense. Ambrosia just needs one final defense to send Winthrop, a top 3 team, one of the best of collegiate, packing out of playoffs. And it's Welly that stays steady and stoic as Winthrop, at least with smokes, will slow things down as the recon shot. Multiple shots from Winthrop. You know they're still hanging around. And this moves lurk all relies on him, but he's caught by KJ Util. His tracks are covered for now, but he's taken critical damage. And Ambrosia are covering their bases, but A is open.
Yeah, Boops looks like he wants to meet up with his team. He doesn't want to go for the 1v1 against Glyph that was trying to walk down towards pipes. So a 4 versus 5 plant going down. 2 players heavily injured on the side of Winthrop.
Spike planted.
Infiltrator is still trying to be forward despite how low he is, and had the updraft, checked out screens, now takes a safer position further back. Watching that flank too is Moobs, and he's going to encounter Glyph very soon, while the other 4 of Ambrosia ambush from the front. And this is Winthrop on their last life. It all depends on Moobs, the alley, the counter stratting, the Gecko pocket pick, and it's all over. Ambrosia move on to the top 4.
Labored fight towards the end, but unfortunately, once again, a fake comeback on that second map. And then it's Ambrosia closing out the deal. And of course, knocking a collegiate team from Winthrop University, who also, since Split 1 in 2025, though, has been doing so well to be one of those dark horses to move deep into the playoffs, to potentially make it into Ascension. But today is not going to be the day. It's up now to Ambrosia, a team that was built together and worked out with King Fred. You're starting to see them looking like a real team as they move forward in the playoffs.
Well, Ambrosia have been upsetting everyone these days, from Cubert to Chet's Pets, Winthrop with the 2-peat. I mean, now we got a sample size of 2 Vans. It really is for sure that Ambrosia are the real deal. They're better than Winthrop. From a 2-1 to a 2-0, Ambrosia are just leveling up and even receiving all these curveballs from Winthrop so well, from the Gecko to the random sunset pick out of Winthrop, breaking their win streak on that. A big congratulations to Ambrosia holding it down all the way through an extended overtime. And I'm really excited to be hearing from them in this interview coming up, so stay tuned.
It takes 1.5 million years of overtime, but in the end, it's going to be Ambrosia to take the series in 2 maps, eliminate Winthrop University from the playoffs, and advance on forward. It's the new blood rising up. It's the new underdogs, and they're going to be moving on one more stage. Roy, Dan, go ahead, gloat. I know you want to.
Listen, guys.
The analyst with the right prediction, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, you know, Dan, I would say this is a bit of like an unexpected result, but I think I can think of like maybe 2 people who actually might have expected this.
Yeah, right.
Sarah, what do you think about that?
Were you one of those? Oh.
I gotta let them have their one, guys. There's not much I can say here. I mean, especially too with how Ambrosia stepped up on the day. You guys can gloat all you want. You guys can have it. Ambrosia fans, gloat all of you want. That was a great series coming out from them. This Ambrosia squad, to see where they were to where they've been, the composure, everything else, to take it to this OT, to win in this OT when getting tested. Roy, y'all can have this one.
Yeah, I was just relishing in that. It just feels so good to be right for once, Dryad. You know, we beat the Prophet, we beat the prediction Prophet, and that's really all that matters. But no, I'm actually a huge fan of how both of these teams play, to be honest. They both had their own sort of like stylistic approach to the game, but ultimately Ambrosia had a really good, just simple playstyle. This is what we keep talking about, right? Is this level of consistency, and they managed to do it. They're very like tight-knit with how they're approaching the game. They're very methodical. That they know how to get these first picks. They know how to get Satellite. And I mean, actually, I think Satellite just knows how he wants to open up these maps, because his level of consistency when it comes to those first picks and how he does them is honestly really nice to watch.
It's one of the things that we talked about when we went into this match. We talked about, hey, Satellite has a lot of great things. He's a very flexible player, and he's kind of been the difference maker for this team of Ambrosia. But what is the thing that makes the biggest difference is his first kills, and he was doing it throughout the series, both in Sunset and what we just got the chance to see on Icebox. I think mainly on Icebox, it was a lot of those rounds that they got early on, that 5-0 that they had early on the side of Ambrosia when they were playing that attacking side. Then he was kind of slowing down. He was losing a lot of those duos, either to Infiltrator or to one of the players on the side of Winthrop University. But for the last rounds, especially for that overtime, it seems like there was a very clear understanding on, okay, we need Satellite to get this opening pick if we want to have a chance in this round, if we want to be able to close it out. So that's when you see him going on the attacking side with his operator, actually being able to trade it, and they have Welly hold it for a little bit for them to find another pick with a rifle. And these are some cool ideas that they were introducing into the map all the way until the very end, compared to maybe a Winthrop University that we talked about this compositional change that I think it was great in paper for this get-go, but they were lacking that map control and even that side control. When they planted that spike on the attacking side, they could not get anything of backside, and Ambrosia was taking advantage of that with either the operator, as we mentioned, for Satellite, or somebody else kind of holding it and waiting for the right timing to swing.
The glow up from Satellite specifically in that second half was just absolutely crazy, but really want to be calling out the other members of the team too that had really great performances across the board.
Definitely.
The consistency, Roy, from everyone. Like, I'm thinking of one of the rounds before we got into the overtime where Ambrosia was able to bring it up to even push it, where Acreon just gets 3 to get in that situation. Glyph had some great moments. Like, this was really a cohesive team experience and win.
I think that's the MO for both of these rosters, if we're being completely honest, right? Like, both of these teams have had players that have stepped up in an insane fashion whenever they needed it, and to kind of get them over to that finish line. But we saw that in this game in almost every capacity, right? You don't get to like 5 OT without some insane level of heroic plays, some crazy strategy and just individual prowessness, right? Like, at some point, like, the strategy is just thrown out the window and you're playing completely instinctual. You're kind of just going with what you think the enemy team is doing, like adaptations in the moment. And it's sort of in these moments that I find that Winthrop University and Ambrosia both thrive, and this time it was just Ambrosia on top.
One thing that I want to highlight here that we get to see, maybe it doesn't show as much in the numbers right now, but Glyph was doing a really good job into these late rounds, and as it went into the overtime for the team on the attacking side to find some timings. So sometimes they were playing this 4-1 where Glyph was playing by himself towards mid and finding one, and that was a green light for everybody to go for the spike plant, and then be able to play that post plant the way that they wanted to, with Glyph as well being able to set himself up for that utility. So there were some cool ideas here that would have not been possible if Glyph was not playing the way that he did, if he was not confident playing by himself on these 4-1s, the amount of times that we got the chance to see it. So we got these late rounds where it was happening constantly, and it was also alongside Satellite and what we talked about with the operator. Very different playstyles for both of them that really save a map that we were kind of worried. It seems like it was going to be that finding that Winthrop University pushing it all the way to that third map.
I mean, again, when Nasi's having a lights out performance, like, gotta give the props and the kudos there for really being able to keep Winthrop in it as close. But if you want to talk about lights out performance, you gotta talk about the duelists on the other side, Dan, and look at Satellite, specifically too, when we get that little bit of a tune-up later on, just what he was able to accomplish.
On last year's, I think he had 16 opening kills, and this time around he gets 15 to 12, so ends up positive by 3. And it's kind of the life of this duelist that we mentioned is playing the Yoru, playing a little bit of the Neon, obviously playing the Jet, as we got the chance to see it on Icebox. And when you're playing the Neon, sometimes it's just kind of running it down, getting your pick, dying, or sometimes just immediately getting traded. You don't even get the chance to do anything else besides creating that space. So you see him dying pretty often, but on top of that, you see him killing way more. He's a player that's super confident when it comes to the way that he's going to play these early rounds. And as we mentioned, that's what makes the difference for Ambrosia right now.
Yeah, and I think one of his like super strength as well is he always seems to be in the right time. Like, yeah, he might not always secure the first kills, but he's always in the right place at the right time. And I think it's this level of like IQ-ness is what makes a lot of these duelist potential superstars in the future, right? Like, yeah, he's already performing extremely well, but I think there's still a little bit of room for growth in that regard. But that being said, I still think that Satellite is actually, considering the level of experience he has, he's still one of the highest IQ duelists we have in the league. He almost never misses his timings. He's always on point, and I think the stats prove it, right? His first kills, first death ratios. We talked a lot about that in the pre-show, and we saw here as well, where he's just so good at doing them, and his awareness of how to get these picks when things are not really structured is really what makes these duelists so special. And it's just nice to see from a player like him.
This entire Ambrosia squad, again, I cannot believe the glow up that we've really gotten to see from the squad. And moving on one stage further in the playoffs, it's awesome. And now on the line to chat a little bit more about the run and specifically this series in the Icebox, we have none other than Welly. Welly, big congratulations. Not only are you guys moving along in this lower bracket, you take the win 2-0 over Winthrop University. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels super good. I didn't really know what to expect coming into the series. Like, we know how they play, but last time we played against them in Swiss stage, they were playing like on LAN setups. So we kind of had like an advantage there, and that match was super close. So yeah.
I mean, you're talking about not necessarily knowing what to expect coming into the series. I want to talk a little bit then going into the Icebox, because Winthrop University, they switch things up a lot. We've seen the Reyna before coming out from them, and instead they bring out the Gecko on the day. In your guys' mind, does that make it a little bit easier, a little bit more difficult?
Well, I don't think we were too bothered by it. I mean, like you said, they usually play Reyna, so we knew they were going to play aggressive anyway, and the Gecko is just like, you kind of just need to account for like the flash, and that's all. So we weren't too bothered by it. We've played against Gecko before. A lot of teams run Gecko, so yeah, it wasn't really that deep for us.
That's fair. You guys got the skill to back it up. It doesn't matter what they're bringing out here. And this Icebox, I mean, definitely something we weren't prepared for was the amount of overtimes that we got into this map. So I want to know how you guys are navigating that, how you're switching things up, and specifically the timeout too, when you start actually winning more so on these attacking ends.
Yeah, I mean, the overtime is definitely about like keeping your composure. We were down like 10-12, and then we brought it back to OT, so that was a super good feeling. And then we had a lot of good momentum in overtime, but there were just a lot of super close rounds we couldn't close out. Specifically on attack, like I think we could have won that game in the first OT if like I killed one player in like a 2v2. So it was super close the whole time. We just called the timeout, just mental reset. We're better than these guys, and we just played our game and won.
And big congratulations yet again on that. Now you're moving along in this lower bracket. Next up, we get to see TSM, who you've played before, or YFP, who I don't believe you've played. Do you have a preference on whether you'd like the rematch or to play someone new?
I don't really have a preference, but last time we played TSM, we did lose pretty badly. So if we play them and beat them, that would feel really good. YFP, don't really know, don't really have anything to say about them, but yeah, either match would be fun.
Last but not least, you're talking about the last time you've seen TSM and it lost. And I want to talk about the glow up that Ambrosia's had because, of course, when we're looking at a couple of the teams that we've talked about going into playoffs, Ambrosia's kind of been like popping off more and more throughout stage 2. So has it just been work going in behind the scenes, things clicking on a different level? Like what's caused you so rapidly rise through these ranks?
Yeah, definitely going into the team when we first joined, we barely had any practice together. And since they previously got relegated, I didn't really know what to think. Like, we were just going to do our best and see what happens. And then, yeah, going into the first week, we beat M80, which was a super good feeling. And we've kind of just had a lot of confidence since then. We put in a lot of work, and we have a great coaching staff who does a lot of prep and all that. Yeah, just a great team environment and great players to play with. So I think all that's behind it is just a great culture. And yeah.
Love to hear about that behind the scenes. Congratulations on this win. Best of luck moving along within this lower bracket. All right, Welly, thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's going to be an Ambrosia that's moving along. A Winthrop University eliminated, but still another elimination match on the day. It's going to be TSM YFP. Who's going to be facing Ambrosia? Time to find out after a short break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. If you're just tuning in now, Ambrosia to be taking down Winthrop University 2-0 with a lot of overtime rounds over on Icebox. They move along within the lower bracket. Now it's time to find out who's going to be joining them between TSM and YFP. Another elimination match. And I think that is just crazy when you're looking at these teams, Dan, because we should be talking about this in numbers. How are we eliminating one now?
Well, yeah, as we've been mentioning, that number 1, number 2, number 3 seed that we had in stage 1 for playoffs, they're all gone as Winthrop University just got eliminated. So now it's down to completely new top 3. And I think this is one of the favorites, right? I think when we look at TSM, they are one of the favorites to go on this lower bracket run. But just the fact that, as you're mentioning, they're on the verge of elimination with a YFP that has also been doing pretty good, it's crazy to think about.
It's so crazy. And let's talk about this YFP squad first, because for the team that just narrowly missed out on the stage 1 playoffs to now be here, sure, they got knocked down into this lower bracket pretty early on, Roy, but the talent is there. And that win, especially the second map up against Cubert Academy, was damning. Like, this YFP squad, like, when they turn up, they turn up.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's sort of been the narrative, right? It's like this team has the tools. They have what it takes to be a top contender. They've just sort of been missing this kind of big looming question mark about, just like what they're lacking for them to kind of just close the gap. But they had a bit of a rocky start, but honestly into playoffs. But their last win was really solid against Cubert. They had a clean sweep. They had a nice solid win. I feel like that sort of solidifies their growth, and I feel like that sort of, for me at least, it ensures me, it gives me the confidence to believe that this team is on the right path. And whether they have leveled up, whether they have grown from their last matchup versus TSM, because I actually would like to remind us, the last 2 times these teams have played, right, it's been a TSM win both times. So now we're seeing some growth from the YFP side, and this will be the test to see how much YFP has grown, because if they can get this win against TSM right here, it's going to be a massive turnaround and potentially a massive talking point for us as to when things have changed for YFP.
It's just one of the things that I wanted to bring up as well. Just the last time that they faced each other, this was already with the addition of B-Dog, but that was a very uncharacteristic game from him where he was really struggling. And if you know anything about B-Dog, he's often the complete opposite. He's fragging out. He's the one that's kind of on top of the board and also lifting everybody else up from the team. So it was a bit uncharacteristic, but I want to see if he's able to keep what we've seen for other series, what we've been able to see for YFP to make it to playoffs, to be in this instance. And obviously, it's a lot to put on one player, but I just know that B-Dog is that guy. Like, he's actually able to handle that pressure and push the team to the finish line. On top of that, we always mention that core that they have, a core with a lot of experienced players that can help out as well. So if everybody's online today, there is that possibility for them to beat TSM.
That's exactly it, if everyone is online today. Because when you're talking about the talent the squad has, they're not short of it in any regards. That's the thing about YFP. All of that talent is there. And talking about that experience and the talent, first person we have to talk about here is Jake, especially to some of the consistency that he's been able to have, even through some of these ups and downs. I still think what he's been able to bring to the server has been really impressive. And again, Roy, looking for another one of those performances today to set YFP off on the right foot.
Yeah, we've said it before, and I want to repeat it again, okay? Jake has been a pivotal step-up player for this roster. Whenever he's having a good game, whenever it feels like he's popping off and having these moments, this team is a completely different style. Like, Penny, we kind of expect it from him, right? He's been a solid duelist. We've sang his praises. We kind of know what to expect from him. But when Jakey steps up and he's kind of doing his thing, it really does feel like YFP's on a completely different level, right? Because this is your anchor, this is your lurk, this is the sort of pop-off player that you need, and the fact that he stepped up so consistently for this roster has probably been a huge part of their success and why they're even in this position to begin with.
And on top of that, last series and as of recent, I feel like with this Omen, we've seen him get a little bit more aggressive and find so many openings for the team. He is such a smart player, and you see it in the way that he's been playing recently. I think before and we brought it up last week, I really like seeing him on the Astra because I like when he's staying alive, when he's able to play for that post plan. But when he's getting a little bit more aggressive on this Omen, I'm kind of becoming more of a fan of seeing this. It's incredibly consistent, and it feels like it's just one of those players that actually finds a balance between when he needs to go in, find an opening, or when the team is finding that number disadvantage, he knows he needs to push forward, and also trying to stay alive until the very end to make sure they have a chance at winning.
And if Jakey's doing well, then again, definitely is going to spell good things here for YFP. But someone else that was talked about a smidge a little bit in that is someone who's always needing to step up in these series for YFP to find the way, and that is Penny. Especially too, if we're talking about the duelists of this league. Again, I say this every time, we are stacked with top tier duelists. And just to have another top tier duelist, I mean, Penny, Dan, top of the list.
Yeah, one of those names that we've been bringing up for quite some time, and one of the reasons as well. I mean, we mentioned how Jake, for example, likes to get more aggressive on his Omen, and that's thanks to Penny as well, and how this playstyle likes to be fast, kind of on your face when they're hitting their side. They're so overwhelming because of that. You have a paranoia that Penny is able to play with, and you have these set pieces that work out so well for Penny to get the first one, get the second, and sometimes be able to kind of get going and get that momentum going for the rest of the team. I feel like it's not easy because, as you mentioned, we have so many insane duelists on this matchup. I mean, especially only today, I feel like when you're looking at Sim, just like spoiling kind of what we're going to be talking about for TSM, and you look at Penny,
spoilers.
it's crazy to see.
No, I think the dynamic play of Penny, in my opinion, is the reason why players like Jakey can even have their moments, because he's such a dynamic player when it comes to the approach, when it comes to that risk-reward spectrum, right? Like, he's able to passively anchor sites, he's able to passively hold positions with operator, but he's also able to run it down on you with utility, and he's also able to clutch. So, like, no matter what phase of the round Penny's playing in, it feels like he's always getting value, and that's a big reason to why we sing his praises, and in my opinion, what makes him special, even in a sea of really good duelists here in VCL. So, shout out.
Yeah, the YFP, they definitely have their work cut out for them today, because going up against TSM, I mean, you touched on it briefly, but the last 2 times that these teams have met up within NA Challengers this year, it has been wins here for TSM. So that has been really, really strong. And this TSM core, when we're talking about teams that would probably put the most stock in, at least myself personally, Roy, TSM has to be like the top 2.
No, TSM is just such a confusing team to me, because on paper, this team is really good, and the talent and their overall ideas are so solid, and they had a really fiery start to this play. I want to bring that, like, kind of just remind us, and their final kind of like finish line until into playoffs was just a little bit too harsh, and I feel like they haven't really recovered from that. And now that Tejo's sort of received nerfs and they're sort of making their own meta adjustments, that I feel like they're having a bit of a hard time finding a meta that kind of works for them. But that being said, I do feel like they're just one clean win away from getting back on track, and this could be that game, guys. If it's a clean win, if they've made their changes, if they've kind of grown and settled into the meta, I think we're going to be seeing a pretty insane TSM here.
It's reminiscent of what we saw last year when they were making Ascension, right? Where it's like, yeah, it's one of the teams that we talked about, but maybe we don't have them as a favorite. And then all the teams that we have on top kind of start fumbling, start getting eliminated. And then we look at, okay, who's left from the teams that we've seen some consistency of throughout the year? And you see TSM and you think, you know, is it going to happen? And for Ascension, at least last year, it actually did happen. And it is also one of the teams that were able to keep that core since last year. So I want to be able to, I want to see if, like you said, they're going through these changes, they're trying to adapt to the new meta, they're trying to find themselves. Now, do they have enough time? Are they able to change and adapt in time? Because to me, they have all the pieces. You said it, Roy. Yep. When you look at it in paper, it all makes sense. It's a team that is very powerful. They have insane mechanics, one of the best ones that we have in Challengers, but there's always something missing. And now with all the top teams that we thought were gonna win stage 2 eliminated, this is the best chance that they have to be able to get that #1 spot, to move to the grand finals.
I mean, you're talking about a TSM now that, in comparison to past years, have all of the pieces. And I want to talk about one of those new additions. I say new now, like it isn't like halfway through the year. Where is that time gone? But take this opportunity to talk about Vora. I think Vora is one of the best additions into Challengers this year. Whenever I see one of those lists on Twitter, like, these are the people in Challengers you should be looking at. If Vora's not on this list, it's biased AF, honestly, every single time. Roy, I think Vora has been fantastic for the team, has been calling up until now, but always been able to frag out in the server. It's been a delight to watch him.
Yeah, he has been calling up until now, but I think we're receiving information that GMD is now the IGL for this roster. So to me, that's actually kind of an interesting kind of dilemma, right? Because some players, they have a deep IGL tax. They have a lot more mental load, and that kind of affects their psychology and it kind of affects their performances, right? But there are some players that actually perform a lot better in the IGL role when they feel like they're in control of a lot of decisions. That kind of gives them their, their sort of mental cue of when they're making their moves. So in my mind, my question mark is Vora going to be the player that is going to have no IGL tax and he's going to be even scarier of an individual player? Or is he going to be the kind of player that sort of, loses a lot of the say in the team and it kind of affects him in like a weird way? It's a lot of question marks. It's a very risky change in my opinion. But that being said, I mean, there must be very good reasons. So I definitely trust TSM to have that. Maybe GMD just has a bit of a better read on the current meta, or maybe they have something internally that makes sense. But on a completely individual level, I feel like Vora is an insane initiator. His pop-off potential has been extremely scary, and I completely agree with you, and I support the sentiment that he's been a great addition to TSM and VCL.
I just want to add something else to this conversation, is that last year it was kind of the same situation, right? Every week we kind of didn't know who was going to be IGLing. For a bit it was GMD, then they were switching it up, and now it seems like they had found some consistency with Vora on the IGLing. But they always talked about how they had at least 3-4 players that were able to IGL at any point. They were trying to use that to their advantage, and it seems like when things are going wrong, they're willing to make changes. Is that a risk? I think 100% is a risk, but it's just one of those that when you're in the lower bracket, you have to take against a team that has been getting closer and closer to your results every single time. So I want to reiterate, this is nothing new for TSM. They have been switching IGL since last year, kind of finding out if it's going to be GMD or somebody else. But it is interesting that they do it at this point. And I mean, if they win, we definitely need to know the behind the scenes of why they do this so often.
I know, right? Because it's mind-blowing to me in the lower bracket, elimination on the line, to switch it up now. But I guess when it's a TSM that maybe not closing out a couple of these years they want to, I don't know. There is a whole rabbit hole we can go into this, but we still have other players in a series to talk about. So we're going to box that up, put it to the side for now. What about Sim, guys? Sims is awesome player,
hey,
awesome duelist. Sim's pretty damn good at the video game, Dan.
Yeah, he is pretty good. We talk about him every single time. One of my favorite duelists to watch has always been. I think he's so good. And when he's popping off, he's so scary. It is just one of those we always talk about the great duelists that we have, but it is one of the few that can completely take over a game, completely take over a map, and it's something that we don't see once in a while. We actually see it pretty often. I feel like every other match, or at least one map per series, Sim is just completely taking over.
He really is. And the fact that TSM can have anyone kind of pop off, we've talked about before that Sim doesn't necessarily need to, Roy. But again, if Sim it is a scary prospect for the opposing team.
Yeah, no, completely. I mean, Sim has just been that player that's always in your face. He's always challenging you. And I feel like he went a little bit quiet for a few matches, but in his last few matches, he's been an absolute monster. In their last loss, Sim was actually the only one that was actually popping off on the team. He was 210 ADR, by the way, just for context here, in the two maps that they played against Burger Boys. Like, that is an insane performance, and I think it's safe to say that Sim is back. The level like that we expect from him, the max performance mode is definitely here, and I'm expecting that to be a big factor in this matchup as well.
Yeah, when Sim has that confidence, when Sim just comes out of the gate swinging, that's going to make it a really exciting head-to-head for the duelists here. So that's the last little piece of info for us to be focusing on: Sim versus Penny. Ooh, this one's going to be good, especially too since you called it. Like, Sim, like, even in the last series in the loss, going positive, but Penny, it's just Roy. Penny's just been so strong lately.
Yeah, I think the major differences in my mind, guys, between these two duelists is that Penny is a lot more methodical in his approaches and the way he finds picks and the way he like kind of digs into for these first bloods, right? That's why Penny's first kills, first death ratios are very, very clean. Sim, on the other hand, is a lot more of like a space maker, sort of in your style, like in your face kind of style. So his stats are going to be significantly higher than Penny's. Not to say that one style is better than the other, but that's just the big reason to why we see such a bit of a stat discrepancy. But look, while Sim does have higher damage per rounds, you see that Penny's kill to death is just a little bit cleaner. So in my mind, the kind of stylistic clashes here is going to be really interesting, because you're going to look for Penny for that high IQ, sort of finding the first picks, playing slow, digging for these first kills, whereas Sim is going to be probably getting set up, probably running it down and making a ton of space for his team.
It'll be such a fun head-to-head to watch between some of the most fun duelists to be watching. So I absolutely cannot wait to get into this series, even if, again, the prospect of saying goodbye to one of these teams at this point in the playoffs is still absolutely crazy. Yeah. I know, but time to see where this series is held and head into the map picks and bans and see what kind of series that we have ahead of us for the day. Split for the very first one, picked up by YFP, but where this gets interesting is I think it's a pretty strong map here, Dan, for both of the teams, so this should be a bloodbath.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Both of them played it very recently. YFP played it against Cuber Academy, and then also TSM played it, against Chet's Pets. I have my questions here, and I think I bring it up every time we see that split, because Vora last time was on this stage, and they're playing this double duelist composition. When Roy was mentioning, they're trying to kind of find themselves and find out what is going to be that meta that's going to work for TSM. This is one of the changes that they made, right? So Vora on the stage, and then this double duelist where Rico is playing that Jet, that I feel like it's really fitting for them. I feel like it's fitting for a team that, as we've been talking about, has a Sim that likes to run it down, likes to be on your face, likes to be really, really annoying to deal with. So you have that, but then you also have a Vora that, you can be like Cryo on stage and Split, where you're just getting every single opening as well, and it's pretty much working like a duelist.
Guys, the thing for me that is a little bit confusing is this is a YFP pick when TSM has actually been undefeated on this map in this split. They're 4-0 on split. This is not a weak map for TSM whatsoever. So I think YFP picking this map probably signifies to us that they're coming in with a very good game plan. They probably have a very good read to how TSM wants to approach this map, and they probably have a very good game plan going into it, because on paper this does not seem like a very good first pick, to be honest. Second map makes sense. Obviously a sense an overlap for both of these teams, so it makes complete sense. They're both very good on that map. I'm leaning a little bit more on the TSM side for that one. And the third map, Pearl, is going to be an absolute battle if we get there, guys. So yeah, a lot of pressure on that first map in my opinion.
I'm just wondering if YFP have the read on split, but now GMD's calling, if that's going to throw a little wrench in their plan. I don't know, but let's get into the predictions of the day. The series almost ready, and I want to take this opportunity to really be able to say this, but Roy, enjoy the one and only time you're going to be right today. It ain't gonna last, buddy.
Cursing yourself this early, Sierra? That's a rookie mistake, Dryad. Oh, what have you guys just done right now?
I've always been on the TSM boat. I've always been a big fan of watching this team, and mainly just because of the way the sim plays on the duelist. Is like you can't hate a guy that's just running it down and getting away with it every single time. It's like I just respect it. I admire it.
I love it.
And they've won it before. They've won before, so that's the same logic that I used for the Ambrosia Winthrop win, and it worked out. So hey, I'm going with it again.
No, you know what I like about being in this position, Sierra, is like I get to have the Sierra effect. Okay, if I'm wrong, then I was just trying to save the curse for TSM, and if I'm right, I look like a genius. I'm on to you. I've actually copied your game plan. I'm actually anti-stratting you on the desk, and now we're starting to get a little bit ahead here in playoffs. So
I know I can't even go for my own strategy for today because I don't predict against TSM. I simply cannot. But we'll see how the strat works out for you today, Roy, because I think YFP, as strong as they are, definitely still have a little bit of an uphill task. But agents are ready for the very first map. Again, we've seen what these teams are thinking of Roy. So again, I don't anticipate switches, but you never know.
Nope, that's exactly what we were expecting. The double sentinel composition from YFP. They've looked last time. I want to remind us, that YFP actually got most of their rounds on that attack side. Now, while they do have the double senti, don't be fooled, guys. They're very good on the attack side. They know how to get their value. They have a ton of utility, and whenever they get on those sites, there's so much gadgets it makes it really hard for the retake side. And when you're going in against a double duelist, it could be a really big problem for TSM. So my eyes are on that to see how TSM is going to disrupt YFP getting on those sites.
And you can expect a couple of the things to play similar, but not really for B-Dog and Bora, for example, with that wall that both of them have used towards mid. But Bora is hyper aggressive when he's going into the stage, and that's kind of the meta that we've seen as of recently. I mentioned it for 100 Thieves and Cryo, kind of the way that they've been playing it here, where he's doing the same thing that you've been seeing for years, right? Getting on top of the wall, finding one, backing up, waiting for the wall to break to have somebody else swing from mid. You have these little ideas that can work out really well, but that's the question, right? If YFP picked this map, do they have a read on what the stage is going to be doing and how those two sentinels are going to complement each other?
The biggest question going into today is a strong map for both of these teams to be kicking off the series. Again, this is an elimination series. It's time to see if YFP have that read or if TSM and the switch ups, specifically the IGL, can come out on top. But Split is ready, the players are, and so are your casters. So let's head back over to Vance and Jen.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, we have a storied rematch between the two for a shot at the top 4 Vans. Like, TSM have been the team to dodge. Well, he said it in the interview just now. And YFP need to rewrite the outcome of this one.
Yeah, and TSM, I think the vetoes is working out quite well in their favor. According to what Roy was saying, and I had to check too, yeah, they are not only undefeated, but undefeated playing different compositions. When they first started the season, remember, it was a Tejo and Breach meta, Sim able to be aggressive and getting some very early fights thanks to the util around that. But switching into this one, they've been doing an excellent job just holding great defensive rounds for TSM. That said, too, on a second map, remember, 7 play Sage was also unstoppable the last time we were able to witness him play on that map. So YFP, they have to come out strong within this first map right here. A reason why they're choosing this composition or this map here against TSM is probably figuring out how they could really take over maybe some sort of more passive anchoring play that TSM kind of does and take the map control that's in the space that's given to them fairly early in the round, because you technically should not be able to be as aggressive, even though you're playing double duelists on the side of TSM, because you don't have the best of util to support for you to like move through to get the forward space.
Yeah, my theory on why YFP picked this, because I know that's the big mystery right now, is that this was one of their most picked maps last stage. And YFP have been leaning elsewhere, but, you know, kind of as the desk said, they've really apparently downloaded the TSM strat and will face off here today. Both these teams visited this map in their quarterfinals, 13-11 against Qbert. YFP were happy with that. And then TSM beating Chet's Pets. Those are two very solid teams to win on Split. But we decide and set the tone here on Split with the Dog and Jay converging, both put back in their cage, and TSM stays steady.
Yeah, but YFP is moving very quickly towards this B site, or this A site, sorry. And this is exactly what they were mentioning before here for Roy, despite betting into this pick, is leveraging the deadlock to block areas, to play basically as if they're playing Ascent with this double sentinel comp with Stellar IGLing at the helm.
It was really fun to see Penny's satchel up there. Usually, you know, you take ramp control to pressure heaven, and that's a different approach. Look, YFP are going to spot this walk down on ramp, and there's no turning back if you're TSM, even with the paranoia from TSM hitting YFP in the noggin. It's the defense that has to pull something special out of their sleeve, and just this walk down on ramp through the outnumbered approach of YFP. Very convincing pistol out of this offense.
This is the first big thing as well. This fight here going into playing this map again and playing the same composition. If now going to the last time that they've played against Burger Boys into this one here, giving the IGL role to GMD, how's the calling going to be at this point? Are you actually going to try to, you know, break a little bit outside of the molds and the protocols that you've built in the first place when Aura was at the helm? And I think there's also just not GMD calling that really is going to make the change now into TSM's approach into the series. It's also the addition of the assistant coach of Blink overall in the past here with TSM as he joins NBS to help out into the stratting for TSM this in this playoff. So I feel that it's potentially because of that, because the experience that you have from NBS and Link, you kind of need somebody with the veterancy calling that could basically do this.
TSM reacting to all that noise in mid, and they're just marching down, but YFP, they've laid a trap, and the smokes are about to come down. No, there's just a lot of barking on the other side of this Omen util. And wait, the nade! Oh, TSM just wanted a warm hug, and B-Dog wanted to put a barrier down. All good. It's not going to be a flawless round, but a solid anti-eco nonetheless for YFP. Just waiting to see if Seven's at the back site. Checking that out, and then I'll plant soon.
And good thing there, picks up the orb before they even get the plant. So we'll take that on our end. And as it breaks the trip, I wonder if even on the side of YFP, they move down to pick up an orb here for Stellar on B main before he planted at that spot. So for both ends, you're maximizing, you know, the anti-eco versus the eco from both teams. Everything goes as planned. So YFP will be able to move forward, but the next round into the buy is 2 Bulldogs and lots of submachine rifles to really add aggression into their attack side. You won't probably see them trying to go for long-range picks, and I would expect a little bit more of the Stellar engaging Penny into closing that gap for those satchels.
Yeah, TSM just trying to fight fire with fire. Like, they kind of left mid open, were able to get back into those positions to get a cutoff on YFP, but as soon as YFP heard something, it just hosed down everybody across the smoke, and really beautiful nade out of Penny. TSM maybe could have escaped, and is sort of awkward trying to dodge whether to jump forward or backwards, and it was just a great placement on the nade from Penny. And TSM maybe try to scrap better through mid or adjust going forward there, as they'll have their first rifle buy up. Oh, you don't even know where the nade was. It was kind of
Just kind of expect those kinds of things playing in anti-eco, that they're going to try to just go for the pop outside of a smoke. You counter-read them and get a perfect combination and take them down. But let's see here. Closing that gap. Mid control to start. And Satchel's at the ready here for a Penny at the bottom of market. Flash also engaged and prep behind, or maybe a dog to start things off. There's that Flash.
That Sky gives you not only just good information, but a chance to actually and follow up with it. It's a Flash after all, and now you get dogging up. You're able to get this, you would think, deeper into mail, but it does reveal someone in heaven, but not the exact numbers. Of course, Vora has a wall. Won't be able to do a fun wall play, but limit things, as now you're letting YFP set up, and Recoil almost got walled in with the enemy. Maybe that was planned out all along, but hey, Aura helped out after all.
I really like the idea. If it wasn't for the paranoia, it was definitely a bait and switch to allow Recoil to get a pick on that side. But as they hit him, he has no choice but to escape. That said, though, there's 40 seconds left. We even broke any util on the side of YFP. So the defense is still quite good on the extremities. It looks like you're just going to have no choice but to hit last second on a 3-2 split on this B site, where you still have the crossfire setup and 3 players anchored up on this side for TSM.
Bora will be able to react, and you have to take down all the pillars of this wall. Actually, there's just going to expire even better. And Penny just the stinger in Vora's face. He was just trying to play safe on the other side of stairs, but there's 11 seconds, and GMD could still prevent this from flourishing, but what a win from Stellar, and with the pistol of all things.
Yeah, that should have been a round win no matter what. YFP get into bonus round.
Full guarantee, I guess. 3 versus 1 Seekers. Seven's got the Vandal, but Penny has the dub, and it's YFP 3 in a row.
Again, GMD should have lost that fight towards that back of the site. And it might be another thing that you're going to have to look out for, too. Remember in the past, and the reason why TSM started looking good here at the beginning of this split, and GMD also vocalized it with not giving the responsibility to IGL allows him to focus more just into his aim and frag out. And you saw like so many multi-kill scenarios that he's able to bring on anchoring spots, pushing forward and swinging around back into favor of TSM. Now you're stuck looking at your mini-map, trying to see where your players are falling around, where you're going to call the next thing, and it just gets picked off against a classic. Their crosshair placement the whole time.
Oh, the net. Aw, recoil, no fun for you. I don't know how much fun he was going to have with the Sheriff, but he would have been able to spot how many were walking up mid. And TSM had 3 walking up garage, so YFP have been focused a lot on the center, trying to see if they can coalesce into vents and get an A push going. There's a lot of Sentinel util, there's a camera, so TSM are going to get a heads up on this from safe positions. Smoke could dissipate soon, and 7, he's lucky. Get the first one and not the headshot, but some damage into YFP. It's gonna take a lot to get through this plot armor. Ooh, Paranoid actually makes contact in 7. He's out in the open. He was hoping to trip up and push through main. And YFP, nonetheless, looking to build up their economy early. If they can pull off a flawless round, which should be looking good, having to retake with just the paranoia. Well, the slowers, you can't underestimate what they can do at this back corner, but I think Vor's just gonna let all the action come to him. Oh, okay, caught the one lacking. He's got ears, but didn't check his back, and GMD couldn't trade. The person never came down the staircase, so GMD's just gonna go down with the ship.
They're gonna have to start thinking in the next rounds now for TSM. This is twice that whenever they're trying to reposition themselves through smokes, they're just getting netted down. And that's just great util being utilized by B-Dog. Great calls coming out from Stellar as well. Just to catch TSM off guard every single time here in these moments where you would think on TSM side that, okay, we're going to play against our opponent's smokes. We're going to try to swing out of there. We don't really have the flashes. Remember, they don't have anything to work out to when it comes down to swinging out of these smokes. So you're just trying to play mini gulags pretty much here for TSM and cut that gap. And that's something that TSM has been doing a lot, actually, when you were looking at how they're playing these post-plant scenarios or when they're getting ready to flood retake. A couple of players always wait within the smokes, and then 3, 2, 1, you start swinging out. Look at the pistol round. That's exactly what's happening here. And it's being well read by YFP so far, so the prep coming through, this is probably the reason why. As Roy was mentioning, what was that question mark? Why are we playing split against a team who's undefeated? This split literally here for TSM. And that timeout comes out very early on the side of the defense, and they need to figure out how they could run a different game plan now against YFP.
Yeah, I think like YFP have been able to dictate how this map has gone, because TSM, they just keep disengaging into corners, and then you have the advantage being able to pre-aim and have YFP maybe get caught lacking, but then you let YFP be able to throw nades, use their util, flash in with the sky, throw a paranoia, force dashes, disengaging dashes out of recoil, forcing the wall out of Vora. It's very a protective style at a TSM that isn't necessarily killing back a lot of time. I mean, look at Penny. He's 9-0. You got 6-0 out of Stellar. There's some untouchable players from YFP side, and you got to think them how grouped up they've been playing. Not buy from recoil, cool.
Exactly, so that covers up towards the A side. It allows here for TSM to have that more heavy focus into middle while you're just playing active information with the Cypher in the back of the site. Should avoid the showstopper here too.
Just throw it into heaven, get some, and TSM had plenty of time to pick a different spot to stand at, and Showstopper gets nothing. Annihilation, just 2 blind ults out of YFP, but zoning ults, hell yeah. Spike planted, hell yeah, again. TSM will have to get through the barrier. Drop. Have some sightlines to work with. The smokes dissipate in heaven as well. Penny is on the lookout. If he climbs this rope, that's not going to be good. As Boris steps up and half HP will sacrifice himself for the trade given to GMD. There's YFP on the post plan. What is Steve being able to flank again? YFP get to do whatever they want with this map control. TSM a little too slow for me.
At a 1-3-1, and I just love the patience that Penny stays within that cage. So when it pops up, I guess it was a read here coming out from TSM. They understood that there was going to be some sort of showstopper entry on that side. So that's why you have your op posted up here on that ramp. If you were able to engage and drop down Penny in the very beginning, they don't have a chance to re-zone, as you were mentioned before here, towards that A site. So you're trying to play trip kills towards B, get those cages up. But he just stays in it, just waits for the cages to come down, gets full vision, and even the rest of YFP get full vision to retake and fight against the backside anchor being 7, who unfortunately couldn't get any value from his trip placements.
Shadows traveling.
Fantastic start for YFP. Ramp battle. TSM rotate over to reinforce. And Vora can play their life. They have a res as well. So playing back this time will actually favor TSM. And Sims 1 away from the showstopper. So I don't know if fighting for this orb would be worth it. This YFP have been having an open mid to play with, which allows them to get through heaven in different ways than having to fight through ramp. Maybe playing this far back for TSM means that the dog from the sky can't go as deep, isn't going to get as much information. So YFP have to go in blind, but that's kind of worked out for them so far. Finally
It's Cameron that's going to
B.
see everything here on heaven and B main. So again, it's just really Seven's position to try to play more passively, try to get a one and done. The rest of the team just activated on what information that 7 gets.
Okay, I like this push up from Vora. Almost, I'm not sure if he was affected by his own slow warp, but we'll just lock in for this last 11 seconds as YFP still have the plans. And Recoil won't be able to prevent it, but at least his position.
Spike planted.
I think it's known. You kind of see the crossfire from B-Dog and see going on. Shaky good swing. There's the dash to try and isolate the 1v1, and P-Dog doesn't need any help.
6 unanswered rounds now for YFP. And even coming out from the timeout on the side of TSM, they were getting 0 value. Not even good map control on how they were trying to set up here. And I think it's just TSM playing just a little bit way too passively. You're giving up so much space towards this B side. Yes, you're playing like a 1-3-1, or when you have enough money with the operator, it's blocking out one side. But we're not really being as proactive or really shut down an area and funnel these players where, you know, you stress out the pushes and the splits from YFP that could accidentally run into these trips. There's just so much space here for YFP to work with. Look at this round. I mean, it is an eco that you have from TSM, so just going to try to play the bait and switch. Sim is going to be the first contact, maybe even leverage and use the showstopper to try to get one down.
You'd have to guarantee, like, surely the showstopper gets something. I'm going to hype it up and curse it. Watch me do it. It's YFP. It's a little too quiet around here. Quick little peek, and Steve had a second chance. Just trying to get away from all the action. Penny is caught satcheling and only got punished at the end once he got to his destination. Knives out. TSM believe 3 versus 3. Information now with the neural test. YFP around the corner, and they try to surprise TSM before they could download much. Recoil repositions Jake low. Teleports to the high ground. What was that against GMD? But whew, Recoil did not let that through. Good investment out of TSM and a thrifty after all that.
Yeah, 3 individual bait and switches, or positioning for 2 individual bait and switches that turned out on the side of TSM. You just needed to land those shots and making sure you're getting value off the selfless plays there from your teammates. So Sim getting an assist on the board finally to get something on the board for the team, allowing Vora to get that first pick with a stinger and recoil on that back. And yeah, look at that. Even if they won that round for TSM, this is where they already want to start building that momentum. So already the second timeout is being used because you do have, thankfully to the Thrifty, a rifle round that's kind of free on your end, and then 2 big ults on your side. The Showstopper hasn't been used in the previous round to just try to get a weapon down. So you do have an opportunity right here from a Thrifty to a gun round, and you kept the economy semi-okay against YFP. There's a chance here to really break the econ and to gain that type of economy building that you need on your end here on the defense.
If you're like me and Sierra, who are like, oh my god, Recoil's hat is so cute, and you get a little distracted because it was 6-1, tsmshop.com. So but you know, we're gonna wait for TSM to make a comeback before we start buying hats, okay? But you know, you could buy some new fans, just saying.
Such a bandwagoner thing to say. Why don't you just buy it, win or lose?
Okay, well now Vance puts me on the spot. YFP, what you got? Well, we got to get some YFP merch on screen. I want to see how cute that is. I'm gonna buy the winning team's merch. How about that? Vance pressured me.
Here it is, playing close with the Showstopper. Camera avoids the camera too, but once this breaks, you already hurt the footstep as well. And yeah, maybe Jakey could escape, maybe Penny, but Stellar would get owned here. And that's the spike as well.
His flash goes to be cooked. Wait, Penny's first!
Oh my
and
gosh.
Sim looked to the right. Oh, the flash was too good. Too good. YFP are always so proactive with you, Till, and it's caught TSM off guard so many times. The ideas are so good, but action's more important for TSM. Another YFP plant at A with the barrier there in heaven. Only one place TSM can be, and it's screens. Dog sniffing something. What's on the other side of the smoke? Oh god, recoil. Back to the underground.
Not ready.
Yeah, you got to save here. I mean, now you're kind of pinned. The smoke dissipated. GMD could still TP across. There you go. Now just go save. Don't go anymore, guys. It's impossible. You won't be able to win this round.
Trust in Vans. All right. 7, you're on your own. Oh. Like, fine, I'll do it myself. Wait a minute. 2 versus 4. Just kill him. I know we can't defuse, but for the aura.
Last player standing.
No aura, my bad. So yeah, now it's 7-1.
And that's just great reads once again coming out from Stellar. Just IGLing his way out of what TSM's trying to do off a timeout. I don't know how he knows there's going to be a player waiting just behind the wall with the Showstopper ready to punish. And is this off the cuff saying Stellar telling Penny, get ready to satchel on top of the box. Like, look at this timing. It forces even Sim to get fully blinded. And he does a 180 as he satchels up to turn back into the right moment to get the entry on top of that. That is skilled mechanics coming out from Penny. That was insane.
Yeah, saying you're dipping Sim right now is kind of... You don't get to say that every day. Okay, it's time to throw out the Showstopper. Penny.
I've got your trail.
Insane. Okay, Seekers. There's a shotgun. And why are you gonna test that? Well, after the flash, Stellar thought he had the edge. A teleport? Oh, hell no. We're not going B. We're planning A.
Yeah, that's smart. They already knew that Sim still had the Showstopper there, and with the Seeker spotting him with the Judge, and now the spike gets planted. I mean, that's a silver lining. There's still the Showstopper that's available for TSM to retake towards the site. They have to be clean. They have to move in as a group here. But B-Dog has Annihilation for the Pulse Plant when it's pretty much planted for him as well, playing from A main.
Just the time you have to work with if your TSM is cut in half because of that teleport. Sim with the Hail Mary on the trip. I thought he blew himself up for a second. And YFP hold the line, but Jakey holds that L. What an op shot from Recoil. Under duress. And what? What? Recoil 2 HP. 7 is insane. What was that out of TSM? Did they get the defuse too with 2 seconds left? Or 1.4? You round up? Okay, fine. Wow, TSM really pulled it out of their hat.
The hell did they just do? That was looking like an easy round for YFP. Because even the trip was a surprise factor. Sim got 0 value out of the Showstopper. Yet Recoil still gets the up kill in the first one. There was no trade on the second one when the entries have been perfect for YFP in the very beginning. And again, you have the net, you have Annihilation. The cage was probably the biggest thing too that didn't allow here for B-Dog Sword to get any value. Thankfully for Seven's cage, and that allowed here for TSM to get the defuse towards the end. Just unlucky, I guess.
Oh, recoil. Okay, I like that. From Sim, recoil. Maybe still be hidden, get the one and dash out. YFP are not liking their odds. They're not. It's looking mad sus in mid. But GMD could get his one and done. YFP have their flash. They have a paranoia. But it's the flash that could really hurt GMD here. That's what I'm worried about. I don't expect a paranoia being thrown at this corner. If Penny satchels in first, that's what GMD could really look for. And oh, I swear I heard the trigger be pulled. That off, put down. GMD gets lucky, went down 2. YFP are cut in half, but Stellar, oh my god, the Clutch King himself makes it happen again. All up to 7, rotating over from A, slow as molasses in a 3 versus 1 on the post plant for YFP. We've been in positions before where YFP had easy rounds, so trust in 7 and he'll deliver. Oh, just hesitated a bit, and Stellar, what an amazing round from him.
If anything, Penny could do no wrong so far. How does he win a fight against such a good opera as Recoil? Crouch peek, instant laser beam, and drops him with no util to support even Penny on that peak. There was basically 2 or 3 more bodies to help out to try to get the spray right there. Looks like he got some sort of a wallbang leg shot onto Penny, so that was just unlucky, I guess. But if anything, you gotta make sure that you land the cleanest shot as possible. If not, that just happened.
Okay, well, GG. 2 duelists down. None left. Rez on the way, though? Maybe. But YFP got their base set up. The fortress, the walls have been built. The smoke's in place. A ramp push from TSM has to be held down there by Thief. And he steadies his aim. Denies the res out of Vora. And pretty much any opportunity for TSM. Okay, I'm going to wait. TSM or TSM after all. But it is just a pistol. Almost an ace from Penny. Ooh, we like Penny in playoffs.
Yeah, so far everybody's able to have highlight moments and highlight reels from lurks of Thief. Getting impact frags, but yeah, Penny is definitely already 4-1 on kills. That's insane what's going on so far for this duelist. But yeah, I mean, you're stat padding a bit with this anti-eco, but not only your stats padding, you're also building up so many ult boards for another important round to pretty much close out a dominating half for YFP. There's only 1 round remaining, and he's already 1 pip away from getting his ult, and so is B-Dog.
Sim has been just really supportive. You know, like shooting down the dogs in mid, denying information from YFP, being that pillar, deny YFP that mid control, because that's given them way too many options to where to plant. But Sim 1-11, this is not typical Sim. This is not Dryad's favorite duelist Sim. But there's still a lot of rounds yet to go. Now, a Sage wall that will make things difficult for YFP. And to push into a Sage wall is so sus. You don't know if the Sage is going to be on top of it on the other side. And even Recoil hangs around there. They've seen that before. Easy kills for 7, right? B-Dog, Penny conversing. Break the wire! Penny's ankles get broken. 7 disengages, doesn't go for the 2, keeps his life. Blind shot from Recoil. Pop is within the sight. YFP on their way, and Jake tries to teleport. No. Yeah, it was GMD teleporting in, so TSM fighting tooth and nail for this. Having control, YFP just getting out of dodge. They're gonna run right into Vora, though. Or has to lock in, and the spike is down. 1-2, goodbye, YFP. 9-3 half for YFP still.
Definitely starts to feel like the TSM that we know. Very, very slow starts. I mean, this is TSM from last year. Not only slow starts from Sim, but slow starts overall. But at least on those last moments, from what we just saw from Seven and Vora, it's starting to look clean. Just simple crosshair placement, but the reaction time to get instant kills like this, and also from Vora to have two players walk into his crosshair on the top of the B site and getting two very clean shots. You're starting to see here, maybe it's just a little bit of shakiness to start, knowing that you're about to face elimination against YFP, who's been on a hot streak in the lower bracket run. TSM, maybe that's finally that time for them to wake up as they take the attack side, and the advantage now as a double duelist to add that aggression.
Cage triggered.
Shadows
Right.
traveling.
Pretty important round for TSM to try and claw their way back into this. This is a TSM that are undefeated on this map, and this is a cold start, but it's not over yet.
Cover going out.
Now Jakey's just gonna make things difficult with the smoke, and hearing that dash is still pretty important.
Yeah, and especially when you're not able to dash into sites anymore. In Sim, you could see that in his buy, he doesn't have any satchels to work with. So this has to come down to a group up sage wall cross. It's going to get spotted by a camera, but thankfully there's no util to stop the push coming through.
Paranoia pressures backside. TSM have to push past this. Which side do they want to take? Jake and Thief both take L's on both fronts, not able to win their individual battles. And TSM, the plant. No flashes, no dog for Stellar. And Penny with double satchels. Sim, now he's able to get active. And even from the high ground, Stellar could only put a small dent. It's just Penny against the world. But still, TSM winning this pistol means we could have a longer map than we expected, Vance.
Exactly. And maybe it was just a slow start on the defensive side, but you have full control of the attack. The wall was being thrown where you can't really move up here towards B heaven when YFP is just trying to run that clock down, but that's a perfect opportunity for TSM to really just focus to move into the B side. I was surprised, though, that we kind of just ran through without using the sage wall to funnel towards that front, but I guess it's a very old school train of thought because you're looking back at, like, I don't know, absolute Jupiter 2020 execution before they became Vision Strikers there, or to like just wall off the cross, to just flooded out the smoke, made sure that they had players to go for a buddy system, and then just go for these picks. So very nicely done. Look at how they flooded and split here from that front of that site all the way around New Box. Just crunch down and not give a chance for the trip to get any value from Thief in the back of that B site.
Here. On the double duelist, this is where this has to shine for TSM. Really got to convert this anti-eco cleanly. Set YFP further behind. I got YFP just watching through main, but also 2 flashes and a dog at the ready. But Stellar and friends are going to wait for TSM to make a first move. Heaven is completely open, so YFP is on their way to deny some of that. Ooh, little peek. Ooh. Quiet Marshall.
Party's over.
Okay, like to see that out of recoils, that secondary duelist, and this is why you don't give up Heaven. That's why YFP realized that too late. Important power position. Oh, a dodge on the net. That was kind of clean out of recoil, I'm not gonna lie. And Thief won't be able to steal away this round, and a flawless anti-eco. Now, this is the TSM we're used to seeing.
Definitely needed on that side. And sorry, chat, mixed up my Eastern Valorant teams. Absolute Jupiter just stayed Absolute Jupiter until Zeta Division. But nonetheless, yes, you've given up that space on the side of YFP, but you don't have util to work with really to stop that, right? So you're trying to save as much as that of that econ and that util for this round. Only want to use refreshables in the round if you're looking at the setup. Outside of maybe one sonic sensor that was expensed on that side of B-Dog, it was a camera trying to look for information, and now here's a real test coming in from Thief. The trip's being set up towards the A site. It's a correct read because that's where TSM starts.
Not even needing. Flash is just a better position on top of the box. Stellar goes 1 for 1. Taking care of Sim. Okay, you still got one duelist as insurance. Recoil the goat goes in, and cutting this down is Thief. No, just can't win the duels. Not yet. And this would be important for YFP to get to double digits with their first rifle round, but now they have to try and play for retake. And a trip will stand in Penny's way. B-Dog by their side. They just have a satchel in. Oh, I love this nade from the corner. 7 forced to engage. And B-Dog just has a bigger bite. Tables are even. Shaky just has to wait this out, and they're running out of time. And this TSM spot from screens. Just counter strat. It's just better. And it's Penny that at least has information, but nothing else to work with to get them out of cover. So TSM continue to streak.
Yeah, and YFP now has to start realizing here that they're giving too much of a gap on the top of the A Heaven side. So not having that money to get the operator up for Penny, and when you don't have that, at least have some players with some rifles at that spot. Because you just saw TSM full skill up towards that ramp and block the access from vents to even support the players inside the A site, to support Thief inside the A site. BMD was just speaking French there, just saying that's what we
Yeah, I
have
was
to
like,
censor
Censor Man going crazy right now. So-
Subtitles instead.
Hey, TSM, they've had a friendship for so long together, through thick and thin. They're getting the last spot in playoffs after ending their loss streak. These sonic sensors all over B. YFP really trying to catch these duelists as they mobilize in. Okay, Jakey with the jump peek. Something's up. Outlaw, don't like it. Don't peek that.
It's hard for them to do here for YFP. I mean, they're playing defense on half shields. They're just trying to force the hand of the players of YFP. Ooh.
What? Okay, at least Penny can capitalize. Those are the satchel to keep him back. Nice little play, and he's still got a boom bot. And he's going to be aggressive, knowing that TSM are on the escape and right on their tail is Penny. But also TSM have the better buy. One person that can stop him is Thief, but he has a sheriff. At least he has a trip if he can catch him while dealing with the trip. Wait, I guess.
30 seconds
Pen
left.
oh, Sim just trying to satchel against it. Thief with 2 with the sheriff. Are we serious? Solo anchor, but now help is on the way. And that's exactly who you can call the dispatch GMD. A thrifty for TSM, the second one in this map.
Oh, the overheat on a call to pivot back towards the A site. You already got that pick. Information from Recoil inside B. That the Cypher util's not there. You took down the anchored player on the other end. I'm pretty sure that was Jakey, if I'm not mistaken, but you should know that Thief is anchored up on the A site with that util. So try to move out to where you already took down the deadlock, where you already took down the defense on the B site. You just gave 2 free kills there from Thief. Nobody would break the trip behind. When you're trying to satchel forward here for the side of Sim. It was just miscomms for TSM on how they pivot quickly.
And a thrifty out of YFP, my bad. You know, thrifty, TSM, you know what I mean? But I didn't lie about TSM getting a thrifty earlier, but hey, what teams can pull out of their hats and lower buys is something else. 2 duelists could be colliding here in mid. That smoke's gonna cover up Penny, so barrier 2 in male. TSM are gonna be limited on if they start shooting this barrier. I could expect Penny to do something about that with a boom bot, a nade, something, but waiting for his perfect chance, and now the smoke is gone. TSM are gonna watch this now, and Sim puts Penny back in the bank. So TSM, now they've been revealed. They're gonna pivot somewhere else.
Great start to do that damage onto Stellar. So a good push and pull. You're forcing now Stellar to play so passively towards the A side. So you're forcing walls to come up. TSM breaks that wall, and now you're forcing a little bit of over peaks, over rotates. Instilling a little bit of fear, allowing TSM to manipulate the map now, grouping up for a last hurrah towards the A site.
Stellar, oh, eats the showstopper. Well, if anyone's gonna do it, it's him. Thief, okay. Catches someone blind. Catching a lot of people blind. Oh my god. almost could have gotten the third, and there's only 13 seconds, and it's up to Vora
10 seconds left.
to plan. Thankfully, you walled screens just in case, and
Planted.
Jakey, after seeing all that disaster, is going to keep his rifle.
Yeah, that could have been dangerous too. Nobody checking out the king spot towards the back corner. If it was actually a lot quicker than that, maybe he would even gotten Vora down and give a chance for Jakey to move forward and move with the rest of the team. But again, just keeping YFP at bay and forfeiting that space after Stellar was going for that jump peak was probably the great engagement that allowed TSM to really push forward and fight here into scaling in different parts around the map and really taking their opponents down. There could have been a moment there, at least, that Penny maybe would have won that fight against Sim on the top vents, but you would have seen the instant trade coming through from two other players grouped together. So TSM continuing with the 1-3-1, the standard way of really playing the attack side of Split when you're defaulting around the map on the attack. And there was really no other outside pressure coming out from YFP. It's very similar to a story that we saw in the previous half, actually, when we're also criticizing, or at least I was criticizing TSM giving up too much space for YFP, and you saw how one-sided that became. And I like, at least here for YFP, that we're calling out that timeout, because I like the conversation for them to not do the same thing as TSM did on their defense, so they could be a little bit more proactive.
First time out of YFP, better late than never, but hey, you're at double digits. The finish line is right there, but that's when everyone starts choking. So I don't blame you. Got to really wait until it ends. And you could just hear it in the comms of TSM when they're able to get ramped up. They're able to get going. They get hyped. They get loud. You heard GMD. They're just a yappy team, but that kind of yap is what fuels you to almost play better too. Especially just going down, what, 9-2 early to come back to a point where an equalizer is within arm's reach.
Now we'll have Recoil continue with the op on the attack side, and off the timeout, Stellar has Seekers to work with. Penny 2 away from his ult. 2 rifles being utilized here by Penny and Jake. Jake's saving his weapon from the past, but they want to buy around that.
This op can get into a good position, but Recoil can't be the first to go. It has to be Sim. Now you know someone's up close, so TSM are worried, and also ramp is open. So the focus is split for TSM. How they want to address this. YFP have kind of backstabbed them before. There's the barrel, and there is a good reaction from Penny. TSM have to react, they have to trade, but they're walking into the YFP trap, and how did Sim find a trade? Now TSM have to scale up through ramp and ignore main, and GMD's lurk is causing issues of YFP rotating over. Jakey's split from the defensive A. YFP think that TSM are pivoting. Now Thief reestablishes in heaven, makes the call. TSM are still committed. And it is a pivot after all. YFP are trying to play some catch up. And Stellar is on his way, but half HP, good luck.
They knew Stellar was A too, because he was throwing those counter flashes on that A side. So this is an open plant coming through from TSM. That should have been around for YFP to start though, because peeking out slowly with the second longest barrel of a gun outside of the Odin is easily spotted there by Penny. But thankfully, Penny missed his satchel, so got boomed by the paint shells by Sim, allowed the instant trade to happen, and those players anchored up towards the A side trying to help and trade out weren't really able there to be able to support, just because they lost the main firepower. That's why Stellar stayed behind, because he needs the counter flash to get value for Penny. Now, saving the op at least is the silver lining here for YP that Penny could start using on a defense, because Recoil was dropped earlier on there.
Yeah, Sim is really turning up in that second half, and better late than never. Oh, no op for you, Stellar. That's tough. That's tough. Especially on defense split, it's always going to be helpful to have, but... Ooh, we got a lot of ults, man. This is going to be a loud round, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to see Sim being a little bit sacrificial here in this round as well. Yes. Selfless play, something that Sim does a lot here for the team, which would be kind of nice. because you kind of just want to bait out the showstopper that Penny currently carries over in this round. Especially when you don't have an op to work with anymore. You maybe want to try to go for some sort of an aggressive trap play, and dropping and sacrificing your duelist to, or anybody as a matter of fact, to force out the showstopper to get rezzed up here by Vora could be a good game plan.
TSM seeing if...
I was going to say, sorry, you're already seeing it. 3 of them grouped up here just to try to support the showstopper push. So you'll have the net thrown and then Penny moving forward.
Oh, yikes. No one home, no one home. Oh, not clipping the person in sewers. GMD lives on. He'll be able to teleport in. TSM, right, look at the plan. This deadlock, net annihilation. Holy cow, TSM lived. Under stress, under duress. YFP will get 1. 2 versus 3 is impossible. You have a flash, both neural thefts out. Forward with a res. TSM should have more than enough on the post plan, unless Thief exactly how to approach 4 people on the other side of this pillar. It's a ring around the rosy of death, and Thief has 1 on the other side. Stellar has to pick up the mantle. 1v1 against the op of Vora. The slow walking. Too tight of a turn from Stellar. Huge out of Vora.
That was insane. That was a 2v4 for YFP that was almost converted. Breaking that wall, you had players trying to watch that back, and you only have 1 player playing the 1v1 against Thief here on the top of heaven. And as soon as Thief wins that fight, you start seeing TSM scrambling around. You pull out an extra person towards that back to try to support here so that Thief cannot rotate across another individual 1v1. And then thankfully here it comes down to the walk from Vora at half HP to fully lean down and get that pick and keep TSM in the fight. Eco now for YFP, and TSM has the biggest chance to tie up the game now. A comeback on the attack side.
Yeah, the Bulldog could get mileage, but B-Dog's not going to be at the front door of Garage. Not going to sit in the corner. That's going to get checked. B-Dog trying to be as safe as possible just to play off of his sonic sensors. And Stellar will be on his way to flash her dog up, but someone has to take over Heaven because Penny is getting help from Jake. Ooh, spike down. Like, what is Penny even doing here? And the nade forces the satchel out. Penny takes damage, but still in a good spot because the Boombot still zones them off for now off the spike, but YP don't have the numbers to keep anchored in this spot to watch over the spike, so
that was such a good spot by Penny to start too, because you're playing against no initiator really on the side of TSM. So you don't really flash back, drone back, you're trying to play contact. If these are not being cleared, it's a free punish.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Sim. Oh, the timing of Penny looking away. Unfortunate. You'll still get the last laugh. Oh, he still gets a 2-for-1. That's sick. Another Thrifty, potentially, or just at least a lower buy. TSM 2 versus 4, it seemed, and GMD heard the teleport. Wow, GMD's just quicker against the shotgun. That was lucky. Stinger and a Vandal against one angry French guy, and GMD couldn't finish the job. A Thrifty out of YFP.
Another big round by Penny. Everything was just around that double kill from that raise on the side of YFP that really sealed the deal for the defensive round win. That was very nicely done. Now you're seeing pings from TSM on the attack side on that ramp. Expect the satchels to move up, the dash to move forward, a paranoia to move up. But look at that, dude. Like, that spike dropped at the very beginning. You're and especially when that's getting smoked out, you're now forcing TSM to use so much util to regain that spike, and it gives you nothing else to work back towards the main execution.
Ooh, we're cooking. Ooh, we're dead. Unfortunate. TSM, it's a good play. At least maybe they got some vision within the site, and Sim capitalizes on what his other duelist was able to provide. And Thief is slowed by the Sage Orb, and doesn't take the showstopper to the chest, so YFP could come back into this. But the clock is on TSM's side. Eyes on ramp. Teleport checking out the site from YFP. You don't have Stellar here to help with the flashes. It's just a good Jakey paranoia. Vora runs away. YFP on the chase. They infiltrate. They retake. They flood. And TSM have their backs against the wall, and they're trying to retaliate against the trip being triggered from YFP. And it's left with a 1v1. Both players hemorrhaging. But B-Dog. Oh my god! He flicks and burns against GMD, but doesn't have time to defuse. Oh my god. He doesn't get away with it.
What a sick fake TP coming out there from GMD. The balls here and the goals to just hug into the wall. And then you looked into the wrong corner. You had him pretty much pinned into that spot, and you just gamble it. You gamble that you're going to go for the fake TP, and they're not going to check it, and he's able to win that against B-Dog towards the end. Because at first, when that TP came across, at least from Jake from the shadows to get information, they realized that TSM were playing outside sight. They could flood within this spot. And when that was happening, Seven right here hugged himself into the map. So he was never spotted in the first place by Jakey, which allows for him to get value off the trip, allows for him to get the pick as well. And it came down to the wire again. TSM keeping it close, keeping everybody on the edge of their seat. YFP now in such a broken buy.
Shadows traveling.
TSM could have their win streak on this map continue, and this is YFP's pick. An Ascent coming up next is strong for TSM after what they did to Chet's Pets. Woo. Now YFP just have all the Sentinel util on B, trips and sonic sensors.
Yeah.
And camera and ramp will see this coming.
It's being heard as they're rotating across. It's already being pinged out. So far, they're just trying to move up here. If nobody's really swinging through, trying to make that cam, maybe activate GMD to cut these rotates across. Wouldn't be surprised to see a ramp back to middle to B site. Manipulate this map, keep them on the edge of their seat. The smoke's perfect right now to just engage YFP to force for them to jump B, and it works out.
Oh, the paranoia right for TSM. Looking like they were ready to satchel in and do something about it. And if Seven drops anyone, the neural theft is huge. And oh, YFP hold the line and a showstopper by TSM. Hello, match point to YFP, and with not even the best buy, it's so impressive what YFP has been able to do this half on lower buys. They've already pulled off 2 thrifties out of the 2 rounds, whatever they won, and this will be the third, so not bad for YFP.
You can see how annoying it is to deal against a controller when you don't have flashes to work with on your side. Everything was perfect, was working according to their plan to take control of that A heaven side. But as soon as you drop that smoke on the side of the D defense from Jake, right at the top of the entrance of the A heaven, well, you can't really swing through that because you don't really know how many players are behind. And you can't flash out of it because you might lose spike when you're trying to fight through, and then you lose it off time. So you gamble for the push towards the A site instead, and you're still getting cooked.
Seven will still be lurking on A, and neural theft available as Thief has went away from his, and Shaky's got some unwelcomed visitors as Recoil pushes through vents. He's gonna hear the satchel. Okay, Raze is over on the A side. And if TSM go for a B push, I like where Recoil is inserted to stop rotations. But also, depending on how deep 7 goes, could always go A. So sky's the limit for TSM with what space they have now.
Yeah, I mean, they're faking the wall once again. They've done this before with Recoil. I'm assuming here that this should be understood by YFP on how they punished it before. But walling him out towards vents, they're just letting here TSM execute towards this A site, and then for Recoil to go for the late lurk on the top heaven. So if anything, they need to execute towards A and flat for heaven as well.
Oh, flag. Yeah, I need to see these flashes out of Stellar early. And Sim is on his last leg and tries to get healed by board. Don't even have time for that to kick in. TSM. It's now or never. And it's YFP already on match point. And TSM fumble 13-10 goes the way of YFP on split.
All right, well, the timeout from YFP, what Stella was talking about with the team was not to be more proactive around the map, was just making sure they could use util to continue to block vision around TSM and have them gamble to push around these areas when they're playing like a Navi-esque style with like 10, 15 seconds left, and they fumble the bag every time they're trying to push through. So YFP coming in with good preparation and also adaptation in this first map to upset TSM on their strongest map, that is. The fact that YFP chose that map and still won it, well, Roy was right. They came prepared.
YFP were right. There's something in the water, too. I knew something was up when Penny was 20-5 to start off our darn map against Sim. And Sim didn't stay quiet for too long. He really ramped things up. TSM came back from a 9-2 deficit to make it within 2 rounds. So really shout out to TSM on that offense, what they were able to pull out of their hats. But YFP had built enough of a lead that they just had to close it out. And so they did. And so they will go to their map, TSM's map pick, actually, of Ascent coming out next. So stay tuned.
Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like just generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so just like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. And I put all those 3 things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie. Come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, I like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
Up the top of B site.
The ace! What they have left. Only 3 of Jets, but Mora makes it happen.
Where the 2 duelists are waiting. Ted's first blind. Good for 3. There's...
Going into the series, we had highlighted that this was historically a very good map for both of these teams, TSM going up against YFP. But YFP picked it, and they've clearly done their homework. They're going to be taking the first map of the series 13-10. And so far in this lower bracket run, looking great. Roy, YFP 1 away from advancing.
I think YFP had the trap cards here, okay? They had the trap card. They picked split. TSM was all happy. Like, this is our best map. They picked the defense, and then they come in with a master class of an attack side. it was beautiful to see the way they played around the utility, the way they played around the composition for TSM, the push and pull, the getting on sites in an explosive way, reinforcing the site with the gadgets. And honestly, the Raze diff is it was a little too crazy for my taste, guys.
No, it was actually insane to see the way the YFP were playing, especially early into this map when they went on the attacking side. It was just rounds and rounds in a row. And we kind of talked about it in the green room. We were like, yeah, this is the start that we've had for every single map today. But there's a different story to tell for the side of YFP. They were able to keep it consistent, even when they were kind of losing that lead going into that second half, going into the defense. And I think it really comes down to something that we briefly mentioned, right? What Penny was able to do in that series was insane. But I think it was just a good read on top of the constant brawl fights that you saw for Seam, Rico, and Vora. The three of them towards mid, playing together very, very early into the round and consistently being disrupted by Penny, whether it's with that utility, with those paint shows kind of forcing them to change positions and to play back, or it was a little bit more of an aggressive push that once again didn't let them play that brawl fight the way that they wanted to. So very good understanding for YFP. Now we get why they wanted to play this map, and even when they struggle, I mean, when you have a Penny that is 32 and 14, you can't really complain.
Guys, a couple things that I want to draw our attention to, okay? Number one.
17.
Yeah, that's harsh. That's harsh. 17 and 6 is crazy. 17 out of 23 rounds, guys. That is absolutely monstrous numbers we're looking at right here for the YFP side. So we take that into account, and we take into the account that YFP started this series, this map, with 6-0 start. Like that is very damning start. Like if you're TSM, you got to be thinking about that. Like we had no early round success. We were clawing pretty much disadvantages every single round, it feels like. And we had a horrible start to the series. I feel like that's not going to bode well for TSM. And I think the only like resolving thing, unless they have the mental resolve of gods, they would have to have a very good start in the second map. But obviously we're a little bit far from that, so we're going to keep it on this topic for now.
I mean, this topic, this would be the point where we kind of talk about everybody that's here before we start narrowing in on one person. But I look at 11 first kills. I look at almost a 400 ACS and over 30 kills. I think we just have to talk about Penny right from the get-go and the impact that he had in this series. Because, Dan, we highlighted going into it, but jeez.
It was insane. I mean, this guy, it's so impressive because I was mentioning in the pre-show, I was kind of like, yeah, Sim is the guy that can take over these maps, take over these games. But Penny had a different story to tell me. He was absolutely insane on the series, and it all started with that 6-0 that Roy was bringing up. A very, very strong lead, a really good understanding on how they wanted to take that mid control early on and then work around it. But it's just, you can plan all the strategies you want, you can counter TSM all you want, but ultimately it wouldn't have been possible if you don't have a guy that is performing the way that Penny did. Again, 32 and 14, and on top of that, 11 of those were first kills.
And remember when we were talking about like how dynamic Penny is in every phase of the round in the pre-show? We really got to see a lot of that in this first series. Like he was getting a lot of openers, yes, but his pulse plant presence was crazy on the attack side. Like he was getting so much value. He was disrupting, fighting into Z, playing on site, trading, counter util, like everything from top down, what you want from Penny, he did that and more.
Yeah, and for Penny to just have that much of a performance on map number 1, whew, that's dangerous going into the rest of the series. I know that was YFP's map pick, and TSM did get to double digits, but if Penny's performing like that, it's going to be a rough seas ahead. But where this does get a little bit better for TSM and TSM fans is we're now heading into their map pick of Ascend. And we have seen TSM here once since the Taeho nerfs, whereas YFP, Dan, this is a lot of a question mark for me. Like, what are we going to see from them here?
Yeah, as you mentioned, TSM recently played it against Chet Spats, and they were playing this double duelist composition with the Reyna. So I don't know if they're going to keep things the same. We just saw it early on for Winthrop, and in that map of Icebox where they were playing the Reyna, they kind of opted for something else that was a little bit heavier on that utility. And that's kind of what you want to do for Ascend, right? Especially in a meta right now on Ascend, where teams are opting for this double sentinel composition, even trying to win and being successful on winning it enough rounds on the attacking side. I feel like it is very likely that we could see a change coming from Rico. Instead of playing that Reyna, playing something else, because you're on the verge of elimination, you're trying to get your map pick to go your way.
Yeah, and speaking of changes, I feel like I'm very confident saying that we will definitely be seeing changes from the YFP side as well, because the last time they played Ascent was almost 3 weeks ago, and they were playing the Breach Tejo composition with the Waylay. That's not possible in the current meta. Like there's no way they're still running that composition still. So they're definitely going to be making some changes, which makes this really weird, because now we're thinking, oh, how much reps does YFP really have on this map? And it makes complete sense from that perspective that TSM would pick this, because they're predicting that there have definitely been like some sort of internal turmoil with the composition and how they want to approach the map. So I think they're hoping that this is a very weak YFP map, but I think YFP is the type of team that is dynamic enough to pull this off. So I'm a little bit nervous here for the second match, guys.
I also just look at the fact that YFP have been together for a while when you're looking at that core part of the roster. And the fact that Ascent, we talk about, you know, we haven't seen them without the Tejo, but this is really not an unfamiliar map for a lot of these very veteran players. So even if we haven't seen the current iteration, I mean, there's just going to be some things that are just classic. If you have a duelist that's absolutely popping off, you have a solid team, Ascent is Ascent, like... I don't know, Dan. I kind of think that no matter what composition they bring out, this should be close, which should make the series really exciting.
It's just something that we just talked about. You know how this goes, right? You know that Sim is gonna go crazy on this map. It's kind of like out of nowhere he'll appear and get an A's, get a 3K. I feel like that is something that is very likely. I am not gonna lie, I am scared, because they're gonna be starting on the attacking side. They have that possibility to still play with the Reyna here, but last time that they played it, they're starting on the defense, and that's kind of obviously your ideal situation. That's why there's so many teams that we have that we know are good on Ascent, but they're hesitant on going that as their pick. You know you're gonna go on the attacking side first, more likely than not, and that can change the way that they're planning out and how they wanna face this, because I feel like they also went into the map of Split thinking they were going to win that. They were going to start with that lead.
I mean, at TSM, when they're making all of these changes, when they have this lower bracket run, it's looking a little dangerous. But I'm curious with the IGL change, everything else, if we will get that agent change as time to head into the agent select and get confirmation. And of course, find out for the first time in this current meta and iteration what YFP is cooking. Roy, I'm excited to see what it is. And we have Penny on the Yoru.
Whoa, okay. I'm going to talk about TSM first before we dive into this YFP composition, guys. Obviously, GMD did a phenomenal job IGLing in the first map. I'm very confident he can do the same thing here. But this attack side is going to be very challenging. You're up against a very unconventional sort of composition. You're bringing in a Viper, so they're going to have to problem solve in the moment. Honestly, I'm not too surprised to see the double controller. I feel like Viper plays enough like a Sentinel that the formula is not going to be that different. But really, the only thing that TSM is going to have to solve is, you know, what is the Viper walls going to be looking like? How are they going to play around that? And an extra layer of counter utility that could come out from the Viper. So there's going to be a lot of problem solving for TSM, but they have a composition. I think they looked great on it last time. So my eyes are on that to see how they're going to problem solve.
I'm wondering if you're only looking at these agents if you recognize what map we're playing right now, just because TSM and YP, they're cooking here. They're cooking here, right? Double duelist with the Reyna and the Jet. That is also pretty uncommon. And then on top of that, you have 7 on that Sage. He's able to get some space. He's able to get some value as he did last time. But I think that better composition is going to be on the side of YFP. I remember 2-3 years ago, some teams were trying the Viper on this map. Then we stopped seeing it. Out of the two, the double controller, I think, can make some amazing things happen. So I'm excited to see what YFP can do on this map.
Hey, the second I heard you say 7 had a great performance here last time we saw TSM on Ascent. But YFP up 1 in the series, they're bringing out this composition. It's time to see if they can take this up a set and 2-0 TSM, knock them out of playoffs, or if TSM, their pick, can go ahead and take it to a map 3. Let's get into it and find out and head back over to your casters, Jens and Van.
Thanks so much, Tiara. We got some wild cards here, Vans. Really interesting comps. So what are your initial thoughts? I mean, we've seen this out of TSM before. And a 13-3 Chet's pet, so I'm a believer.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Dry was mentioning that, you know, some teams have been experimenting Vipers in the past. And I got to say, even last year when, you know, kickoff, when it was last year when Sadak with Loud were using it with like the kind of like gimmicky Viper and Phoenix and Breach. But even going deeper than that, back in the days of 100 Thieves, they actually even tried utilizing a very similar composition as this one. And it was also Stellar IGLing back then when they were trying this Viper on this map. So the only difference here is that they've added Thief. They still added a Sentinel on top of that instead of playing just the Viper as a solo stall. And this is probably the reasons why you're playing a Viper on this map. You're cutting so much vision, and you're allowing your second controller to just continue to throw one-ways on one side and continuing to block vision against TSM. And that's been the issue for TSM on the first map, that they're like, okay, well, let's continue to block the vision of TSM on the second map because they don't really fight behind that.
Shadows traveling.
I was thinking Penny was going to want to be aggressive on the Yoru to teleport back. If anybody's being crazy, it's B-Dog using wine. He gets away with that. Oh, TSM chased that down, right? No, paranoia right through the door. Okay. B-Dog gets sussed out eventually. TSM have found their first blood over at A. Now having their positions revealed and Penny teleporting back, TSM are back to square one.
Nice little pick to kick things off, although the util still available now for the Cypher over towards the A site. Sim also falling forces TSM to just regroup, waiting for the wall to fall down again and just go for the Hail Mary for the hit into the B site.
7 gets clipped. A wall that denies vision
left.
from the back site, but not from Market, so Penny couldn't catch TSM yet. Stellar holding it down, doesn't do enough damage. TSM win on all fronts, and it's just Thief left as the usual hero for YFP to salvage around, but TSM getting an early pistol bodes well, especially this being their map pick, especially with how amazing they looked against that former M80 core, and you can say the same about YFP. Wait a minute. Catching that player in main, but you're still going into 3 players bunkered down and a high-low there. Back to what I was saying, that YFP suffered a pretty tough loss against Cuber, and I was with that sub, right? So 13-5, that wasn't close.
Yeah. But on the side of TSM, you see the wall that's thrown by 7 to help TSM to get into the sites, and that's something that Sierra's mentioned before. 7 on the stage was amazing against the X70 squad. But I also like how he's leveraging this wall on the execution towards that B site. And the other ways that I'm thinking of, like wacky comps to enter towards B in an unorthodox way, is like the Paper Rick style when they actually played a harbor on that map. They used a cove to try to flood out and able to push out to switch into main. And he's doing that with the wall instead. And instead of fully covering the wall, it allows for them to get a little bit more space to even work towards the switch, to hit the switch if needed be here for TSM. So think about these walls that 7's going to continue to cook here for TSM's attack plans when they go for the full executions, but it's going to stay fairly slow. You're seeing that they're really working around the map because they have a Reyna to work with, and they're just trying to manipulate the map, especially when YFP has a Viper in their composition.
B-Dog and both controllers of YFP on the right side. Early Lear gets reaction out of YFP, and recoil almost slips by the defenses but caught out in the open. So hey, I guess you distracted YFP for a second while the rest of TSM obliterate YFP around market and mid. So still will end up being a pretty fruitful anti-eco nonetheless for TSM.
Yeah. 2-0, just trying to do some extra damage if you can for B-Dog. Another weapon, though, 2 rifles invested on the side of TSM. They saved everything that they bought going into this round, so that's actually very good. Now, the other thing is GMD hasn't really been facing against Viper compositions in the past on Ascent, neither has Vora, right? Because Vora's brand new coming into the IGLing role in the past for this roster. So if you start seeing the walls change differently for the side of the defense here with Stellar, or with Jake, the way that he's throwing these walls, you just have to be ready. What can this wall actually do? So far on the way that they're throwing these walls, it's not only to block vision, but to also help fight back into like mid-control because they have a Euro to work with to flash through. But if the wall changes differently, think about some sort of aggression that could be coming out from YFP. And TSM has to be on point when it comes down to that.
TSM have gotten a sense that Penny is hung around mid, and getting that teleport out early is always nice, but leaving the perimeter unguarded. Sim has to break in. Good dash out. Still have... Actually, you don't have the layer from recoil, but you got guns, and that can do the job. But B-Dog's 1 HP. You just had to sneeze at him because the smoke's in their way. Stellar can't trade, and you don't know where TSM went.
Yeah. This is so far the standard of Sim 2 that was mentioned before from that first map. Very slow starts on Challengers last year on the first map. It just starts farming in the second map onwards. So great entry so far. Camera's going to spot a few steps here. He even fights for the entry and almost gets that pick onto Stellar. So down to 5 HP, you're now forcing the push from TSM towards this B site.
Oh, Jakey, if he peeks out of this, Shockbolt could have forced him more forward, and just his movement alone, YFP are going to suss this out, or TSM are going to suss this out. And man, just such great reactions out of TSM, already looking better this map in terms of how they're coordinating, how quick they are to turn and burn on YFP, and TSM are just that strong on offense, being able to fully utilize that aggression, the multiple duelists. And it's 3 in a row still. TSM.
And now YFP have to start thinking about how they could play their defensive side. As much as it's an advantage, for YFP to block vision into B main, middle, and catwalk, it's also blocking their own information and not getting too much opportunities to react here on this little scaling coming up on the side of TSM. Because you're seeing they're playing like pixel angles to get information, or they're instantly getting punished and lose so much HP in the process. They need to rethink about how they want to play around these walls again.
Oh, B-Dog. It's caught, but you don't want to save. You're just doing what you can with what you got. And YFP pulled off a lot of thrifties. Like, okay, 2 was a lot for me. Last half anyway, so... TSM is going to hold it down, see what else YFP are going to try to pull out.
That's free for them to cross over with the Viper wall coming out here from Jake. Trying to find that timing in that smoke to get a pick here is Stellar with that stinger that he purchased, but now with the smoke dissipating, he sensed they had to fall back. Now this is audio cues. They know the drone's up on catwalk. There's still 2 players inside the A site here for the pistols.
Okay, this Yoru clone is proven to be difficult, but Penny is still found. TSM get put down by just a stinger from Stellar. Yeah, you thought the site was open, and YFP just caught up right in the nick of time. GMD's just caught and rocking a hard place. Hey, I said YFP get away with thrifties. I wasn't serious. I didn't know they were going to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea of what TSM are trying to do here with the Sage Wall. We've seen this in the past. If I'm not mistaken, maybe, EMEA, Team Liquid? I can't remember who. But when you're throwing these vertical walls at the entrance of the A site, so you can start funneling left and right to split a little bit better and not funnel out into, utility and crosshairs into a narrow entrance. But the wall in itself wasn't deep enough. So it's just easy for Stellar with the stinger to just mow down the players funneling out of it. It was basically lemmings. They were in literally a meat grinder. And that's a first mistake coming out from the walls of 7.
TSM paranoia through market, kind of fake dash, and it's just the spray through the smoke. Jake just zones off TSM, makes the route pretty perilous. TSM just want to avoid this drone as best as they can, and did see the Reyna, while the rest of TSM still has to deal with a Sentinel, and Jake, who gets unsmoked. TSM have just been surrounded by YFP, who hold their positions, and it's Stellar with a 3K last round, it's Thief with a 3K this round. You just can't underestimate this YFP team.
Yeah, especially Thief anchoring the B site of as a Senti here as a Cypher. It's almost very similar to looking back in the golden days of North American Valorant in 2021, chasing the open bracket into close qualifiers of the VCTs. And you have players like Thief, players like a Proto, who have been so good anchoring and able to find good timings on how they're playing this B site. Look at him. He doesn't even care about this util at that point, because he knows he has a perfect timing to run through his cage, get the crossfire set up with his team.
YFP have been getting better at defending B. Jake becoming that pillar for mid. It's been so pivotal, so I need to activate these duelists if you're TSM, and Better said than done. Easier said than done. And Spike being left behind, it's seeing what YFP will peek into.
A fight here on Catwalk. They're repositioning here for B-Dog. I love that you're staying tucked for recoil because you expect that the option will be coming out from Penny. There is that pick from B-Dog that ends up being perfect.
Oh, and recoil peeked right into the op. Don't know if he got to use the Leer in time. That was another shuffle that could have equalized things for TSM. But hey, the res helps a lot. They're losing Sim, not so much. TSM then have trips to get through. B-Dog's in a corner. Figuring out where that guy is will be pretty key moving forward for TSM. Whether he's in wine, he's pushing forward, going towards A spawn. Like, B-Dog's everywhere. And this Hunter's Fury gets a ping, and 7 skips by, trying to heal himself, not in time, and GMD discovered. YFP, just 3 in a row, close the gap just that quick.
Yeah, and that's where the repositioning from B-Dog was quite nice. We were mentioning before, the fact that TSM plays it fairly slow, and if you're going to hold obvious spots with the pixel angles outside the tree, then the crosshairs are going to be there. And you know, players like TSM, they still have great firepower. So B-Dog repositions on top of Dog on Catwalk and still gets that first pick. So this first pick initiated, sounds all of the alarm around for TSM. It's like, oh crap, we already lost control of how we're trying to default around the map. Somebody has to make a play. Nobody rotated there because as you engage right away, well, you're just walking into players' crosshairs. So easy op kill coming out from Penny. But thankfully, TSM, because they won the bonus round, they still have a pretty decent economy to work within this round right here. Not out to take a full lead yet for YFP. TSM still has a fighting chance going for another very slow round with the exception of GMD. Trying to find util, trying to find maybe a trap around and behind the walls.
You can flex your Viper's Pit, whether through a main or dump it into the tree glass area, just kind of waiting to play off of more certain information. And okay, well, the op's been discovered. Penny's been tagged. TSM still stand.
Should have been a freebie, though. That said, with the Leers coming through and GMD still positioned at M1, he could smoke and paranoia for tree. And that first smoke is to sell a fake. To fake that presence on Catwalk. That's where the second Leer's out, but Penny re-peeks the balls.
Oh, dimensional drip. Gonna maybe try and get behind TSM and at least cover his tracks. And what? An adjustment from Sim. Jeez. But not enough. So now it's YFP that still have their Yoru hidden, and Penny is just fumbling with nobody in sight to help. And it's Jake and Market, Thief from the other side of the world, and a pretty defendable site. Oh, GMD didn't get to try and go for a fun flank play with the ults. And Neural Theft from Thief. It's gonna know exactly where this TSM push or post plan is looking like, and within the site, recoil out in the open. Vor is secure, but how do you feel against Thief? No hat, just vibes on the other side of the box. It's Thief peeking first time running out. Vor checking Spike. He's pretty happy. Even with the jump, he kind of jump scared him there.
Oh, that's gotta hurt for Thief. I'm sure in the comments like, dude, this guy just killed me with an accidental mouse wheel jump. And it still headshots me when they had pretty decent position on the 3 versus 2 for TSM. And then I don't know what the hell was happening there. You're TPing out in the open when your responsibility is just to play the one and done, get the information for your team. I don't even know if he TP'd into the same spot. It has to be accidental because it was just a canceled TP and he's still alive and he kind of surprised his opponent there. But nonetheless, TSM still gets around. So we'll continue to breathe here. It's starting to get ridiculous though.
This whole series is a little wacky sometimes. You get Penny flashing out, B-Dog with a paranoia or something. TSM gonna just watch this happen at a distance while the two duelists concentrate on how they're gonna Leer dash in. And then it's a crazy peek out of Sim. And Penny's op is dropped. Jakey could even pit, but you know, you don't even know if they're still there.
Right now it's B-Dog's position too. Find the info in the mid-routing. So he's got to look up on Catwalk. again, you could still trust Thief to anchor up towards this B site. So you kind of still have all of your bases covered on the side of YFP. But you are kind of thin out. So the best thing you can do is try to get information, and you just need those single positions to anchor and delay as much as you can.
Oh, the paranoia from B-Dog is crazy. I hit most of TSM and still within the other side of this wall. Sim gets to, what a play from the Sage wall set up by 7. He gets to watch over Market. This is just the GG round for TSM, but yeah, YFP already saving, so wow, that was fun.
Yeah, big round for Sim. 3 opening kills. I mean, the first one was a nice little duel, and you saw that happen in the first map of Split. Just Sim going toe-to-toe against Penny, won by Penny when Penny's rifling against Sim. But this time around, as we talked about the activation of Sim, slow starts, but when heated up, having so many rounds that they played in the first map, moving into this one right here, he's starting to not miss. Beautiful shot in the first one, and then on top of the boxes to get that pick, or sorry, on top of the Sage wall to get that pick onto Thief. Third one was a freebie though after B-Dog TP towards that back of the site, but he was just a solo man doing everything for TSM for that round. Oh no!
What? Okay, we got the op, I guess. Okay. Right. So anyway, we still got the op. That's super important for how they're able to open up A. Look around mid. You're kind of seeing if YFP are going to flash with Penny through mid. They look like they're in positions to do that. We can just do this. Wall with the op or B. There's a lot of options. Man, just on the edge of that. That's funny. Okay, a little teleport, a little YFP paranoia opportunity with B-Dog. Finally, the pit gets used. Gonna blindly to lock down B.
It's big info. So they were playing strong on the extremities, middle's open. You pretty much start escaping here on the side of TSM and having Sim work up for a pick on Catwalk.
A fake TP, so like oh yeah, B-Dog peeks right into TSM. Back and forth. This TSM poke and prod. Just little information, no recon, no drone from Fori yet, so.
This might be a good position though. Stellar walking back to where his teammate died, and they know that he droned from A main before. They could still be a surprise to allow Stellar to get a pick. He stopped focusing into Wine here, so it was being watched earlier on by Recoil, but nobody's watching it anymore.
Penny make the call when it's the best time, and there's that wall up from the Sage though, and Stellar's gonna hear that backstab opportunity. Penny pinches from the front, and it's a pretty nice play from YFP, how they coalesce together to not let TSM heat up too much here on Ascent.
Yeah, and a wall contact when they're moving through, somebody still had to make sure that you're clearing out towards Wine. Even if you got that first pick onto, I think, B-Dog into Wine, you got to be ready just in case, man. Those smokes on the defense are so deep. I like how free that is for Stellar after. It just becomes the most gruesome and annoying crossfire to set up with because there's still a third player being Penny on Generator. Now YFP, I mean, they score 4 rounds, but the silver lining is that TSM's got 5 on their attack side.
As double duelist from TSM, better get some mileage on this drone. A little peekaboo. Spot one, but not the other. TSM would like to kind of creep up through Catwalk. But TSM now have to clear through Wine because it's been multiple occurrences of some pesky YFP folk there. Teleporting out, B-Dog keeps safe. Ooh, a paranoia right through where TSM were walking at. Sim has to take his time and he's already low on health. TSM are just walking into sight and YFP full control of the perimeter, and it's YFP that can just pick them apart. TSM do their best to fight back, and it's not easy. Recoil at least healing up makes this possible. A wall up.
You will not kill my ally.
It's only going to defend TSM for so long.
Last player standing.
And 7 getting a res. At least the wall buys him time to res. And Recoil's really activating this round, especially healing back up 7 as well. That was still very close.
And it was a big round by 7-2 to save the round for TSM. Wall up, getting a res as well to push through, and finally TSM are able to break that defensive line from YFP towards that A site. Even if smokes are being thrown on the defensive side for B-Dog, so you have the extra angle that we know some big anchor players, such as Bang, for example, could leverage that smoke to huge advantages, but TSM just disrespected all of that.
Aw, PMA. Love that. Gotta celebrate the wins while you can still get them. TSM, super aggro. Didn't even have time to think or breathe. Now YFP have to retake. They only had the 1 on the site, or actually 2. Now with the wall up, it's even more troublesome for YFP. And the Hunter's Fury's in the mix, so YFP will have to take some extra time to wait this out and dodge around. B-Dog. Swing carefully, crouch down, GMD, stoic, and Jake can reveal himself, and he has to go up against GMD, and at least Jakey will molly him off. So not gonna be good for YFP to push into this. Maybe just keeping the Vandal would be nice, but
Toxins going up.
Yeah, Jakey's just looking for exits now. He's got a Stinger. I mean, he's only got 50 credits left, so dying to the spike with the max bonus that you could have some sort of a decent buy still.
One enemy
You're just trying to make it expensive against your opponents. You got 1 at least, but you could definitely tell here in the last round of the half that they're not going to have anything to work with. If max bonus that they have, if they lost 3 rounds in a row, that's only 2 rounds in a row that they lost. So that's 2400s for a lot of these players. And their buy is going to be trash. You're hoping at least now playing with judges or Buckies, you can really close the gap on areas like Catwalk and A main. But TSM's just doing a good job so far exploiting and opening up any type of close range battles before they actually even enter the sites.
let's be cooking. Got Penny there too, dimensional drift. I think YFP with this type of buy, they can kind of just lay low. Let TSM, let all the action come to them. And the check, and humbling the duelists early. That's the dash back from Sim. Not wanting to be caught in that. And it's, you know, YFP and Thrifties, TFP, I don't know, they could change to that, but they still got 4 more people of TSM to worry about. It's a dimensional drift from Penny. Where is this rotation coming from? He's gonna have to decloak soon. He's gonna teleport back. And 7, the Outlaw. All right, who's gonna make the first move between him and Thief? And the Judge, right at the front door. Oh, wait, 7. With the peek through the wall? That's crazy.
Jake, I was gonna say, is Jake gonna find a timing?
Nope, and it's the race, and B-Dog has to be the guardian of A.
Left.
He's gonna hear all the stomping. It's got a stinger, no paranoia, just no stellar. No friends, but wait! Almost 3! Leaving Penny to clutch this up for YFP. Sim versus another duelist. Raised diff went Penny's way, but it's Sim against the duelist diff and tells them no. 8-4 half for TSM.
One that says he's above all other duelists in tier 2 for this year steps up to the plate head-to-head once again against Penny. And Sim is now top of the scoreboard across the board with 13 and 10. That was a little bit shady though, to dash away and keep Recoil just left for dead. But Thief was such a good spot with that Judge. If he just kept waiting towards that wall and tucked in instead of jiggle for information, Sam would have never gotten him down, and maybe that Judge would have gotten value. But in the end, those small mistakes that came through here from the side of YFP was fully taken advantage of by TSM, especially when you had the lower buy on the side of YFP, until we almost threw that with the Stinger backstab at the switch. But TSM takes the lead by 4 on defense at least.
Some strong post plants out of YFP if they can even get into that position. 2 controllers and the sentinel. But you don't have someone that can explode into the site as easily. No Chet. No Waylay. Because Penny didn't like that Waylay before on this map, but sticking to the basics, sticking to Yoru. Recoils on the angle with the Lear still. They're about to collide. Steep in a 1v1. And Recoil kind of looks away for a second. I saw it on his camera. Jake is farming mid and ran out of bullets, or else that guy, or else Vora would have been 6 feet under as well. He's 10 HP, literally 1 bullet.
Yeah.
So
that's GG. I mean, at least the thing that they could learn here for TSM is the default wall that's being placed by YFP at the beginning of these rounds. So as you look at that Viper wall being placed up, it's not only to prevent vision from when you're executing the site from door and the top of heaven, but the biggest thing is just denying the one-way smokes that Omens always throw at the beginning of the A hallway. So that basically will force potentially just 7 to continue to work towards the A side as the anchor to prevent that side, and then you are not able to get as much value as he had versus the XM80 squad on the amount of times he got B side kills as a Sage previously at that spot. But again, that wall being thrown, you're just forcing now GMD to throw smokes elsewhere, but also have a better advantage for YFP to work your way around into like the A main fight control.
I was gonna worry if Recoil was gonna hold B by himself, but no, now the real worry is Sim. Still repeaking this. He's like, come on, challenge me, do something. Pokes with a stick, but he also has no eyes on tree, and eventually repeaking it 6 times, YFP were gonna take care of business.
Yep. But you see what I mean, right? So GMD throws that one-way smoke in the front of the A side, and it's useless. The Viper wall comes up. You can place players into different spots from the left corner, right out in the open, on the main entrance, and when the wall comes down, it's just a picture-perfect triple swing, triple peek into the A main control. If anything, though, I'd like to see TSM to maybe leverage even the Viper wall to start taking more control of wine.
Ooh, yeah, that could be fun. False sense of security. Oh, speaking of that. Just trying to get rid of as many rifles as possible.
Enemy remaining.
And the pistol is the one that's somehow the deadliest. Great job out of P-Dog. Always like farming orbs. And with YFP taking pistol anti-eco, bonuses, or no, it's just the anti-eco, they're climbing back into this. They're looking really solid.
This is a big test, though. So yeah, you're winning pistol, you won the anti-eco, but this is where it gets interesting. You had a full classic save on one end. Also, looks like the guess here for TSM, because you're playing with this Viper wall, you're also cutting vision on the attack side, so you're probably not going to leverage Penny to use an outlaw on the attack. So they are opting to play half shields, small shields, region shields, and they're reading it correctly. Penny only has a stinger to work with within this round. And look at that, it's 3 players playing towards main to try to disrespect this Viper wall.
Lear and slow orbs and one angry duelist that was not happy with his stats and happy how he handled that 1v1 against his rival, Penny. IP have a lurk in mid. They have, of course, Thief watching over B main. Sim revealed and playing far back to give YFP a chance to think, okay, maybe no one's holding close. But it is Recoil there after all, so YFP want to wait out the smoke, maybe.
And that's their own smoke. So you're also seeing the protocol out from YFP. We were just talking about, I'd like to see some players from TSM play into wine, but they still have that extra protocol. Smoke your own way out, cross over, double swing into wine, making sure that the A side's clear, something that TSM hasn't done, but they got surprised earlier on. Now you can pop into the site, but there's still 3 players at TSM here.
Oh, the dash kind of got messed up. Good thing there's smokes and Penny emerges.
30 seconds
and this
left.
is pretty good. Now coming in through tree, teleporting YFP. We'll have to do it without Penny.
One enemy remaining.
The shock bolt, that hurts. Just Vora. Gonna save. YFP winning that rifle round is huge.
I mean, it's their bonus round too, so winning this one breaks the Econ and TSM again, and YFP definitely has an opportunity to tie up the game in the next round now. 7, I think he missed his slow orb to try to prevent that flood back from the A main. And that's probably because when that Viper wall came up, I think he missed the throw and it bounced off the top of the door. And he just ran out through his own slow orb and just got backstabbed towards the end. So as much as they had 3 players getting ready to set up for the crossfire, you're still playing against a big flash dart combo to enter towards the site. And TSM just got caught off guard. Yeah, hopefully they could do something with this rifle left behind from Voros, so he saved it from that previous round. Sim just sticks around with the sheriff, so they don't really want to give it the opportunity for Sim to find some opening with this rifle, probably because he was able to keep this small shield. But they are looking for some sort of value play with pushing 3 players once again, but this time down towards middle.
TSM have really been trying to pair up these duelists to catch YFP, and YFP ain't coming out guns blazing early in these rounds. TSM are going to be in mid, and some steps being heard in mid too from TSM, so YFP are going to keep their eyes peeled and huge pick from recoil, but YFP with a better response as TSM felt they sensed weakness. But there's still a buddy system from YFP to make those trades pretty nice.
That was the thing, they kind of gave their position away with the first sidestep into grass. Even though they got that pick, you could dismiss away for recoil, but I don't think there was a reason for both Vora and Jimmy to swing out right after. When no pressure was being done on the extremities, outside of maybe the Sova drone out towards A main from Stellar. Maybe that could be the reason why they swung out. They thought there was less players down towards the tiles, but they got punished for it for the bad read.
Beef clipped. His friend smoked off. Okay, Stellar not hindered for too long. Spike does not get down, and there's time to play with, and Penny gets ahead of the game. And 7 will be on their way, but it all depends if Jake is even going to allow him to cross the road before looking both ways, which 7 does not. And there is that equalizer from YFP.
When you tie up the game 8-8, the economy still isn't the best here for the side of TSM. You're forced now into half shields once again, but thankfully enough for Sim to at least get an operator. On the side of YFP, you don't want to upgrade because you went for a full rifle round. It's no point for you to buy an operator on your own side. But the first timeout's being called out here. And I'm intrigued here because you did get that first pick, and before you dismissed, you saw that second player towards B main. Maybe that was the reason why they decided to commit into the swing, because they thought that 2 sheriffs maybe could have taken him down, but he had more support. And they both got punished on that side, and it allows for YFP to stop the bleeding early into the round and tie up this game.
And this is where the leaders of these teams really have to step up, because a lot of, pretty much every player on all the teams have a wealth of experience, whether it's competing at the highest level of Valorant, getting deep into Challengers playoffs, other TAC FPS. This level of pressure, they're no strangers to that. And for GMD to step up as that new, well, not new IGL, I guess returning IGL, it's a different look at a TSM, and now they have to pull off a comeback and a lead that they only had for a 4-round lead going into the second half. It wasn't enough to feel confident in. But TSM are not a team that gets shaken up too much. You'd love to see consistency out of them. The lower bracket, it's do or die.
It's interesting they're actually using the operator to just disrespect the Viper wall. Already activating the dash, and that will be fully wasted. Even if it's GMD pushing out here and Sim is going to move out, he just anchors that spot but will not have really a dash, so he can't really peek out aggressively as Vora does and gets punished already by Penny.
4 versus 2 over at the B site, and the Lear tries to limit things. TSM scramble as they hear dimensional drift from Penny as he decloaks, and there's a clone. It's quite distracting, and it's an all-out war, and it's up to 7 to keep the boat afloat. He keeps his head above water. 2 for 1, not bad for the Sage player. Would have loved to get a second to breathe, to get a res off, but that'll be for another round, and YFP will get the site in their name, with GMD and Sim working together through the same angle, but about to walk into the sight line of Stellar. And wait a minute, where did this jet go? Stellar stabilizes. His experience speaks for himself. And GMD, wait, in a 1 versus 2, will tap the spike and is gonna hear this walk down. Wait, he's gonna hold it through the smoke. Jake has to hurry in right at the last second, will deny the defuse.
Nice little 90-degree turn into the smoke and aims it perfectly right at the dome of GMD. Prevents the defuse from happening, but man, I gotta say that it was a very nice push and entry from the side of YFP. The first punish, and then you saw how much they were scrambling here. The double wall, the recoil with Vora, trying to go for the high-low behind the wall, and then trying to close the switch and getting caught off guard. I gotta say, I think that was a GMD smoke trying to save his teammate, and it became more of a hindrance for 7 because he was actually lighting up the scoreboard on the anchored staircase. And they had to swing back out on the top of the staircase and gets punished. Now TSM loses the lead.
We talked about before this game started, we can keep talking, I guess, now that GMD's sleeping, that TSM were the ones that have to adapt on the fly to this sort of new look from YFP. And when it rains, it pours. This will be 6 rounds in a row for YFP. Complete fire that TSM are going to have to put out soon before they leave playoffs for good. Precon immediately dealt with. Fora can only just watch this happen and go to heaven to help support 7. Okay, 7 can't deny what he's able to do, and a sage wall to get an angle above the smoke, and Fora steps up, gets left out to dry by 7. He's trying to escape. Wait, 7? The one-man army's gonna res this Sova back in, kind of using him as bait, and now they both get farmed. Unfortunate.
I mean, we are not coordinated in that round there for TSM. They did what I wanted, get into wine, but GMD went their solo and wanted to wait to fight potentially 1, 2, or 3 when the wall came down. To his advantage, at least, thankfully, it was a 1v1, but he lost it. And then you're trying to make a play towards B main that gets fully punished by the Thief Lurk. But right after that, look at how they're trying to fight back this double up into the A site main. As soon as you wall up, you get droned and pinged out, and when you leave, your teammate's already swinging out. You're not there for the trade. It's just 7 all alone again.
Speaks to the preparation that YFP did to come up with this comp, to go against TSM's best map and absolutely roll them on their eco. And with YFP streaking, they haven't dropped an offensive round. They have more than enough money. Who cares who dies here? Well, you know, don't lose the round to GMD, but you know what I mean. YFP will get up to 11, and this next round out of TSM is do or die, literally.
And YFP, with the amount of times here that they're pulling up the wall as a default on the A side, they never really tempoed very quickly into that spot. It was always into like the mid-round, late round, re-hit into a site. A lot of their members, a lot of their players are leaning here towards the catwalk mid control. And I haven't really seen anything coming out of TSM yet in those instances. Like we haven't really seen any, you know, why not try out these recon dart into link, spam the wall with the Odin. Try to do some better shark attack crunches here into B main to really try to isolate those fights. Just trying to get a dash and recoil to run through into a B main, into a trip. I respect that, but I wish there was more support coming in from middle. And if they do want to add that pressure, they need to do the pincer maneuver if they want to deny the space early, that is, against YFP.
I don't like to assume, but we're talking about like TSM not looking as coordinated, and they've had their highs, they've had their lows. They clutch up when it matters. They got that last spot getting into playoffs, especially YFP, same thing. And I wonder if they're flustered, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And just sorry to cut you, but he smoked his own teammate's leader and dashed into a trip. That made it so easy for Thief to get the pick. Like, it's just those sort of things when we talk about miscommunication, it's definitely there. You just saw it off that replay. 0
Sim
rounds on
with
the
the op.
defense for TSM so far, and they're glass cannon hopping. I mean, now they have Hunter's Fury. Thankfully, they can play towards spawn to support anything here for TSM on a defense, but it's looking so grim now.
TSM could just catch YFP in an awkward spot, which is not easy, right? They could just be able to Hunter's Fury from further away. Vora in between everything. There's that Hunter's Fury funneling YFP with the slow orb. This is huge from Vora. And you got pings. You got YFP on the back foot. And GMD's within the site, teleporting over. Paranoia. B-Dog is left out to dry as YFP pushed through Boathouse. And it's still... And TSM really pulled through. What the heck is that?
Yeah, and that's what we wanted. That support we're talking about here from Vora with the Hunter's Fury, playing all the way from spawn. As soon as Seven's out in the open, it's a selfless play, but you could trust him because Seven's owning on this map as a Sage. So he delays well enough here with the slow orb. He's fighting while there's beams of Hunter's Furies coming through, and they do enough damage here to allow TSM to just own him. And yeah, it's back. Is the bug back for the Omen Cape? Let's go.
Miami thick. Okay, so YFP.
Cover going out.
Top 4 in sight. 2 rounds to go. And it's a Hunter's Fury that really ruined YFP's day. The one that rained on their parade. Recoil's Empress. It's all about them. Oh, Steve. No hat for you. No lurk for YFP. In sight. For YFP is Penny. Likes to get ahead of the game when it comes to Heaven, but already hearing TSM close by. Doesn't want to jump up and be awkward. Post plant. Pit for Jake. And you hear TSM above. You can just start spraying, but you don't want to reveal that you're in hell. And Seven drops the one and done with the op. TSM flounder to search for this darn Viper. Poking and prodding on the perimeter. As Recoil brought down pretty low from just trying to enter that pit, and GMD surrounding as Jay continues to live on. How is this pit still up and right in front of his enemy? GMD doesn't have X-ray vision. He's got a big cape and big ideas. YFP is still trying to plant. Come on, there we go. No pit, TSM. Barely pull that off.
Finally, the barrel of the gun sticks out and GMD is able to see it. The patience there. You could cut the tension with a knife for sure. But thankfully, GMD reacts as the barrel sticks out and he kills him. And that allows here for TSM to close out that gap. And they did try to go for a Botdan's Law. Actually, Sim dropped down with a rifle, taking it away from Seven. So that Seven could play the op retake. And look at that. That last second moment with the smoke. I mean, that Jakey never moved. It's just the variance of that smoke finally in the mid-round of that pit. Just was his demise towards the end. And TSM has a chance to close that gap. Fighting towards mid once again. Dash activated.
Oh, another first blood TSM's way. And just a small barrel is what dictated that last round that stopped YFP to go over to match point, in my opinion. And TSM, they're not going to get second chances like this. And the comeback was right in front of them on split. 10-13 YFP's way. Sim needs to stay calm, doesn't want to overheat, shows his barrel. Penny will show him the L. And YFP have evened up the odds, and they like how this is going. GMD, he's going to get overwhelmed. He's on the other side of the box, and he through Paranoia can only delay. He can't stop YFP. You can't stop the inevitable. And TSM is on their way. You don't have a Lear. You have a Recon. That's probably going to get shot. Seven can slow, he can wall, but what can TSM do when YFP are on a post plant? You got the slow orb, that is going to hit hell, and that's fine. YFP don't really need to move right now. It's Seven that's good at the drop downs. Vora's first to go, and TSM need to go as a team. Staggering in, Recoil clutches up with Seven. B-Dog, he keeps it going. Match point for YFP.
I love the chest bump from B-Dog towards the end when he clutches it out. You can definitely feel the momentum from YFP, the confidence that they close out this map. The idea continues to be perfect for TSM since that timeout. They've been focusing a lot on middle as I wanted to see here on the side of TSM. But instead of going for pincer maneuvers, instead of going for aggression, it's just a simple get our duelists out, get that pick, dash away. Either it's recoil or it's going to be sim. Play your numbers. They did that to perfection until that moment. GMD getting picked inside the site, never smoked for himself to add the extra obstacle to hide inside. And they lose the possession of the A site. Now they lose possession and grasp of the comeback here in this series, facing elimination against YFP.
Oh, recoil. It's all up to him if he can leer, if he... Ooh, okay, GMD gets pinged, and maybe this could all be a bait. Consider recoil, but based on these shock bolts and all this dimensional drift, wait, it's not going to technically spot recoil, but felt like his hand was forced, and he needed to make a move, and GMD has no support because Seven's walled off, or smoked off, and he doesn't feel safe enough, and that would be the most BM res ever. So YFP have 5 on the post plant. This is terrifying. Very little util though for YFP, so that's the only advantage TSM have. They're on the high ground. Oh, the full ping! Oh, YFP can just watch this sail by. Don't choke this now. Sim falls, crumbling under the pressure. He's resurrected. It's all bait, and it's all YFP in the top 4, sending TSM out.
An upset coming in from YFP, despite the highs and lows of this team. Strong starts, slow middles, but they come back in the lower brackets to finally make it into the top 4 as well, and continuing their run into the Challengers in North America for Split 2. Defeating a team of TSM that I have to repeat myself, I feel was the top contender going into 2025 after witnessing what they were able to bring up in the first few weeks of Split 1. And they let it fall short once again in these playoffs. What a retake, or what a take being played this time around here from the side of YFP. I respect Recoil swinging out of line because you're playing against the dimensional drift of YFP, thinking you could catch some players off guard, falling behind the dimensional drift. But they were so far behind still for YFP. It continues to show the preparation of Stellar and the rest of this team to just ante and understand the playstyle of their opponents and win these to perfection.
And TSM finished top 6 just like last stage, but you know that's going to hit them hard because they wanted to beat that high score. A lot of people regarded TSM highly, although it wasn't consistent. They had very high highs, while YFP didn't even make playoffs last stage, and now they're in the top 4. We knew that the talent was on YFP. We just needed to see them produce the results that we knew they could do all along. A big congratulations to YFP, who pulled out the curveballs, going to TSM's best map. We thought the map pool favored TSM, but it's YFP that came better prepared. Going to be so excited to hear from YFP in this interview, so don't go anywhere.
opening up the top of B site.
The ace! What they have left. Only 3 of Jets, but Bora makes it happen.
Where the two duelists are waiting. Tens first blind. Good for 3. There's
And with a takedown of Ascent, it's going to be YFP to be eliminating TSM from the playoffs and moving on. What a crazy series, even if only 2 maps. What a crazy result. Dan, are you okay?
Guys, I have bad news. I have bad news. I might have been locked out of my house in the time that game was taking place. This is me currently outside my door waiting for somebody to let me in. And this might be a sign that I should not, vote TSM ever again. But that's it's okay. I'm just on the floor. There's nobody outside, but I think it was a great game. I was able to watch it from my phone at least.
We'll have to hear the recap. It's a bad day for TSM fans. It's a bad day for Dan Dryad. It's a rough one out here, guys.
Yeah, I might just go on a walk, think about my predictions. I've gotten 1 out of 6 right so far.
You're just gonna cast a curse and then be on your way? That's crazy.
I'm just gonna take a walk. Goodbye, guys.
Goodbye, Dan Dryad. I'll rethink the predictions and challengers is crazy, but kind of sums up what we've been dealing with. Not you on the day, Roy. YFP, take it. You're congratulations.
Great to be in the Sierra Sea, being right for once. I just want to bask in it real quick. I feel like I haven't seen the sun, and now I'm like sitting in the sunshine. It just feels so great. But jokes aside, Sierra, I think YFP has done a phenomenal job on their attack side. I really wish we could actually have a ton of time because they actually had a lot of really cool ideas. But it's just over. You have to trust me, okay? Overall, the way they played this map was insane. I love the wall. I love what they were doing around the Viper utility, the pressure that they were applying on that side of the map. And honestly, the fact that B-Dog stepped up, the fact that Jakey stepped up, a player that we highlighted coming into the series, and just Sierra, even in the replay cams, we're seeing a fired up roster. There's a lot of energy in the Discord and the team speak that they're in. There's a lot of energy within the team, something that we're not really used to seeing from YFP. We kind of know them as these like chillers. They're super cool, nonchalant, but the level of energy, the level of excitement, you could tell that this means a lot to these players.
This is the version of YFP that I've been waiting to see as well, because I feel like every single time we see the team, it is the same spiel. It's the same. This team has such talented members. Like, this should not be an underdog situation. All the skill is here. And then something's just not clicking. Something's not working, whether it's an energy, anything else. It's almost like frustrating to watch. So to see it all come together within this playoff run is incredible. I feel like this is a level of YFP that we haven't necessarily really gotten to see. Just they're on a different wavelength right now. I think this was always possible for the team, but we just never got to see it come to light.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And I feel like they've always been in that sort of like infinite loop of there's just that one thing missing. There's just that one thing missing. But now it feels like there's a really good intersection happening between like the calling and sort of the ideas within the team. And, you know, the right players are stepping up. We're seeing Jakey, be a lot more consistent. He's putting up consistent amount of firepower. Obviously, we're seeing Penny. I mean, he had a phenomenal first map, 32 kills. That was crazy to see. And even in this map as well, he had a pretty good series as well, having phenomenal utility, not as much kills, but the value, the impact, it was definitely there.
Yeah, just across the board for YFP as well. Like going into the series, we highlighted so much the duelists, and Penny, of course, with the Euro did have a good performance, but I feel like everyone from YFP really did get that step up. I mean, Jake, of course, had that MVP, but I kind of want to highlight B-Dog here because we talked at the beginning of the day, like, yeah, there's all this skill here, but again, when he joined the team, like, it's the energy, and we saw that energy. We saw the clutch, everything. So good.
Yeah, no, it was great to see. And yeah, I completely agree. I think B-Dog has sort of, you know, he's had a bit of a slow start on this roster, but I mean, the value that he gets from his utility has always been there, like unquestionably, in my opinion. But now we're seeing, you know, finally he's coming into form. He's coming, like, mechanically, he's looking great. He's sort of being that clutch player that we know him to be. And just seeing all of these sort of, you know, conditions and sort of elements of this team just converge nicely. I think it's just great to see. I think this clean win versus TSM is certainly going to set their minds right. It's definitely going to give them confidence moving forward. And I'm excited to see what they bring. And obviously commiserations to TSM. You know, it was a great first run by them in the beginning of the split. Obviously, they had a bit of a kind of a falling out towards the end, but it was a great showing. I think they're looking decent for in terms of points for the next split. So I think TSM's in a pretty good spot. They don't need to worry too much. But yeah, congratulations to YFP. That was a phenomenal game.
And we could talk a little bit more about the bracket and everything else because right now we have none other than B-Dog on the line to chat a little bit more about the series and everything else. First off, we got to see the pop off in the clutch at the end. You guys 2-0. How are you feeling, B-Dog?
Yo, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean,
your mic's muted.
Sorry about that, y'all. I wasn't sure.
You're good.
I felt good after that one. I honestly expected that win, though. I think it's kind of hard to beat a team twice, and TSM got us in the group stage, so I was feeling pretty confident that we were going to get them back in the playoff lower run. It kind of mirrors just what happened in my last split with M80. We go the lower run, we rematch all the teams that beat us, and we take them out. So it felt good though. It felt good to get a consecutive win in a row because we've been kind of back and forth right now.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about that hard to beat a team twice, because we've seen not once now, but twice that you've taken down really big name teams that have defeated you in the big stage. First Qbert Academy, now TSM. Is it just as simple as that? Or is there something else behind the scenes for this YFP squad? Because on our end, you guys look like you're clicking on an unreal level. This is awesome to see.
I think it's honestly more just that in the group stage, we were still figuring things out. I don't think I was giving my all. I was just I don't know. I had a lot of stuff going on, and just the team wasn't clicking like it should have. I wanted to join this team originally and just make instant impact, but I don't know. I was just getting cut from M80, moving. It kind of got me, and just the group stage, we were just figuring things out. And now that we're in the playoffs, we're getting chances to show how good we really are. I think that's more just, we're finally clicking. We're finally putting the pieces together, I guess.
I love to see it. And I want to talk a little bit about this series because all the pieces clicking, but this still looked like on paper it was going to be a really rough series. I want to talk about Split first because YFP picked it, but this has historically been a very strong map for TSM. So I want to talk about the confidence into picking that into them. Was there any sort of read that you guys had, or just unparalleled confidence that you got this?
Nah, I mean, we just had confidence. We see their comp, and their kind of comp is the one where they need to be hitting their shots, and they need to be effective for it to work. It's not really a comp that you could just hope will just work through util and strats. It's a double duelist comp with no initiator. I played it before, so I think we were confident. We were just the better team, and we just played into that and just took split.
I'd love to hear that. And congrats yet again, because that split was awesome to see from you guys and everything else. And I want to talk about the run going on forward too. So next up within this lower bracket, you're going up against Ambrosia. You're talking to me about the other teams taken down. You've played them, but you've never played up against them in Challengers. So how are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah. I kind of literally as I was saying that, I was thinking about how we're about to have to literally play someone we've never played. But we're just gonna play it like a regular game. Like I said, the important thing is that we're clicking now. So I think, we could play anyone. Even against the Envy, the first round when we lost, I could just tell that our team kind of was trying, we really were playing together, even though we lost. We had the fire in us that we've been looking for. And so at this point on, I don't really think it matters who we play. We just have to keep steady and just, stay fired up and just stay hungry. And I think we'll be fine.
Last but not least, you're talking about that fire and that how it started with that match, even though it was a loss. What sparked it originally? Did it just click one day, or just was something happening in conversation? Where did all of a sudden we see such a switch?
I think these kind of things just click sometimes. I think, being so close to elimination and making it through the group stage, it kind of brings you together and it kind of solidifies you. And I don't know, I just think going up against a tough opponent like Envy can bring the best out of you. And I think that's exactly what happened. We're playing good teams, but teams that just don't compare to Envy in the group stage, and they're beating us, and we're just disappointed in ourselves, and things just aren't going well. And then we finally play a great team in Envy who will bring out the competitor in you, and it'll bring out the fire. And so I think it was just having to go against someone like that, a talented team, to really bring out your own talents. And I think we have found it, and we found what we need to do every game going forward.
I'm so glad to hear that. Keep that fire, keep that confidence. B-Dog, congrats on this win today. Best of luck with the rest of the run, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for chatting. Back over to the desk for us. I love to hear all of that. Was such great insight from the team. Yeah, because a lot of that, that energy, that fire, I feel like that's conversations we've had in this green room talking about this YFP team. The talent's there, everything else. But to hear how it's all clicking now, I'm excited.
I'm also excited. I guess you just have to lose to Envy to really get the fire started, Sierra. That's what I'm learning from this. Envy, watch out how you guys beat some of these teams, because they're going to come back with vengeance, I guess. But jokes aside, I completely understand. I think, I completely agree with B-Dog. I can see from his perspective, he was going through a lot from his transition from M80. Obviously, that takes a toll on you. But just to see how they're playing now is it just kind of reinforces my confidence that I've had in this team, and sort of why I've been sort of singing the dark horse praises of this roster, and why we haven't really talked too much about them. So seeing them just have that final piece, that passion reignited, has been really awesome to see. And Sierra, I'm very excited for that next match, because I think YFP versus Ambrosia is going to be an absolute banger.
100%. Let's pull up the bracket and talk a little bit more about that. And it was interesting to hear too, we're confident we can beat a team the second time, but YFP has not played up against Ambrosia yet, which makes that a little interesting. And this is also an Ambrosia that 2-0'd Winthrop University. TSM and Winthrop University, two of the top teams that we have in NACL, and both of them just got knocked out without taking a map. That is crazy.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely insane. I mean, we said we don't know what to expect as kind of this sort of meme, but now it's actually happening here. I think we have literally willed our memes into life with this lower bracket. It has been crazy. The YFP 2-0, the Ambrosia 2-0 over Winthrop University. Just the turnaround from, obviously from Ambrosia from split 1 into split 2. Same thing for YFP, sort of the similar storyline, right? They both had a bit of a flop in the first split. Now they're looking phenomenal. Burger Boys coming out of nowhere. Envy in the upper bracket, even though they kind of flopped in the playoffs of last split. This is just the storylines, the narratives. They're crazy, Sierra. I'm very excited. I can't wait to watch the rest of these matches.
It is an exciting time. This is, if I had to, say at the beginning of the stage how I thought these playoffs would go, this is not what I would expect. But with how these teams have been playing, it's been so wholeheartedly deserved, and I cannot wait to see how these shake up. Tomorrow, we'll get to see that upper finals and that lower finals. It's going to be a great day ahead of us, so make sure that you're tuned in. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. From myself, from Roy, and the locked outside of her apartment, Dan. Dan, we're sending you good luck. We're hoping you're not sleeping outside tonight. But thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Satellite with the overdrive out. This is for the map 1 win. But he can't see anything in the smoke, and he's too scared to press. He waits for the Prowler, reveals someone close. Winthrop have the crossfire. Ambrosia don't have the cloak on their side. Glyph emerges. Sholdix gets a win, and it's Ambrosia that defused and takes the trash out screen. Position further back. Watching that flank too. His moves, and he's going to encounter Glyph very soon, while the other core of Ambrosia is pushed from the front. And this is Winthrop on their last life. It all depends on moves, the alley, the counter-stratting, the Gecko pocket pick, and it's all.
So if anything, they need to execute towards A and flash for heaven as well.
Oh, flash out. I need to see these flashes out of Stellar early. It's on his last leg. And tries to get healed by Boris. Don't even have time for that to kick in, TSM. It's now or never. And it's YFP already on match point. Don't want to reveal that you're in hell. And 7 drops the 1 and done with the op. TSM flounder to search for this Storm Viper. Poking and prodding on the perimeter. His recoil brought down pretty low. He's just trying to enter that pit. And GMD surrounding as Jay continues to live on. How is his pit still up and right in front of his enemy? GMD doesn't have X-ray vision. He's got a big cape. trying to plant. Come on. There we go.